to do anything to Hongling. Who can he reason with about this? He couldn't stand it anymore. He really couldn't stand it anymore. The God clan made a decision, which was to release Feng Wuxi. Let him fend for himself. Shui Yi was silent for a long time, but in the end, he still agreed to this suggestion. If they couldn't capture Hongling, all schemes were futile. Now, because of Hongling, the entire God clan's development had suffered great restrictions. They couldn't continue like this. No, I won't leave. When Feng Wuxi was informed that he could leave, his expression changed dramatically. If you don't want to leave, you won't leave. Break his legs and throw him out. No, I can be a bait. I can be a bait. Hongling is the top heavens chosen of the human clan. If you don't kill her, when she grows up, she will be a disaster for the myriad races in the world. You must nip her in the bud. I can help you. She hates me to the bone now. As long as I'm doing well, she will definitely try to come and kill me. I am the bait. Ah. Feng Wuxi's legs were broken. Shui Yi carried Feng Wuxi away expressionlessly. He found a desolate mountain and threw Feng Wuxi down. There were indeed no traps here. This matter ended here. The God clan had no need to be the vanguard against the human clan anymore. Don't go. Don't go. I don't want to stay here. You can send me to the demon clan, send me to the demon clan, send me to anyone else. Despite his wailing, Shui Yi didn't turn his head. Feng Wuxi was already crippled. His cultivation had almost fallen to the bottom, and now his legs were broken. It was already very good if he could keep his life. Feng Wuxi's plea for help was fruitless, and he couldn't help but curse loudly. He couldn't understand what wrong he had done. Why did he have to suffer such a disaster? He came to the Tianzhou ancient battlefield also to improve his strength. He hadn't provoked anyone. It was the demon clan who first hunted him. It was that ugly bastard Tian Wu. Had he ever been wrong? Feng Wuxi's mentality completely collapsed, and he cried uncontrollably on the spot. A shadow covered his body, and a pair of red cloud boots appeared in his field of vision. She came. She came. Feng Wuxi felt boundless terror in his heart, but he still didn't want to die. Even ants cling to life. He just didn't want to die. There was nothing shameful about that. It's all my fault. They wanted to kill me. I just didn't want to die. What did I do wrong? I was just scared at the time, truly too scared. The demon clan had gone mad. They couldn't defeat the human clan, so they thought of completing the task myriad spirits demon emperor gave them, and began collecting myriad spirits essence blood. They even wanted to take this wisp of phoenix essence blood from me. I don't want to die, I just want to live. You tell me, what should I do, what can I do? If you were in my position, could you do better than me? Feng Wuxi initially just pleaded, but the more he spoke, the more agitated he became. This matter couldn't be blamed on him. He was just swept along by fate. He was a weakling. In this matter, he had never had the right to make his own decisions. The wind gently blew Hongling's hair. She didn't look at Feng Wuxi. Her usually clear eyes now became desolate. Feng Wuxi was not wrong. Lu Yi was not wrong either. All the fault lay with her. Actually, it wasn't that in her previous life, Lu Yi, over such a long time, hadn't tried to talk to her about Feng Wuxi. But every time Lu Yi brought up Feng Wuxi, she would become hysterical and go mad, and then later become indifferent. Lu Yi thought she had come to a realization. In reality, she had buried the hatred in her heart. When she didn't trust Lu Yi, anything Lu Yi said about Feng Wuxi couldn't reach her heart. Hongling turned and left. She wouldn't kill him anymore. Killing or not killing, for Hongling, no longer held any meaning. Feng Wuxi was already dead in her heart. Feng Wuxi looked up, watching Hongling's figure walk away into the distance. He was stunned. What did this mean? Hey! He didn't know where the courage came from, but Feng Wuxi actually took the initiative to call out to Hongling. Hongling's steps didn't pause. She had already thought everything through clearly. Feng Wuxi had no more connection to her. In her heart, she actually roughly understood Lu Yi's current state of mind. Was there hate? There was hate, but it was powerless hate. Hating others, hating herself, that was all there was to it. Everything was simply meaningless. Feng Wuxi actually wanted to ask, what virtue or ability did he possess to make Hongling fall in love with him? But Hongling's figure quickly disappeared, and it seemed there was no need for him to ask this question. Finally, I survived. Feng Wuxi knelt on the ground, letting out a long, long sigh of relief. At this moment, he had a feeling that everything he was experiencing now was wealth for his future growth path. As long as he didn't die, he could. A pair of green embroidered shoes appeared in his field of vision. Green embroidered shoes. It wasn't Hongling returning, but he didn't know this woman wearing green embroidered shoes, did he? Feng Wuxi stiffly raised his head and looked forward. A woman wearing a green long dress, standing tall and graceful, with exquisite beauty, holding a black and red sword in her hand, was looking at him. This look made him feel very uneasy. Miss Pucci. Asterisk. With one sword strike, not a single bone remained. Chu Ling withdrew her sword. Gongzi, young master, didn't say he would spare you. Chapter 57, Provoking in Secret. This is the distribution map of the blessed lands occupied by various clans in the entire Tianzhou ancient battlefield at present. The human clan is still the strongest. Although the alliance of various clans is obvious, our human clan has many strong individuals, so we are not afraid. The alien race is not as united. According to the distribution map, the human clan occupies 45% of the blessed lands, Buddhism occupies 15%, the God clan 10%, the demon clan 10%, and the demon clan 10%. The ghost clan occupies peculiar places where only the ghost clan and the spirit clan can benefit, together occupying 10%. Inside the large tent, Shangguan Wuchang had a faint smile on his face as he explained the current situation of the various forces to the many strong individuals. Since entering, Shangguan Wanling had been outside the human clan, almost never showing her face. Shangguan Wuchang also didn't take this sister to heart. Originally, he had thought of using this opportunity to kill Shangguan Wanling, but for some reason, in the past 6 months, Shangguan Wanling seemed to have become a different person, even showing respect and affection towards him. Therefore, Shangguan Wuchang temporarily gave up on this plan. The many strong individuals looked at the distribution map and nodded. It was quite an exaggeration for the human clan to occupy 45% of the blessed lands in one go. However, precisely because they occupied so many blessed lands, the strength of each individual in the human clan had improved by leaps and bounds, truly living up to the name of Heaven's Chosen. What is this place, and why is it blank? A strong individual from the Jia sect pointed at the distribution map and asked. Shangguan Wuchang had anticipated that someone would ask about this place. This place is surrounded by Buddhist forces. Strictly speaking, it can be considered within our human clan's sphere of influence, but this person is very strong. According to reports from scouts, this place is called the Enlightenment Tree, a heaven and earth treasure tree that can help cultivators attain enlightenment. The Enlightenment Tree is occupied by one person, who is extremely strong. There are bodies of Buddhist people lying outside the Enlightenment Tree, yet no retaliation from the Buddhist people is seen, which speaks volumes. Shangguan Wuchang's words immediately caused an uproar. Really? The tolerance of Buddhist disciples has always been something that those who know. And because of their unique philosophy, although most Buddhist disciples are of the human clan, they have gradually ceased to be accepted by the human clan. Naturally, it's true. Looking at the attire, this person is a disciple of the Great Dao sect. Shangguan Wuchang certainly knew Lu Yi. Before Shangguan Wanling entered the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, she had told him not to provoke Lu Yi. She even said that if he provoked him, he would be beaten to death. Currently, it seems that this Lu Yi is indeed very impressive, suppressing the entire Buddhism so that they dare not utter a sound. However, cultivation is not just about fighting and killing. An enlightenment tree, he also coveted it greatly. How could such a treasure be occupied by one person alone? From our sect, Ding Yuqing from the Great Dao sect was stunned for a moment. Named Lu Yi. This name, not only did Ding Yuqing know it, but some other people also knew, because they had encountered him when they first came in. At that time, that little fellow was reckless and impatient, and everyone speculated that with his anxious personality, he probably wouldn't live long in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. As a result, he ran to the Enlightenment Tree by himself, killed a bunch of Buddhist people, and was still living well, occupying the Enlightenment Tree alone. That is indeed a disciple of my Great Dao sect, not bad, truly not bad. Ding Yuqing couldn't help but smile. Since the Enlightenment Tree is occupied by the human clan, can it be included in the human clan's blessed lands? Shangguan Wuchang asked. Ding Yuqing raised her eyebrows. She wasn't stupid, and in an instant, she understood Shangguan Wuchang's meaning. I don't think so. He is cultivating under the enlightenment tree alone and has not used the blessed lands we occupy, so there is no need for us to force him to give up the enlightenment tree, Ding Yuqing said. Shangguan Wuchang's expression was gentle. We didn't say to make him give it up. The enlightenment tree can be used by more than one person to attain enlightenment. This way, he can continue, and he can also use the other blessed lands occupied by the human clan. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Ding Yuqing was quite forceful at this time. You don't need to think about those convoluted ways. If you want to attain enlightenment, you can go yourself. What you are saying now sounds good, but if Lu Yi is unwilling to share the enlightenment tree with others, wouldn't it become Lu Yi's responsibility? So, regarding some matters, if you want to do them, just go do them yourself. There's no need to drag others down. Everyone isn't brainless. Who can't see through your thoughts? I also think the enlightenment tree should be shared. I originally wanted to attain enlightenment, but I don't want to have a conflict with the Great Dao sect. If he insists on not giving way, should I attack him or not? At this moment, another person spoke. This was a cultivator from the Yin-Yang Law sect. There is some truth to that. The enlightenment tree is indeed quite precious and a great opportunity. It should rightfully be jointly owned by the human clan to maximize its effect. Another cultivator from the Yin-Yang Law sect spoke. I think it's inappropriate. This matter can be negotiated, but it cannot be forced, the Mountain and River Pagoda sect said. Although the Nine-Li dynasty was at odds with the Supreme Emperor dynasty, they also coveted the magic of the enlightenment tree and expressed agreement with Shangguan Wuchang's statement. Some agreed, some disagreed. Let's go ask first. I also think the enlightenment tree should not be owned by one person. At this time, a young man who had been silent suddenly spoke. As soon as he spoke, everyone's gaze turned towards the young man. Because of the young man's strength, and also because of his identity. Myriad Ancient Sect, Jiyu Qingtian. Even in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, the Myriad Ancient Sect was not particularly enthusiastic, and not many people came. Because the Myriad Ancient Sect had its own unique cultivation method, the resources sent down from above were enough for the Myriad Ancient Sect to use themselves. However, people still came this time. The first batch under the age of 20 didn't come, but 2 from the second batch under the age of 60 came. These 2 people, one male and one female, the male named Jiyu Qingtian, and the female named Lu Qingyan. What if he is unwilling? Ding Yuqing asked. Jiyu Qingtian smiled slightly. That's simple too. I'll beat him until he is willing, won't I? Ding Yuqing was furious. Are you going to bully the small with the big? Lu Qingyan also smiled slightly. This fellow Taoist, he occupies the enlightenment tree alone, suppressing the entire Buddhism so that they dare not speak. If we really fight him, it can't be considered bullying the small with the big, can it? Of course, if you don't like to hear this, then I'll change the way I say it. Lu Qingyan's expression gradually turned cold. We will bully the small with the big. What can your great Dao sect do? We can beat you until you can't find your way. A delicate shout sounded from outside the large tent, and a red figure rushed in with a strong wind, smashing a Dharma seal towards Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan snorted coldly, and a brilliant light bloomed in front of her. A leaf, divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Countless faint silver-white leaves formed a shield. Boom! The Dharma seal heavily smashed onto the leaf shield. Lu Qingyan's expression changed slightly, and her figure retreated, exiting the large tent. What great strength! Chapter 58 No Choice Part 4. They're fighting. The shield in front of Lu Qingyan didn't break. She struck the shield with her palm, and instantly countless silver-white leaves transformed into a whirlwind, charging straight at Hongling. Hongling was not at all intimidated. She raised her hand and unleashed a mountain-crashing seal, scattering the silver-white leaves. The leaves quickly returned, attacking Hongling from all directions. Hongling pulled her hands apart and then brought them together, her true essence surging. The leaves were controlled by an invisible force, freezing around her body. Lu Qingyan formed hand seals, and the leaves, light rapidly brightened and began to tremble. Stop! Don't fight! Everyone in the large tent rushed out in a hurry. Jiyu Qingtian also frowned slightly and called out, Senior sister. A mere nascent soul 4th layer actually possesses such strength. Your great Dao sect truly makes me look twice. Lu Qingyan beckoned, and all the silver-white leaves flew into her sleeves and disappeared. Hongling watched her with cold eyes and left a harsh warning. No one is allowed to disturb my senior brother's cultivation. If you want to disturb him, you'll have to step over my corpse. Originally, I was thinking I might go or not, but hearing you say that, I really must go and see. The two women were locked in a fierce confrontation. Yu Hongling had a fiery temper. No one stop us. Come, let's fight one-on-one. One-on-one it is. Hongling. Ding Yuqing quickly stopped Yu Hongling. The myriad ancient sect's attitude was indeed infuriating, and Yu Hongling was very strong, but she was still young after all. When young people deal with slightly older ones like this, they will ultimately suffer a disadvantage. Even if you are exceptionally talented. Anyway, you can't go. Yu Hongling remained stubborn. Whether I go or not is my freedom, it's not up to you to say, Lu Qingyan said with a smile. For someone like you to go find my senior brother, you're already courting death. Oh my, I'm so scared. The more you say that, the more interested I become. We'll just go ask, Fairy Yu, you don't need to be angry. If that Lu Yi doesn't agree, we are all human clan, we can completely discuss it nicely. Exactly, exactly. Cultivating under the enlightenment tree alone and cultivating with a group actually has similar effects. We aren't infringing upon Lu Yi's interests at all. Not only are we not infringing, we are practically helping Lu Yi. When we fought against the Yao, demon, and alien races, he didn't lift a finger. Now we are actively sharing the resources obtained through bloody battles with him, he is undoubtedly getting a huge benefit. That's right, that's right. Shangguan Wuchang had a smile on his face. Didn't it just get lively? Seeing this, Yu Hongling looked at the clamoring crowd and shook her head gently. Some people wanted to die, she really couldn't stop them. At this moment, Shangguan Wuchang had already beautifully hidden himself behind everyone. Ji Qingtian stepped forward, walking towards the direction of the enlightenment tree. The other human clan Heaven's Chosen followed suit. Ding Yuqing gritted her teeth and also followed. At this time, the Great Dao sect disciples were quite angry, and the Supreme Sword sect and Jia sect disciples were also a bit displeased. These three sects usually had better relations. The Mountain and River Pagoda sect was more in a state of rationality and neutrality. A large number of human clan powerhouses moving out immediately aroused the vigilance of the various races. Seeing that the human clan powerhouses were heading straight for the location of Buddhism, they couldn't help but be a little confused. Buddhism was facing a formidable enemy. No, they and the human clan hadn't generated any enmity so far on the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, so why were so many sect disciples rushing over? It scared the monks a bit. As a result, on the way there, the direction in which this group was moving changed. It seemed they weren't heading towards the location of Buddhism. Enlightenment tree. This direction was towards the enlightenment tree. What are they going to do? Lu Yi had been continuously comprehending the Great Dao. He also felt that while he was comprehending the Dao, this tree, whether intentionally or unintentionally, always transmitted some close thoughts to him. He didn't pay it any mind. The enlightenment tree was still too young, it could only help him in the early stages. With his cultivation speed, it wouldn't take 5 years for the enlightenment tree's help to him to become negligible. By the time the enlightenment tree truly matured, he didn't know what realm he would have reached. The sound of wind rose. Lu Yi peacefully opened his eyes. With so many sounds of wind breaking, it seemed this place was about to become lively. It's good to be lively, the system prefers lively. A group of people arrived and immediately saw the monks lying all over the ground. The fatal injuries in a single strike caused many people to be slightly startled. Are you Lu Yi? Ji Qingtian asked. It is I. Lu Yi glanced around and found that there were no figures he disliked mixed in, and his mood eased slightly. We came over this time to discuss something with you. Please speak. Yu Hongling was far away from this place. With so many people, she didn't dare to appear in front of Lu Yi, fearing that she would cry miserably. At this moment, looking at Lu Yi's attitude towards strangers and then thinking about his attitude towards her, Yu Hongling's eyes instantly turned red. What a difference in treatment. She wanted to cry. I heard that under the enlightenment tree, one can be closer to the Great Dao, so we also wanted to come and cultivate under the enlightenment tree for a while. Are you willing? Ji Qingtian asked. Actually, he could have said half a sentence more. If he had added, in return, you can also use the blessed lands occupied by other human clan for cultivation, it would have been better. However, Ji Qingtian deliberately didn't say it. So that was the purpose of coming here. Lu Yi understood. As for Ji Qingtian, Lu Yi knew a little about him. He was a relatively arrogant existence. They had sparred once in his previous life, and Lu Yi had narrowly won. After that, there was no further contact. And what else? Lu Yi asked. What else? Ji Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Lu Yi smiled. Things were becoming interesting. Whether I agree to this matter is actually irrelevant. What I am quite curious about is, if I don't agree, what will you do? Ji Qingtian also started to laugh. Sorry, here with me, you don't have the option of not agreeing. Between the two of them, the air instantly became thick with the smell of gunpowder with every word. Lu Yi looked at the crowd behind Ji Qingtian. Who else has the same idea as him? The crowd fell silent. Ji Qingtian seemed a bit overbearing. Why didn't he say the latter part of the sentence? Lu Yi, if you are willing to let us cultivate under the enlightenment tree, you can also cultivate freely in the blessed lands occupied by the human clan. How about an exchange? A prince from the Nine-Li dynasty said. My meaning is, I don't have the option of not agreeing. Who agrees with this statement? Shangguan Wuchang looked around. What's wrong? Why are you all chickening out? He originally wanted to beautifully remain hidden, but now everyone was silent. I agree. I believe that as a member of the human clan, you should naturally contribute to the human clan. The enlightenment tree should rightfully be used by all human clan heavens chosen, Shangguan Wuchang said. When someone takes the lead, others follow the trend. That's right, I also agree. You shouldn't refuse this matter. I agree. If the human clan is weak, even if you are strong, you cannot monopolize the enlightenment tree. Therefore, the enlightenment tree should rightfully have a share for the human clan. Chapter 59, Overwhelming Power Part 5. Moral Kidnapping. Fishing in troubled waters. Sparrows and doves gathering noisily. Lu Yi looked at these people and confirmed his opponents. He had no intention of being an enemy of the human clan. Thankfully, this group of idiots couldn't represent the human clan. Then let's begin. Lu Yi stood up and took a step. His figure seemed to completely ignore the distance of space. In an instant, he arrived in front of Ji Qingtian, and the stone sword in his hand had already erupted with a brilliant sword light. The void produced an ear-piercing explosion. Ji Qingtian's expression changed. A phantom green lotus appeared above his head, and thousands of rays of light, like chaotic energy, fell down, forming a supreme defense. The sword light struck the green lotus energy. Boom! Ji Qingtian's figure was sent flying, smashing a small mountain. Blood mist filled the air along the way. Lu Yi's figure didn't pause at all. In an instant, he disappeared again. Boom boom boom. The sword light carried a sharp scream, representing its terrifying speed and power. Fast. Too fast. Some strong individuals couldn't resist and died on the spot. One person, one sword, this was the punishment for their offense. Lu Yi. Ding Yuqing's expression changed dramatically, and she shouted out. You can't kill them all. With such minor grievances, if Lu Yi killed this group of people in one go, where would Lu Yi have a foothold when he returned to the great wilderness? Lu Yi turned a deaf ear. His sword was even more fierce and terrifying. Normal sword energy, or rather, most sword energy, is known for its sharpness, but Lu Yi's sword energy was never just sharp. It was fierce in addition to being sharp. A sword energy, like a heavenly seal, carried the power to break the heavens. Boom boom boom. Clusters of blood mist exploded. Shangguan Wuchang's expression changed drastically. Before entering the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, he said, then I'll die, but that didn't mean he actually wanted to die. Protect me. Shangguan Wuchang roared. All the strong individuals of the Supreme Emperor dynasty came to the front of Shangguan Wuchang, and various magical treasures emitted light. Lu Yi quickly sent the people who had just spoken flying. In front of him, only the people from the Supreme Emperor dynasty remained. Lu Yi, I have the Supreme Emperor seal on me. If you kill me, the Supreme Emperor dynasty will be irreconcilable with you, Shangguan Wuchang roared angrily. When he said this, the strong individuals of the Supreme Emperor dynasty almost cursed out loud. Saying this was worse than begging for mercy. Lu Yi smiled slightly, pointing the stone sword directly at the group of strong individuals from the Supreme Emperor dynasty. He stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Countless sword energies surrounded Lu Yi's body, forming a sharp cone. Die! Boom boom boom! Large areas of blood mist exploded. Lu Yi's figure passed through the group of strong individuals from the Supreme Emperor dynasty, piercing through Shangguan Wuchang along with them. In the end, Shangguan Wuchang still had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Madman, this is a madman. How dare he? Doesn't he know that no matter how fiercely and happily you kill now, after leaving the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, it will be your doomsday? With this last thought, Shangguan Wuchang's consciousness completely disappeared. A ball of light quickly rushed towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi reached out, and the mark of the Supreme Emperor seal fell into his hand. As his palm gently rubbed, Dao and Dao ground against each other, shattered, and turned into void. This wasn't over yet. Lu Yi's gaze looked at the heavily injured figures one by one. Protecting the human clan. In his previous life, he protected the human clan. In this life, he could also protect the human clan. Love and affection in the world should exist between heaven and earth. Just because he lost them, he shouldn't let everyone lose them. But this human clan did not include those who clashed with him on his path to Taoist. Lu Yi moved again. If you're going to kill them all cleanly. Ding Yuqing couldn't stay calm anymore and directly blocked Lu Yi's path. Lu Yi, you can't kill anymore. You still have to go out. They have already learned their lesson. If you continue to kill, the Great Dao sect won't be able to protect you, Ding Yuqing said anxiously. In this matter, these people provoked him first. Lu Yi counterattacked. Although he was heavy-handed, there was still room for defense. But now, they were all heavily injured. If you killed again, the Great Dao sect wouldn't even know how to defend Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu, you can't kill anymore. Linggu Wushuang also ran over to help persuade him. Yes, junior brother Lu, calm down. Xiao Huarong also followed suit and persuaded him. Lu Yi. He had originally intended to kill them all, but looking at the worry in the eyes of the Great Dao sect people, Lu Yi smiled gently. Someone still cares about me. Alas. Kill one more, the last one. Ding Yuqing clenched her fist. Lu Yi's strength was so powerful that it made her feel terrified. This battle could only be described in 4 words. Crushing. She knew that if Lu Yi wanted to do something, she couldn't stop him at all. The reason Lu Yi stopped now was entirely to give her face. Kill one more. You're not thinking of killing. Lu Yi nodded and gave her a gentle smile, bypassing her obstruction. His target was Jiyu Qingtian. Jiyu Qingtian crawled out of the pile of stones, his face filled with shock and anger. Good, 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 you are indeed powerful. His aura surged, instantly crossing the breaking infant realm and reaching the refining void realm. However, it was only during the time he was speaking. Lu Yi slashed down with a vertical sword strike. This sword light was several hundred feet long, carrying strong winds and mist, giving birth to thunder and lightning. Jiyu Qingtian roared. Eternal green lotus covers the sky. The green lotus phantom surged, covering the entire sky above his head. The sword light and the green lotus collided fiercely. The green lotus trembled violently. Lu Yi's arms faintly showed veins, pressing down with immense force. Break. Boom. The green lotus instantly collapsed, turning into dust. The huge sword light crushed everything, including Jiyu Qingtian, and left a deep ravine in the ground. The world became quiet. Lu Yi put away his stone sword and looked at everyone. This matter was done solely by me, Lu Yi. If anyone wants revenge, come and find me. I am always waiting. Also, forget it, scram. Lu Yi's figure disappeared, returning to the enlightenment tree, and closed his eyes. His face remained as calm as still water. The battle that had just occurred, aggressive like fire, seemed like an illusion. The people from the various forces were like they had been hit by a paralysis talisman. They remained silent for a long time. Ding Yuqing's scalp tingled. She looked at the crowd and said, well, let's leave first. Disturbing someone's cultivation is rude. If there's anything, let's talk elsewhere. Arguing and bickering couldn't happen here. If they angered Lu Yi again and he came out to kill wildly again, Ding Yuqing worried that she wouldn't even be able to find someone to argue with. Li Wubai's eyes were full of excitement, and his body was trembling. Strong. That sword intent just now was too strong. He couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, but the more he feared, the more excited he became. A group of people left one after another, carrying corpses or heavily injured people. Lu Qingyan wanted to take Jiyu Qingtian's corpse, but Jiyu Qingtian had already turned into dust. Fortunately, she didn't say anything just now. Chapter 60. It's not that I'm weak. What happened? Outside the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. Especially the powerful experts of the Supreme Emperor dynasty, who spoke out in rage. In that instant just now, a large number of experts from his Supreme Emperor dynasty died, and even the Imperial Prince Shangguan Wuchang was dead. Who is it? Who killed the people of my Supreme Emperor dynasty? His eyes were bloodshot, his anger reached its peak, and his killing intent soared to the heavens. My disciples from the Yin-Yang Law sect are also dead. Damn it, could there be another great battle? No, it's not a great battle. How could so many die so quickly in a great battle? This is a massacre. Who exactly is it? No matter who it is, my Supreme Emperor dynasty will absolutely not let him off. Many people listening to the Supreme Emperor dynasty's shouts couldn't help but frown. It was too fast. What exactly happened inside the Tianzhou ancient battlefield? So many heavens chosen falling in such a short time was simply appalling. Bai Chulin's expression showed a hint of suspicion. Something's not right. Not a single person from the Supreme Sword sect, Jia sect, or Great Dao sect died. The relationship between these three sects has always been good. Now, a few people from the Yin-Yang Law sect died, 2 from the Mountain and River Pagoda sect died, and a pile from the Supreme Emperor dynasty died. How does she feel like Lu Yi made a move? In the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, perhaps only Lu Yi could unleash such terrifying power. Hopefully, it wasn't Lu Yi. If Lu Yi clashed with these forces, then these few forces would very likely be completely annihilated. Inside the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, a large group of people surged forward emotionally, and now a large group of people were leaving dejectedly. The strength Lu Yi displayed just now was a very heavy blow to their confidence. Everyone was a heavens chosen. On the path of cultivation, some were ahead, some were behind, which was understandable. But the current situation was that everyone was originally at the same starting line, and as a result, they hadn't even run halfway, yet you had already taken the trophy. Lu Yi's existence was like a tall mountain, standing in front of them. They could continue moving forward, but if they wanted to truly become supreme powerhouses, then Lu Yi was an unavoidable obstacle for them. Ding Yuqing was also thinking about what to say. My senior brother beat your senior brother to death. Yu Hongling's figure appeared again, staring at Lu Qingyan and asking. Lu Qingyan, then it's my turn to beat you to death. Yu Hongling was eager to try. Lu Qingyan was undoubtedly a strong expert, perfectly suited to be her opponent. Lu Yi's strength had increased too quickly, making her feel a strong sense of urgency. Hongling. Ding Yuqing's voice was somewhat weak. Are you senior brother and junior sister trying to poke a hole in the sky? The heavens chosen from the Yin-Yang Law sect said, 5 senior brothers and junior brothers from my Yin-Yang Law sect have fallen. They never fell in battles against demons, yet they died at the hands of their own people. This matter absolutely cannot be left unresolved. My Mountain and River Pagoda sect will also demand an explanation from the Great Dao sect when the time comes. But not now. Demanding an explanation now would easily bring Lu Yi out. They would demand it after leaving the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, or when the final 3 layers of the Tianzhou ancient battlefield opened. The human clan left again. It seems they left. Let's go see what's happening. All parties moved upon hearing the news. At that time, there were too many human clan members, and the various races were afraid of some conspiracy, so they didn't dare to approach at all. Now that the large contingent of the human clan had left, they dared to show their faces. But they still didn't dare to get close. They took a look from afar. They saw Lu Yi still sitting cross-legged quietly as usual, the enlightenment tree gently swaying, threads of light permeating the air. Observing carefully, one could see the traces of battle and bloodstains. They definitely fought. The result was also obvious, Lu Yi won. The Demon Clan, Ghost Clan, and God Clan were all quite puzzled. What exactly was the situation? The human clan was so strong, arriving fiercely, yet leaving dejectedly. In response, the Demon Clan and Buddhism sighed deeply, feeling much better. So it turned out it really wasn't because they were too weak, but rather that this Lu Yi was too strong. It was him, who killed Tu Weiying with a single sword, Yan, the son of the Demon Emperor, said faintly. It's him. The Demon Clan's experts immediately exclaimed in surprise. No wonder the Enlightenment Tree was here. Facing such a supreme treasure, Yan repeatedly warned the Demon Clan members not to attack the human clan under the Enlightenment Tree. Turns out they were psychologically scarred from being beaten. The human clan has produced such an unparalleled heavens chosen, so what should we do? Everyone understood the terrifying nature of an unparalleled heavens chosen. The rise of such an existence would definitely be accompanied by countless blood and fire. Since this unparalleled heavens chosen belonged to the human clan, it was obvious that this blood and fire would be for the alien race. Now there is only one choice. A ruthless light appeared in Yi An's eyes. What choice? Wait until the final 3 layers of the Tianzhou ancient battlefield open, and the true powerhouses of all races join forces to kill this scoundrel. Won't the human clan's powerhouses also step in to protect him? Yi An snorted coldly. Haven't you seen yet? He likes to act alone. We just need to strike as quickly as possible, and the human clan won't have time to rescue him at all. Young master is brilliant. Yi An took a deep look at Lu Yi. If someone like this didn't die, from now on, the alien race wouldn't need to sleep. He would now go and contact all parties. Just waiting for the final 3 layers of the Tianzhou ancient battlefield to open. Lu Yi was slightly conflicted at this moment. What realm was he considered to be in now? Nascent soul 12th layer. Inside his dantian, the small Lu Yi had already turned into the appearance of a little giant. If he wanted to break through and reach the refining void realm, he could break through at any time. However, he was worried about the unknown toxins that might appear next. As long as he broke through, this power that hadn't been eroded by time would erupt. What he considered was to wait until the final 3rd heaven opened, obtain the Blood Sea Immaculate Bead, and then give the Eternal Paragon ranking a solid punch. The Eternal Paragon ranking would definitely like this punch very much. At that time, a large amount of power would be bestowed upon Lu Yi, and Lu Yi would then take the opportunity to break through to the refining void realm. Unfortunately, the Tianzhou ancient battlefield did not contain the final treasure needed to condense the 3rd life. That treasure was called Withering Man Wood. Gathering the Withering Man Wood, Blood Sea Immaculate Bead, plus the Golden Sky Great Sun Sunflower, the 3rd life could be formed. In this life, he was not prepared to use another life. Just like when he just reincarnated and deceived by Chulin, if he truly reached the time of final Dao proving, with 9 lives becoming 1, he might be able to become one of the most powerful saints throughout history. His thoughts were myriad. The Dao he could comprehend was also almost comprehended. His own Dao was already quite mature and complete. Coming here to comprehend the Dao was just looking at the scenery from a different perspective. Now he had seen it. Lu Yi stood up, just about to disappear. A branch, however, landed on Lu Yi's shoulder. The enlightenment tree gently swayed, making a request, requesting Lu Yi to take it away. Chapter 61 Shangguan Wanling. You want to follow me? Lu Yi asked. The enlightenment tree sent out a faint consciousness, expressing affirmation. You're quite smart. Fine, I'll take you with me. Lu Yi stretched out his hand, and the enlightenment tree emitted a hazy glow. The entire tree shrunk, finally becoming palm-sized and landing in Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi formed a hand seal, condensing a rune that flew towards the enlightenment tree and merged into it. A faint connection formed between the person and the tree. The enlightenment tree merged into Lu Yi's skin. Cultivation is Lu Yi's primary direction, and now that he has reached a point where he can't advance further, he can continue searching for resources. The treasures in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield are generally not high in level. However, some are extremely precious even in their seedling stage, and once they mature in the future, they will be priceless. Lu Yi knows what things are most valuable and where these things are located. For example, in the 5th layer of the battlefield, there is a fusang seedling. A single fusang fruit can cause countless powerhouses to fight over it. If one cultivates using fusang as their Dao, they can even be called a supreme powerhouse of the fire element. Wherever Lu Yi passed, those who knew him quickly made way. Those who didn't know Lu Yi were casually killed by him. Rampant and domineering, these 4 words were fully displayed on Lu Yi at this moment. However, very quickly, Lu Yi frowned slightly. Because he discovered that many supreme treasures had been taken away in advance. If 1 or 2 supreme treasures were taken, that would be normal, as everyone has their own opportunities and encounters. But most of the things that Lu Yi set his eyes on were gone. This was not normal. Who could it be? It wasn't until Lu Yi arrived at Wanzhong Mountain. This mountain resembles a large bell in shape. When the wind blows, Taoist sounds echo. In fact, this is a spiritual treasure. Due to the master's demise, it later merged with the mountain over time. In this world, the treasure levels have clear divisions: Dharma artifacts, Dharma treasures, postnatal spiritual treasures, heavenly spiritual treasures, postnatal supreme treasures, heavenly supreme treasures. In the 1st heaven, the sect-protecting treasures of the major sects are mostly postnatal spiritual treasures. Having a heavenly spiritual treasure means they are already very impressive existences. When Lu Yi arrived at Wanzhong Mountain, the entire mountain was trembling. Large areas of rock fell off, revealing the bronze metallic luster inside. A figure in a black robe was forming hand seals, collecting the Dao Bell. Lu Yi looked at the black-robed person. Don't recognize them. Impossible. He lightly swiped his hand across his eyes, and his pupils turned golden. He looked again. Shangguan Wanling. Shangguan Wanling sensed a ripple of aura, turned to look, and her face changed drastically the moment she saw Lu Yi. Lu Yi had already swung out a sword energy. Stealing my treasure. You are courting death. The sword energy broke through the wind, carrying a terrifying whistling sound. Shangguan Wanling dared not be careless in the slightest. No one knew Lu Yi's terrifying nature better than their 8 people. Thus, Shangguan Wanling instantly turned into a bloody mist. Boom! The blood-red light disappeared at a speed comparable to teleportation. Lu Yi. Good, 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 celestial devil blood transformation divine escape. Not even daring to take one of his swords. Such a decisive celestial devil blood transformation divine escape truly left Lu Yi a bit dumbfounded. What kind of fight uses such a severe self-damaging celestial devil blood transformation divine escape without even exchanging a single blow? He finally understood why the treasures he had set his sights on had disappeared. It was because most of them had been taken away by Shangguan Wanling in advance. He didn't chase, nor could he catch up, unless he also used the celestial devil blood transformation divine escape. Even if he used it, it would be hard to control the direction. However, this Dao Bell should belong to him now. The ground shook. After collecting the Dao Bell, Lu Yi continued his search. In a cave, Shangguan Wanling's face was pale, and her aura was severely weak. She quickly placed several aura-concealing talismans at the cave entrance and lowered her own aura to the extreme before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Wasn't this guy cultivating under the enlightenment tree? Why did he come out? No, she couldn't continue collecting treasures like this, because if she encountered Lu Yi again next time, she might not be able to survive. However, she had already collected enough treasures. She could cultivate. Numerous treasures appeared, enveloping Shangguan Wanling. Strands of spiritual light began to surge out from these treasures and enter her body. This cultivation technique is called the origin devouring heaven scripture, capable of devouring the origin of all things. The treasures she obtained were all of extremely good quality. The better they were, the more origin energy they contained, and the faster her cultivation speed would be. Before long, Shangguan Wanling had reached Nascent Soul Stage 6. Nascent Soul Stage 7. Nascent Soul Stage 8. Nascent Soul Stage 9. Then, Shangguan Wanling's hand seals changed, and her realm began to drop sharply. Nascent Soul Stage 8. Nascent Soul Stage 7. Nascent Soul Stage 6. Through repeated ascents and descents, her aura became increasingly stable. After finishing her cultivation officially reached Nascent Soul Stage 8. It could be said that her cultivation speed was also astonishing. HMPH, I said it. Without you, I can still become an emperor, and even stronger than in my previous life. Shangguan Wanling felt the powerful true essence fluctuations within her body, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward slightly. Perhaps some people already regretted betraying Lu Yi, but she didn't regret it at all. In her previous life, she always felt that Lu Yi's help was a constraint on her. She could clearly reach a very powerful level on her own, but instead, she was stubbornly kept by Lu Yi's side, unable to break free. She had truly loved Lu Yi. It was just that later, Lu Yi's love for her made her feel suffocated. She didn't need to search for any treasures, they would be delivered to her. She didn't need to experience any hardships. However, this kind of life was definitely not what she wanted. Being able to roam freely in the heaven and earth like this is the life she yearns for. She is finally free. After returning through this rebirth, these treasures were not as difficult to find as she had imagined. So, what credit did Lu Yi have? And why should he use his credit to keep her locked by his side? Lu Yi didn't encounter Shangguan Wanling again. In the 4th to 6th layers, it was true that many of the real treasures had been taken by Shangguan Wanling. Origin devouring heaven scripture. It is indeed a very powerful scripture. After cultivating it, one can devour all things like a kunpeng. There were also some treasures that Lu Yi collected. These guys are a little too obedient, it's not normal. While collecting treasures, Lu Yi saw the God clan, demon clan, and other alien races more than once. Their behavior made Lu Yi feel a little unusual. Their reactions were too consistent. Are they allied again? Lu Yi shook his head. Forget it, it's none of his business. Counting the time, the last 3 layers of the Tianzhou ancient battlefield were about to open. That is, within these 1 or 2 days. In his previous life, he achieved 33rd place on the Eternal Paragon ranking. It wasn't that he was too weak, it was truly because the names on the Eternal Paragon ranking were too outrageous. The names of the top 10 were in chaos, making it impossible to see them clearly. And the 11th name was Yi Wudi. Not many people know this name, but he has another name, Invincible Sword Celestial. The master of the Invincible Sword, a monster at the Celestial Venerable level. He was ranked 11th. Chapter 62 9 layers fully open. This time, there are no traitors, right? In a high-level meeting, the leader of the God clan, named Guang Wuyu, started with a sarcastic remark. It was obvious who this remark was directed at. The demon clan's tiger-born glared with wide eyes. What do you mean? Guang Wuyu smiled lightly. What could I mean? I'm just worried that everything is planned out perfectly now, but at the final critical moment, someone might suddenly betray us and rescue the person. How embarrassing would that be? Hearing this, Tiger-born shattered the stone in front of him with a claw. Who the hell are you talking about? Throwing a stone at a dog, the one who yelps the loudest is the one hit. A monk wearing a kasaya didn't waste words either, he stood up and chose to leave. Yian quickly stopped him. Due, what are you doing? Dui's face was calm. The various races have different intentions, this matter will certainly not succeed. What use is there for this humble monk to remain here? It's better to return now and recite the scriptures a few more times. Due spoke bluntly. How can you say there are different intentions? That's not the case. Everyone is sitting here precisely to eliminate Lu Yi, to kill him before the human clan can react. Guang Wuyu, Tiger-born, can you two be a bit more normal? Do you perhaps think that because Lu Yi hasn't had any conflict with you yet, he will never have any conflict with you in the future? When Lu Yi grows up and encounters you again, you will know what regret is. Do you want to unite or not? You two say something. If we unite, then no one should say any more nonsense. If we don't unite, we'll disperse now, Yian said with a serious expression. The atmosphere inside the cave was oppressive. The firelight flickered. Guang Wuyu and Tiger-born were silent. Unite. Guang Wuyu spoke. HMPH. Tiger-born let out a cold snort. Yian roared angrily, what are you snorting about? Unite or not unite? Tiger-born's expression was ugly, his tiger claws clenched and then loosened. Finally, it nodded. Unite. Good, then everyone listen carefully to me. When the final 3 layers of the ancient battlefield open and the experts of our various races arrive, do nothing else. The first thing is to contact the experts of each race and encircle and kill Lu Yi. This matter is the utmost priority. Nothing is more important than this. Remember, it's an all-out encirclement and kill. Treat it with the attitude of the final battle before your race is annihilated. All of you must use all your abilities to persuade your experts. You absolutely cannot mess this up for me. Time passed second by second. Lu Yi suddenly looked up. Boom! A huge roar resounded above the sky. Clouds rolled and wind swept, the sky began to become even more boundless. Light and shadow blurred, and the world was divided layer by layer. The final 3 layers of the Tianzhou ancient battlefield officially opened, and the faint sense of shackles binding everyone completely disappeared. Huge vortices appeared one after another above the sky. The vortices this time were exceptionally large. Lu Yi's eyes were bright, his figure disappeared. He rushed towards the cliff of the Blood Sea. Almost all the heavens chosen, whether human clan or alien race, rushed towards the 7th layer of space. Because the experts arriving this time were already very powerful, even though the alien race were sufficiently far from the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. After the experts of the human clan appeared, the experts of the various races also began to appear one after another. Powerful aura permeated the air. Refining Void Realm. Refining Void Realm. The experts who entered this time, regardless of race, anyone pulled out was a Refining Void Realm expert. Within 100 years old, if one didn't reach the Refining Void Realm, they couldn't be considered much of a heavens chosen. Yian went up to greet them immediately. When the demon clan people saw Yian, they also bowed slightly. This was the son of the demon emperor, although not old, he was also a peerless heavens chosen of the demon clan. Regardless of status or potential, he was worthy of respect. Greetings, Prince Yi. The leading demon clan member wore black armor all over. A pair of bullhorns emitted surging malevolent energy. His burly physique was as tall and unscalable as a mountain. Zimi, I have something important to tell you. Zimi nodded. Prince Yi, please speak. A peerless heaven's chosen has appeared in the human clan, with the potential to become an ancestor or emperor. If not eliminated today, he can become a great threat in the future. I have already contacted the demon clan, ghost clan, god clan, Buddhism, and spirit clan. We are just waiting for you to come and join forces to kill this person. Are you willing to listen to me? Yin said. Hearing this, malevolent energy surged in Zimi's eyes. Is he truly that strong? What realm is he in now? He should be, refining void. Good, please lead the way, Prince Yi. I can kill him. Not just you, all the experts of the demon clan must join this battle. Absolutely do not leave any chance of survival for this person. Zimi nodded, understood. It was like this on the demon clan's side. It was the same on the side of the other alien races. Tiger-born found the strongest expert of the demon clan this time, named Wachinshi. Buddhism found Haojing, who had a higher seniority in the degeneration. The ghost clan found Yanshai. The spirit clan found the illusion king. The god clan found the divine general. Bai Chulin entered the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. Master. Yu Hongling immediately came up to greet her. Seeing that Yu Hongling was unharmed, Bai Chulin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Where is your senior brother? Bai Chulin asked. Yu Hongling's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Master. Her voice was already full of sobs. Bai Chulin's heart skipped a beat. What was wrong? Yu Hongling threw herself into Bai Chulin's embrace, but shivered from the cold. Master. Yu Hongling looked at Bai Chulin with red eyes. Why are you so cold? What happened to you? It's nothing. After breaking through, my Taiyan divine power hasn't stabilized yet. It will be fine after a while, Bai Chulin said. How are you? Why do you look so sad? Yu Hongling couldn't hold back, and tears like pearls fell in large drops. Master, I misunderstood senior brother, I misunderstood senior brother. Bai Chulin. Feng Wuxi was a trap back then. My senior brother, for my sake, resolutely stepped into the trap. He lost a life for it. And I harmed him, master. I'm sorry, senior brother. I can never make up for my mistake. I deserve to die, master, woo woo woo. Yu Hongling cried sorrowfully. Cried miserably. Bai Chulin couldn't help but close her eyes. Another misunderstanding. Why is it like this? Everything they did had gone so wrong in such a short time. Sun Ruowei's ears had already perked up like antennas. She pretended not to care, but in fact, she heard every word Yu Hongling said clearly and studied them carefully. She knew every word, but when put together, why couldn't she understand? Senior brother refers to Lu Yi. Who is Feng Wuxi? Lu Yi lost a life. Doesn't everyone only have one life? Could it be that Lu Yi died? Heavens, no way. No, no. If Lu Yi died, how could there still be talk of Yu Hongling asking for forgiveness? Then what is this? What? Huh. Strange, why are the movements of the various races all heading towards one location at this moment? A young elder of the Great Dao sect holding a compass said strangely. Chapter 63 The storm is coming. The Great Dao sect disciples looked over. The compass in Feng Tianqi's hand showed wisps of faint light moving across it, including black, green, white, gray, and so on. This was a compass used to track and search for energy. The lights on it represented demonic energy, Yao energy, ghost energy, and other strange special energies respectively. They are rushing towards the 8th layer of space. Bai Chulin said. Could it be that they don't want the treasures and blessed lands in the 7th layer of space anymore? Feng Tianqi was quite curious. Bai Chulin began to ponder. One alien race moving was nothing. But with so many alien races moving at the same time, things became strange. I'll go and see, Bai Chulin said decisively. I'll go too, Sun Ruowei said. And me, Yu Hongling said. Junior brother Feng, contact the other sects and inform them about this matter. Keep in touch at all times. If there's a situation, I will notify you immediately, and you should react as quickly as possible. Feng Tianqi hesitated slightly. Senior sister Bai, why don't we from the Great Dao sect go together? No need, I am already in the joining Dao realm. Even if I can't defeat the combined forces of these alien races, it won't be easy for them to keep me here. Moreover, many senior and junior brothers came to the Tianzhou ancient battlefield to gain opportunities. We still don't know the exact situation, so you should continue searching for opportunities first. Alright, then senior sister must be careful. Sun Ruowei remained expressionless about this. Anyway, wherever Bai Chulin was, everyone's attention would gather around her. She lowered her head and glanced at her chest. HMPH, they are cultivators, yet they still cling to vulgar ideas like, beauty is justice, and, big is truth. Annoying. Let's go take a look. Bai Chulin waved her hand, and the three figures appeared on a white cloud, heading towards the place where the alien races from all sides were gathering. Feng Tianqi watched them leave. He then began to contact the other sects. Most of the other forces didn't take this matter to heart. The human clan is strong. Very strong. Even if the alien races started a war, they might gain some advantage at first, but if the human clan reacted, they would have to spit out whatever advantage they gained tenfold, hundredfold, or thousandfold. For many human clan powerhouses, collecting treasures was still the most important thing. They needed to use every method to quickly improve their strength, reach the peak of their power, go to the Blood Sea Cliff, and leave their names on the Eternal Paragon ranking. The Eternal Paragon ranking was not determined by whose punch was stronger, giving them a higher rank, but rather by a combination of all elements such as your realm, your age, your talent, your great Dao, and so on. Some people in the Sprout Core realm might get the 999th rank with one punch, while some in the Refining Void realm might punch it, and the Eternal Paragon ranking would not react at all. Of course, at the same age, as long as one didn't rush their growth, the stronger one was, the greater the possibility of having a higher rank. Because generation after generation of Heaven's Chosen had left too many names on the Eternal Paragon ranking, constantly competing and circulating, to the point where now, someone whose name could enter the top 100 would be enough to shake the entire first heaven, and even the upper heaven would attach great importance to them. Compete. Compete hard. Lu Yi crossed the 8th layer of the battlefield and arrived at the 9th layer. His goal was very clear, the Blood Sea Immaculate Stone. Seriously, having been reborn, if he still hesitated and faltered, what would be the meaning of rebirth? A blood sea appeared ahead. The blood sea was boundless but not fishy or foul-smelling, instead, it carried an ineffable sweet scent. Perhaps it was because the blood sea here was formed by the blood of fallen Heaven's Chosen flowing out and merging into the sea. However, this blood could not be used, because it contained extremely terrifying obsessions. Various obsessions, due to the passage of time, had not only not weakened but had become stronger. Increasingly stronger. Lu Yi didn't even know what kind of monster this thing would give birth to in the future. Anyway, when he became a celestial venerable, this blood sea hadn't truly given birth to any life. He took a step. His foot stepped onto the blood sea, heading towards the opposite side of the blood sea. He remembered that the Blood Sea Immaculate Stone would only be found near the stone cliff where the Eternal Paragon ranking was located. The sky was high, the sea was vast. The blood sea was calm like a mirror. Lu Yi wore a dark robe, his black long hair simply tied up, and each step created ripples, beautiful and magnificent. He looked up. In the direction of the sunrise, a huge stone monument, like a giant mountain, floated above the blood sea. The stone monument was grayish-brown, and the names on it looked like they were drawn with cinnabar. This was not the Eternal Paragon ranking yet. The real Eternal Paragon ranking was at the very top of the stone monument. A supreme aura emanated from that mysterious black list. Black list, golden characters. One name, one era. Lu Yi couldn't see clearly from here, but he had already seen it in his previous life, so he wasn't in a hurry to observe it again. From Lu Yi's perspective, this Eternal Paragon ranking was a primal chaos supreme treasure, a special product born from heaven and earth, condensed by the great Dao. As long as one could leave their name on it, they would receive the blessings of heaven and earth's great Dao. Almost there. Lu Yi's figure stopped. His feet merged into the blood sea, and his body sank inch by inch. The blood sea returned to calmness. Not long after. In the southeast, a golden light bloomed, and the holy Buddha light was vast. A group of monks, truly like the divine Buddhas in legends, came riding on auspicious clouds. In the east, rolling demonic energy mixed with malevolent energy surged forth, accompanied by incessant mournful roars. Just looking at that surging black mist could make one's scalp tingle and soul tremble. In the northeast, Yao mist filled the air. Terrifying figures appeared within the Yao mist, their bodies fully displaying their ferocity. They're here. They're all here. Your Highness Tiger, the scent has disappeared. I suspect he entered the blood sea. A cunning-looking rat spirit said in a sharp voice. Where did the last scent disappear? Here. The rat spirit pointed at the location where Lu Yi disappeared. Good. Tiger-born took out a black demonic stone. The stone was covered with dense holes, just like honeycomb coal. The location where Lu Yi disappeared has been locked. Proceed according to the plan. We, the demon clan, will set up the 4 symbols heaven-suppressing grand formation. Good. Buddhism will set up the Vajra demon punishing. Can't you change the name of the formation? The demon clan also expressed their frustration. Amitabha, the Vajra demon punishing formation begins. The ghost clan will set up the heavenly ghost soul snatching formation. Good. The Hongling will set up the myriad spirits myriad killing formation. Good. The God clan will prepare the God clan aurora. Good. All arrangements were made. Figures began to busy themselves, centering around the direction where Lu Yi disappeared. Bai Chulin and the other 2 stood far away, watching this scene. What are they doing? Setting up formations. Sun Ruowei looked at Bai Chulin in disbelief. Are you treating me like an idiot? Can't I see they are setting up formations? What I mean is, what are they setting up formations for? Chapter 64 Bai Chulin takes action. What are they doing setting up formations? Bai Chulin's expression had already become solemn. She and Yu Hongling looked at each other. The same thought rose in both of their hearts simultaneously. Lu Yi, the only one who could make the alien race mobilize on such a large scale, join forces, and spend such a huge price to set up such a formation, in the entire Tianzhou ancient battlefield, seemed to be only Lu Yi. Master, make your move. Yu Hongling spoke decisively. The grand formation was not yet completed. With so many strong individuals setting up such a formation, even senior brother would be in extreme difficulty later. Although Bai Chulin did not want to maintain such an abnormal relationship with Lu Yi was her disciple after all. Move. Bai Chulin did not hesitate. She formed hand seals, dark clouds filled the sky, and terrifying cold winds blew between heaven and earth. The temperature plummeted. In just a moment, the sky had become frighteningly dark. The Blood Sea was special and had not frozen, but the temperature of the entire Blood Sea had dropped to an extreme. Seeing this, the expressions of the alien race members changed slightly. There's a joining Dao realm expert. Amitabha. A Buddha chant sounded, and a giant golden palm slammed towards the dark clouds above the sky. The lines on the giant golden palm were clearly visible, carrying vast Buddha light. As the giant golden palm got closer and closer, the golden light also dimmed further, and countless ice and frost froze the Buddha palm. It's raining. Within the clouds, a speck of ice crystal appeared, followed by the second, third, fourth. At this moment, endless ice crystals were as vast as a galaxy, overwhelming the alien race below. Awoo! A wolf howl echoed between heaven and earth. The white wolf opened its mouth wide, with a posture of swallowing the sky. A massive amount of ice crystals was swallowed by the white wolf. The white wolf was covered in ice crystals, shivering from the cold. Dozens of giant ice crystals appeared, as thin as cicada wings. A sharp sound of tearing through the air rang out. Various divine abilities erupted, striking the ice crystals. After the ice crystals shattered, they turned into more tiny ice crystals. Puff puff puff. Asterisk. The tiny ice crystals attacked indiscriminately, causing a large number of casualties among the alien race. Bai Chulin quickly formed hand seals with both hands. 5 Dao integration experts rushed towards Bai Chulin simultaneously. The speed of forming seals got faster and faster. Scram! A dark blade light split open. Yu Hongling was about to rush forward immediately. Hongling! Bai Chulin called out, and Yu Hongling finally reacted. She was only at the breaking infant realm. Even if she was a great emperor in her previous life, it was impossible for her to fight a joining Dao realm expert at the breaking infant realm now. Sun Ruowei made her move. An ancient zither appeared between her hands, pleasant zither music sounded, and various lights all rushed towards the dark blade light. Crash crash crash. Asterisk. The dark blade light shattered all obstacles. Go. Bai Chulin completed the last seal. In an instant, large swatches of white mist surged towards the alien race, covering the sky and earth. The dark blade light was frozen, and the attacks unleashed by the other alien race joining Dao realm experts were also all frozen. The white mist rolled continuously. How can she be so strong? All the strong individuals of the alien race were dumbfounded. No, everyone has Dao integration. Joining Dao realm is joining Dao realm, but how can you suppress a group of Dao integration experts by yourself? Moreover, with this posture of yours, you're not just suppressing all Dao integration experts, you're suppressing all of the alien race. Amitabha. Buddhism made its move. A giant golden bell, incredibly huge, enveloped all the alien race members in one go. Crack crack crack. Asterisk. A large number of cracks appeared on the giant golden bell. The Ghost Clan made their move at this time, taking out a large umbrella that looked extremely dilapidated. Boom. Asterisk. The giant golden bell was frozen and shattered. The Ghost Clan Dao integration expert, Jiànjī, held the broken umbrella. With a sweep, all the white mist surged towards the broken umbrella. However, in just this brief moment, at least dozens of alien race heavens chosen were frozen into ice pops. Giving it back to you. Jiànjī let out a loud shout, closed the broken umbrella, pointed it at Bai Chulin, and the white mist turned into a beam of light, rushing towards Bai Chulin. Bai Chulin formed seals again, and soft white light eroded the beam. The beam quickly dissolved into soft white light, which became increasingly vast. By the time the beam reached Bai Chulin, it had completely dissipated. Bai Chulin clasped her hands together, and all the white light condensed between her hands. Forming a sphere, the sphere suddenly flew out, returning back. A giant elephant leapt up, came to the very front, holding a black giant shield. The giant shield rapidly expanded, actually turning into an existence like a city wall, standing above the blood sea. Help me. One Dao integration expert after another came behind the giant shield. They placed their hands on the giant shield, pouring power into it. Boom. Asterisk. The giant shield trembled violently. But this giant shield, made of who knows what material, actually did not break. Bai Chulin's expression changed. With a wave of her hand, hundreds and thousands of silver needles, as fine as ox hair, flew out. Puff puff puff. Asterisk. The silver needles broke through the city wall and shot into the bodies of the Dao integration experts behind it. At this moment, all the Dao integration experts hit by the silver needles felt a terrifyingly cold energy permeate them, freezing their nascent souls blue. What kind of ghostly cold energy is this? It's too terrifying. What exactly is going on? Why does the human clan always produce such monsters? Why can't they have one such monster? How unfair is the heavens? Vast heavens, why are you so unkind to me? Don't mind us, continue setting up the formation. I refuse to believe it. What if the human clan has more heavens chosen? Are we alien race meant to be suppressed by the human clan? I don't believe it. If the human clan sends one heavens chosen, we'll kill one heavens chosen. As long as our race isn't extinguished, it should be our turn eventually. Continue setting up the formation. The giant elephant roared angrily, putting force into its arms. The giant city wall, with a might that shook heaven and earth, crashed towards Bai Chulin's location. Bai Chulin's brow furrowed tightly. She waved her hand, and one giant Taiyin divine palm after another slapped towards the giant shield. The giant shield was collapsing, but it still continued to advance. Bai Chulin's Taiyin divine power erupted with full force. At this moment, her dark black hair turned silver white. It seemed that this battle had no meaning, but for Bai Chulin, it was very important. Light of Taiyin chaos. Terrifying coldness spread wildly in all directions. Sun Ruowei's eyelids twitched wildly. She felt her soul freeze at this moment and hurriedly pulled Hongling away. Taiyin power turned into the most dazzling light, vast and shocking, rushing towards the giant shield. This time, the giant shield collapsed. The four Dao integration experts behind it were surrounded by flashing spiritual light. Their bodies quickly turned into ice sculptures, their eyes filled with extreme terror. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of Bai Chulin. A dark black dagger stabbed out like lightning. There was no grand display, only this simple, back-to-basics stab. Bai Chulin's expression changed. Taiyin energy turned into a shield. But this black dagger was unaffected. Bai Chulin reached out to block, and her palm was pierced. The black figure's body stiffened for a moment. The dagger sliced off Bai Chulin's arm, and then another horizontal cut. Bai Chulin's body erupted with Taiyin power. The black figure was blown away, but Bai Chulin's neck was directly cut open by a quarter. Lu Yi found the Blood Sea Immaculate Stone at this very moment. Chapter 65, Refining the Void into Reality. Lu Yi could feel a little bit of the great battle above. But when the blood sea turned cold, he knew that it was likely Bai Chulin who had made a move. The blood sea was relatively special, perhaps because it was particularly viscous, or perhaps because the energy within the blood was too chaotic, which made Lu Yi unclear about the situation above. But it didn't matter, and there was no need to be particularly clear. After getting the blood sea immaculate stone, Lu Yi floated upwards to see who Bai Chulin was fighting and if he had a chance to trip them up. His body quickly floated up. The higher he went, the colder it became. Bai Chulin had really gone all out. With such strong Taiyin power, even more chaotic yin poison would likely be born next. Great. Hopefully, Bai Chulin would fight others more. Fighting more is healthier. If you die, no one will help. Tisk, it rhymes. His figure finally emerged from the water, and at this moment, the blood sea suddenly became as hard as divine iron. Lines of gorgeous light quickly bloomed, with various colored lines interwoven, and each alien race powerhouse occupied their position. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers. Lu Yi looked at the layers upon layers, formations nested within formations, and at this moment, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. He truly felt confused in his heart. This wasn't. In his previous life, he was the temporary leader of the human clan alliance, leading the human clan to kill alien race, so it was normal for the alien race to hate him. But, in this life, what was the situation now? What had he done? Cultivating in Tianling Lake, yes, he killed some Buddha, but that was because the Buddha came looking for trouble first. Yes, he killed some more Buddha under the enlightenment tree. Similarly, the Buddha came looking for trouble. Oh, right, there was also killing the 2 Wying. Besides these alien race, the others were just some cannon fodder small fry. He hadn't shown off much, nor had he killed any peerless heavens chosen. And there were the Ghost Clan, God Clan, Spirit Clan, and so on. The system could attest that he hadn't even really encountered them. Lu Yi couldn't understand how this group of people had run to the blood sea, laid down these layers of formations, and wanted to kill him. Lu Yi was silent for a while. Finally, he came to a conclusion. That was, they were going too far. Boom. Even this group of alien race didn't waste any words with him. A divine light from the God Clan, drawing on the immense divine power from at least 20 God Clan members, turned into a terrifying beam of light, fiercely blasting towards Lu Yi. The void became slightly blurred under the impact of the light beam. Lu Yi instantly drew his sword. The stone sword slashed upwards, and his feet were deeply embedded in the iron-hard blood sea. The light beam split into 2 and exploded on either side of his body. The terrifying destructive energy made his true essence tremble all over. Woo! A mournful roar, mixed with crying. Lu Yi's body shook slightly, and he punched towards that ferocious heavenly ghost. The heavenly ghost's voice suddenly became several times sharper. Boom! A tiger claw collided with the fist print. The tiger claw was smashed, and the fist print dimmed several times, hitting the heavenly ghost, still making the heavenly ghost chaotic. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. The 4 symbols appeared. Tall figures surrounded Lu Yi, and the heavenly ghost reappeared, its figure much dimmer. I said we must kill him. Yian roared. Holy cow, what kind of terrifying existence was this? What realm was he in? He could shatter a tiger claw with 1 punch and almost destroy a heavenly ghost. The heavenly ghost's soul attack only made his body stiffen for a moment. If such a human clan was not killed, the alien race would all be finished in the future. Roar. The 4 symbols simultaneously charged towards Lu Yi. The Vajra pestle emitted monstrous Buddha light, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Lu Yi slashed out with his sword, and the Azure Dragon was cut in half, but the Azure Dragon didn't care at all. It was originally formed by energy, and it was very simple to recover. His figure moved through, and beams of sword light flew out. The 4 symbols constantly shattered and then reformed, constantly attacking, making Lu Yi somewhat headache. Each attack from these 4 symbols possessed the power of the joining Dao realm. Even Lu Yi had to rely on deflecting the force to resist. A direct confrontation would definitely result in injury. His attack power was terrifying. His sword light was invincible, and the celestial venerable fist was even more frighteningly strong. The demon subduing pestle found an opportunity and flashed to Lu Yi's front. Lu Yi didn't turn around and slammed his elbow out. Dong! A terrifying roar. Lu Yi's body staggered. Ah! The sharp scream sounded again. Lu Yi felt like his head was about to explode. His tolerance for pain was strong, and he still remained conscious, but he inevitably stiffened for a moment. The God Clan divine light erupted again. Boom! The beam of light connecting heaven and earth solidly struck Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi's fists were already clenched, but he was a split second too late to strike out. Husband, senior brother, Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling simultaneously cried out in alarm. Sun Ruowei. Her mouth was open, but no sound came out. She even doubted her own ears, or perhaps the battle was too intense and had stunned her mind. What did she hear Bai Chulin shout? Husband. Bai Chulin at this moment couldn't care less if she had used the wrong address. She burst out with even more powerful strength, and the joining Dao realm powerhouses let out mournful roars. The God Clan divine light solidly struck Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi's body instantly suffered immense damage. A nascent soul fighting at the Dao integration level was ultimately too difficult. In that case, within the massive beam of light, Lu Yi's expression began to turn ferocious. Then let's do it. The nascent soul, like a small giant, suddenly opened its eyes at this moment. At this moment, it transformed from illusory to real. Taking a step out, transforming from illusory to real, from now on, the nascent soul would be real and could exist in heaven and earth for a long time. As the nascent soul transformed, Lu Yi's true essence, which had been condensed to the extreme, underwent a qualitative leap. Each strand of true essence, which was like a long river before, now suddenly transformed into a Kanglong. It was at this instant. A drop of blood-red lotus seed, which was illusory, became real, and in the next moment, it shattered with a swoosh. Poof! Killing intent. Rolling killing intent, like a celestial river surging. Torrential killing intent, like a stellar fission. How many living beings had Lu Yi killed in his previous life? Countless, simply countless. The war of exterminating demons. The war of exterminating devils. The Great Thousand War. The Ancient War. The War of the Time River. The War of the Nine Netherlands. Conquering the myriad ancients, breaking the false heaven. Executing gods and devils, pacifying the turmoil. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of battles, condensed Lu Yi's ultimate heart of slaughter and soul of killing intent. Nine-Life Celestial Venerable was a title of respect for the human clan. World Exterminating Celestial Venerable was a word of fear from the alien race. Blood-red eyes opened within the God Clan divine light. In those eyes, at this moment, there was no longer any trace of human light. His soul, at this moment, was completely occupied by slaughter. The slaughter experienced by a celestial venerable, how could it be controlled by a mere refining void? Kill, kill, kill. Lu Yi looked up within the God Clan divine light, and the blood-red killing intent formed a stream of flames. Boom! Lu Yi's figure charged upwards against the flow, with one punch. The first layer of the formation, the four symbols suppressing heaven formation, and more than a dozen Yao clan members instantly turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 66, All Evacuate. 4th Update. It's over. When Bai Chulin saw that dazzling blood red, infinite fear arose within her heart. The lotus seed of the lotus of slaughter had actually erupted at this moment. Retreat, retreat. They must retreat from the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. They absolutely couldn't stay here any longer, whoever remained would die. There would be no exceptions. The current Lu Yi had completely transformed into a monster that only knew slaughter. He would use every means available for slaughter. Retreat. Bai Chulin formed a hand seal, Taiyan star divine power enveloped Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei, and she quickly fled without looking back. At the same time, she took out the sound transmission stone. Feng Shidi, you can now notify all Great Dao sect disciples to withdraw from the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, retreating at the fastest speed. Notify all human clan, any sect or power, tell them to leave the Tianzhou ancient battlefield immediately, retreat at the fastest speed, abandon everything. Feng Tianqi was startled when he heard Bai Chulin's transmission. Shiji, what exactly happened? The most terrifying demon has appeared, all living beings remaining in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield will die. I am absolutely not exaggerating the danger, the situation is extremely serious. Immediately do as I say. As long as you don't leave, you will definitely die. Definitely. There is no possibility of survival. Be fastest, retreat immediately at the first moment. Bai Chulin's voice was filled with seriousness and urgency, also carrying a hint of fear. Sun Ruowei was dumbfounded. Her expression, from the dazed foolishness when she heard the two words, husband, to her current complete foolishness, her facial expression seemed entirely frozen. Is it that serious? Is it really that serious? No, isn't it just that Lu Yi turned red? Is it really enough to make Bai Chulin so fearful and nervous? No matter how strong Lu Yi was, how long had he been at the initial stage? They had to know that they only had one chance to enter the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, and they hadn't even tried to leave their names on the Eternal Paragon ranking yet. If they were told to leave now, who would be willing to leave? Chulin, it can't be that serious. Lu Yi, isn't Lu Yi just one of your disciples? Although he's very powerful, he shouldn't cause everyone to retreat, right? Even if he goes mad with slaughter, there are so many alien race, aren't they enough for him to kill? You don't know, I'll explain to you after I get out. Feng Shidi, did you hear? I heard, I'll contact the various sects immediately. Because Bai Chulin's voice was too serious and urgent, Feng Tianqi estimated that the severity of the matter might exceed his expectations. He quickly contacted the other sects. What? You want us to retreat now? The reactions of the major sects were almost identical. Their first thought was how could they possibly retreat? They hadn't even tried to leave their names on the Eternal Paragon ranking yet. If they managed to leave their names, they could not only be famous for eternity but also receive extremely great rewards. Especially the refining Void Realm and joining Dao Realm experts who had been in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield for less than a day, hadn't even explored, and hadn't obtained many benefits, how could they be willing to retreat? Bai Chulin had already rushed to Feng Tianqi's side at the fastest speed. Feng Tianqi was startled when he saw Bai Chulin with a head full of silver hair. Bai Chulin immediately took the sound transmission stone from Feng Tianqi. I am Bai Chulin. Now, I take my personal great Dao as witness, what I say is absolutely not false. I implore all heaven's chosen experts from every sect, no matter how confident they are in themselves, they must leave the Tianzhou ancient battlefield within 15 minutes, otherwise, they will surely die. I have no intention of joking, nor am I deceiving anyone. Believe me, as long as you don't leave, you will definitely die. Bai Shimei, what exactly happened? Please explain clearly. Why will we die if we don't leave? Even if a demon has appeared, how strong can a demon in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield be? We might not be no match, right? That's right, that's right. Even if one of us is no match, if we unite, can we still not be a match? No match, even if everyone unites, it will be difficult to escape death. Bai Chulin's voice was full of agitation. Everyone, believe me, leave the Tianzhou ancient battlefield immediately. Immediately. No more sound came from the sound transmission stone. Everyone fell silent. Some suspected Bai Chulin had gone mad, but she was a joining Dao realm expert. Something that could make a joining Dao realm expert so panicked must be a presence of great terror. All right, all disciples of the Supreme Sword Sect, retreat. Someone from the Supreme Sword Sect said. Yes, senior brother. Jia Sect, all disciples retreat. Senior brother, I want to stay here, I want to try the Eternal Paragon ranking. Yusai, be sure to be careful. Central Province Dynasty, all cultivators retreat. Yes. Bai Jiji, I want to ask something, is it him? Shangguan Wanling's voice rang out. Yes. All right, I understand. Supreme Emperor Dynasty, all cultivators retreat. What kind of status do you have to be qualified to order the cultivators of the Supreme Emperor Dynasty? A man's disdainful voice rang out. The Supreme Emperor Dynasty does not need to leave. I want to see what kind of demon can scare this group of timid cultivators like this. Nine-Life Dynasty retreats, those who want to stay can stay. Yin-Yang Law Sect, those who want to retreat can also retreat. However, I don't think the other party can break through my Yin-Yang Law Sect's Yin-Yang Chenkan Array. I'm not leaving. Mountain and River Pagoda Sect, forget it, Mountain and River Pagoda Sect retreats. The majority of the human clan's forces believed the judgment of Bai Chulin, a joining Dao realm expert. A joining Dao realm expert being this panicked was enough to prove the horror that was about to come. Also, notify the scattered human clan cultivators from all sides to retreat as much as possible. Bai Chulin's figure disappeared. Her enormous voice appeared between heaven and earth. A peerless demon has appeared, slaughtering everything. Those who remain will surely die. I am Bai Chulin of the Great Dao Sect. Anyone who hears this, leave the Tianzhou ancient battlefield at the fastest speed. Such a voice echoed in the various layers of space within the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. Bai Chulin could only do this. Save one if possible, if she could make Lu Yi accumulate a little less killing karma, then accumulate a little less. Above the blood sea, boom, the four symbols heaven suppressing array was completely shattered, and the demon clan members who were the array cores turned into blood mist. The next second, the blood mist was drawn, came to Lu Yi's mouth, and was swallowed by Lu Yi in one gulp. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Extreme excitement filled his heart. Ah! The sky ghost let out another shriek. Lu Yi split apart thousands of rays of light with a sword and reached out to grab the sky ghost's head. Boom! The sky ghost's head was flattened. Lu Yi opened his large mouth and stuffed the sky ghost into his mouth with all his might. Streaks of sword light continuously appeared. 1 streak, 10 streaks, 100 streaks, 1,000 streaks, 10,000 streaks. Every streak of sword light was dyed blood red. A word was squeezed out from between his teeth. Die. Chapter 67 Massacre Part 1. The core of the formation. The sword energy turned into a blood-colored storm, emitting a sharp explosion, all attacking the weakest point of the formation's core. What Vajra devil subduing formation, what myriad spirits myriad killing formation, their names sounded more impressive than the last, but in Lu Yi's eyes, they were full of loopholes and couldn't withstand a single blow. Boom boom boom. Clusters of blood mist exploded at the core of the formation. The Vajra pestle smashed down in anger. Tens of thousands of threads weaved together. Lu Yi punched out, the Vajra pestle and his fist collided, a stalemate for a moment. Lu Yi remained motionless, the Vajra pestle was ground into dust inch by inch. A group of joining Dao realm cultivators saw this scene and their scalps went numb. Amitabha. Amitabha. Especially the disciples of Buddhism, no one knew better than them how hard this Vajra pestle was, and how many strong cultivators' heads it had smashed. As a result, it was now turned into dust by someone's punch. I don't believe he is that strong. The god general held a long spear, wearing white armor and a red cape, looking majestic. His eyes held disbelief, mixed with intense unwillingness. The god clan's aurora attacked again. The god general turned into a dazzling white light, a massive phantom appeared behind him, following him as he thrust his spear with all his might. Arrogant heaven strike. A divine dragon coiled around the long spear. This was his sure kill strike, the strongest attack of a joining Dao realm cultivator. He didn't believe that after withstanding the god clan's aurora, Lu Yi could still block this ultimate strike. Joining Dao, the unity of strength in Dao. His Dao was the Dao of invincible. A smile appeared on Lu Yi's face, a smile that was both ferocious and slightly strange. He casually swung his sword, splitting the god clan's aurora. Facing this heaven-shaking spear, he simultaneously extended his palm. Grip. Snap. The god general's rushing figure stopped abruptly. Lu Yi remained motionless, his blood-red eyes staring at the god general, the smile on his face cruel and terrifying. You dare to walk the invincible path. Killing intent penetrated through Lu Yi's eyes, directly entering the god general's body. At this moment, the god general saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, saw true Buddhas and gods fall and weep, saw billions of living beings like ants wailing in despair. Looking closely at those billions of living beings, he was utterly terrified to discover that the living beings, as small as ants, each had strength comparable to his own. His eyes were vacant and confused, mixed with extreme terror. These, all walked the path of invincible. Lu Yi gently pulled with his palm, and the god general's body moved closer to Lu Yi. His right leg lifted. A powerful and violent force slammed out. A knee strike. The god general's body exploded on the spot, turning into a thick blood mist. A nascent soul, completely white, flew out, trying to escape, but was caught by Lu Yi. He opened his mouth and ate it in one gulp. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Blood flowed from the corner of Lu Yi's mouth as he looked at the figures filling the sky. All of you must die. Ah! He swung his sword, and tens of thousands of sword lights exploded. The formation was destroyed with crushing force, along with the alien races who turned into blood mist one by one. Wails were endless. Demon. He is a demon. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. The scalps of the alien race joining Dao realm cultivators were numb at this moment. Run. Fear was deeply etched in their hearts. The god general was so easily killed, how could they be a match for this demon? Buddhism was the first to flee. The demon's might was overwhelming, the Buddha's light was dim. At this moment, they should conserve their strength, and wait until the Buddha's light is glorious before coming to subdue demons and eliminate devils. That is the proper path. When the crowd scattered, fleeing 100 miles away, Their figures suddenly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were already back not far from Lu Yi. The various alien races. There's a formation. Yi An's expression changed dramatically. Why was there a formation in this outer area? Who the hell set up this trapping formation? Who? In the void, a young man wearing a cloak, with red lips and white teeth, but the cloak was there, so no one noticed his existence. This cloak was like an invisibility cloak. If the current Lu Yi saw him, he would definitely give him a sword strike. If the conscious Lu Yi saw him, he would be surprised. This young man was Li Huayu. His identity did not belong to the 5 great sects, nor the 3 great dynasties and the myriad ancient sect, but came from a more mysterious place. He didn't have much interest in cultivation, but was particularly fond of formations, yet he was naturally dull and was hated by his master for not striving, angered by his misfortune, and thrown into the Tianzhou ancient battlefield for trial. Regarding the comprehension of formations, he indeed found it very difficult, taking several minutes to break a single formation. He came here originally thinking of saving Lu Yi. After all, Lu Yi had helped him a little. As a result, he found that he didn't seem to need saving. So strong, so terrifying, even more terrifying than his senior brother. According to Li Huayu's knowledge, if there were no accidents, Lu Yi should be able to kill all these people. It was just that if these people ran away. So, Li Huayu set up a trapping formation. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. He glanced at Li Huayu, and Li Huayu shivered, endless fear flooding over him like a tide. He could actually see him. How is that possible? His cloak was a heavenly spiritual treasure, used by his master to protect his life. Kill. Sword light appeared. Monks bled on the spot one by one. The monks of the Wei generation roared, forming a battle formation, and the next moment the crowd exploded, limbs flying. Amitabha, Amitabha. Buddha's name with a crying tone echoed between heaven and earth. It was more like a lament. Amitabha could not save them. Buddha was weeping at this moment. Damn it. Damn it. Break the formation quickly. We can't break it. What kind of ghost formation is this? Let us out. Who the hell set up this formation? Let us out. I don't want to die. I still have limitless prospects. I still have the great Tao waiting for me to pursue. I don't want to die. Ah, it's all your fault. He didn't provoke us. Why did we join forces to kill him? Damn demons, damn demons. The ghost clan's heaven's chosen strong cultivators let out desperate wails. Clearly they had no contact with Lu Yi at all. Why did they lose their minds and have to come with them? Wailing. Blood color. Collapse. Li Huayu saw the most cruel scene in this world, a slaughter without suspense, a most painful struggle. He panicked. Lu Yi's blood-red gaze just looked at him once, and it was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul, making his whole body go soft. No, I have to run. When Lu Yi finished killing the people inside, he would also be killed. Li Huayu's figure quickly disappeared. Returning to the sect, he must warn his senior brother, if he encounters this Lu Yi, absolutely do not provoke him. Tiger-born watched this slaughter. His eyes gradually changed, and in his pupils, there seemed to be billions of layers of double pupils. First heaven, such a person has appeared. Lu Yi's figure appeared in front of Tiger-born. His blood-red eyes met the tens of thousands of double pupils. Come here. Lu Yi spoke hoarsely. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Tiger-born's mouth. Okay. His head was smashed to pieces by a punch. Chapter 68. Good Advice is Hard to Persuade Part 2. Corpses, fresh blood, severed limbs. Melding into the blood sea. Lu Yi's true consciousness was like a spectator, watching his body unfold. A massacre is the ultimate killing weapon. That look just now, myriad spirits demon emperor. Lu Yi recognized him. As one of the opponents who gave him the biggest headache in his early days, that look was very familiar. Lu Yi's own consciousness might have gradually become excited along with this massacre. Since his rebirth, he had been cultivating and had almost forgotten the glorious years of his previous life. So, come on. Come and compete with me for the great Tao. Killed the last alien race. The world quieted down. But the killing intent became more and more fervent. The killing lotus seed caused Lu Yi's killing intent to erupt by several, dozens, or even hundreds of times, and killing just this much was clearly not enough. Far from enough. His figure disappeared, smashing the outer formation with a punch. Heavenly Pavilion's formation Tao. Unexpectedly, Heavenly Pavilion had also sent people this time. The blood-red killing aura surged like dancing flames, and Lu Yi's figure created sonic booms as he flew through the air. His divine sense spread in all directions. Quick! Bring me a living being to kill. Quick! Demon realm. Above the white bone altar, a small portion of the soul stones had already shattered. As soon as Tu Wang entered, his soul stone shattered, which greatly startled the powerhouses of the demon realm. Because it shattered too quickly. Tu Wang had just entered the teleportation vortex, and it was as if his clothes were still fluttering in the demon realm while he was already dead. However, afterwards, no more demon clan died, which made the demon emperor breathe a sigh of relief. Tu Wang's death should have been a coincidence. Too unlucky. Indeed, the concept of luck is also an extremely important part for cultivators. Tu Wang's talent was terrifying. If he hadn't died this time, he would definitely have been able to become an existence that would make the powerhouses of all heavens tremble in the future. What a pity he died. Crack! 7 soul stones shattered simultaneously. The demon realm powerhouses immediately looked over, their expressions slightly solemn. Fortunately, they were all some ordinary demon clan. Crack! 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 The next second, the other soul stones began to shatter, shattering non-stop, and the speed of shattering was somewhat frightening. What's going on? Some demon clan powerhouses exclaimed. Until the soul stones of the joining Dao realm demon clan shattered. The entire demon realm fell into a deathly silence. The demon clan heavens chosen, completely annihilated. Roar! The demon emperor let out an earth-shattering roar. What did the annihilation of so many demon realm heavens chosen mean? It meant that after decades, or even a century, other races could give birth to a batch of very powerful existences, becoming the backbone of the first heaven after the older generation ascended to the second heaven. And the demon realm, however, no longer had this batch of powerhouses. This directly caused a gap in the future powerhouses of the demon realm. What on earth happened? Who on earth annihilated the demon clan heavens chosen? Immediately contact other races. No, contact myriad spirits demon emperor, he must know what happened. It was not just the demon realm that was like this. The spirit realm, God realm, Buddhist realm, ghost realm, these independent small worlds that were expelled from the great wilderness, all experienced similar situations. Only myriad spirits demon emperor knew what happened. Because he had left things in too many Yao clan bodies, too many Yao clan, seemingly independent individuals, could actually be replaced by myriad spirits demon emperor at any time. Tianzhou ancient battlefield. 8th layer, 15 minutes ago. Shangguan Wanling heard Bai Chulin's voice transmission and quickly asked Bai Chulin if it was Lu Yi. Although she only used he to refer to him, she and Bai Chulin and others knew clearly that this he referred to Lu Yi. So she immediately agreed to let everyone from the Supreme Emperor dynasty leave. However, it seemed she didn't have much say in the Supreme Emperor dynasty. Imperial brother, we must leave. I am very familiar with Bai Chulin, and the danger she mentioned is absolutely real. If we stay in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield and wait for that demon to arrive, all of us will die, Shangguan Wanling said anxiously. Shangguan Tianian raised his eyebrows. What, you know this demon? Moreover, why don't I remember you knowing Bai Chulin? Bai Chulin was different from them, belonging to someone who was several decades older than them. The Supreme Emperor dynasty and the Great Dao sect did not have much contact, so how did Shangguan Wanling know Bai Chulin? Now is not the time to explain this matter, Imperial brother, the situation is really urgent now, we must immediately let everyone from the Supreme Emperor dynasty leave, otherwise they will all die. I know this demon is terrifying to the extreme. Shangguan Tianian turned a deaf ear. Then tell me, what is the name of this demon? I am quite familiar with human clan powerhouses and many alien race powerhouses. I don't believe there exists an existence in this world who can single-handedly annihilate all the powerhouses of my Supreme Emperor dynasty. Shangguan Wanling. Even if she said Lu Yi's name, Lu Yi's reputation hadn't been prominent before. Shangguan Tianian also wouldn't believe that a Lu Yi could kill everyone in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. What's the point of me lying to you? Shangguan Wanling sighed and said. Shangguan Tianian smiled lightly. Sister, on the path of cultivation, there are dangers everywhere. If you retreat when you encounter danger, how can you achieve the supreme? If you don't even understand this principle, then your path of cultivation in this life will not go far before it ends. Shangguan Wanling was so angry. In her previous life, she was in the Great Emperor realm, and she still needed a prematurely deceased Shangguan Tianyan to teach her how to cultivate. I'll say it one last time, those who stay away, leave with me. After saying that, she turned and left. Bursts of laughter came from behind. Shangguan Wanling, if you don't leave, so be it. My sister is a bit timid, it's fine, she's just a girl anyway, and no one has placed high hopes on her. It's fine if she's a bit timid. However, Great Dao sects by Chulin is so urgent, it seems there is still danger. How about this, set up a defensive grand formation, let's be prepared. Second prince is wise. Shangguan Tianyan's eyes held burning ambition, everyone leave. Everyone leave. After everyone leaves, the entire Tianzhou ancient battlefield will belong to him. At that time, his prestige in the Supreme Emperor dynasty will likely surpass that of the first prince. Becoming the crown prince is not impossible either. 7th layer space. A group of people from the Yin-Yang Law sect stayed behind, also setting up formations. As the saintess, Luo Yuan was quite conflicted. Yu Hongling sent her a private message, warning her to leave. However, she was not particularly willing. Coupled with the fact that the Yin-Yang Law sect powerhouses kept emphasizing that they were not afraid of demons. She finally decided to stay. Many people were leaving. There were also some who held onto luck, and some who believed they were fearless. A continuous evacuation. In 15 minutes, the entire Tianzhou ancient battlefield became much quieter. Chapter 69. What is Anne's heart? Nine Dragon Valley. A group of people suddenly rushed out, leaving the powerhouses of various sects waiting outside the transmission vortex bewildered. Had the Tianzhou ancient battlefield ended? Many people came out, a large group, from every sect. No, the last 3 layers of this Tianzhou ancient battlefield had only opened less than a day ago. Did it end in such a short time? What's going on? Why did you all come out? An elder from the Jia sect grabbed a Jia sect disciple and asked. Greetings, elder. We came out according to what Bai Chulin of the Great Dao sect said. She said that a peerless demon had appeared in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield and would kill all of us. Her words were extremely certain and intense, so we followed her advice and chose to withdraw from the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. What peerless demon? Did you try the Eternal Paragon ranking? We don't know what demon it is, and we didn't have time to try the Eternal Paragon ranking. Nonsense. The Jia sect elder's face changed drastically, and he shouted loudly. Because of a few words, you just retreated from the Tianzhou ancient battlefield like this. Don't you know how rare the Tianzhou ancient battlefield is for you? How great of an opportunity is it? The Jia sect elder's voice was like thunder, rolling and moving, making everyone's ears buzz. On the path of cultivation, are there not enough demons? If you run away every time you encounter a demon, then what the hell are you cultivating for? Why don't you go home and farm? You'll definitely not encounter a demon while farming. Disgraceful. Truly FC King disgraceful. Why are we called the Jia sect? Tell us the origin of the name Jia sect. We FC King aren't afraid of calamities, not even great calamities, and can overcome many dangers, yet you FC King retreated without even seeing some damn demon. Great Dao sect, you must give my Jia sect an explanation this time. Not only the Jia sect, but other sects also felt incredibly absurd when they heard about this. Just because Bai Chulin said a peerless demon would appear inside, so many people came out. No, when did cultivators become so timid? Are there any more people who haven't come out? Don't let them come out. Do everything you can to make them stay inside. It's infuriating, infuriating. Because the Tianzhou ancient battlefield belonged to another space, it was quite difficult to communicate across space. Normal sound transmission stones simply couldn't transmit that far. However, fortunately, a heavens chosen from the Mountain and River Pagoda sect had a treasure. Named the Bai Yi book. I'll notify them, the elder of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect said anxiously. People were still pouring out of the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, and with each one that came out, every sect felt heartfelt pain. What a waste. Such a perfect opportunity was just wasted like this. The Mountain and River Pagoda sect took out half of the Bai Yi book and started writing on it. The writing on it turned into golden light and disappeared, while the contents written here would appear on the other Bai Yi book. Why is there no reply? The elder of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect was almost dying of anxiety. Buzz buzz. Golden light appeared, and the disciple of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect inside the Tianzhou ancient battlefield replied, stopping them from continuing to leave the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. Fellow Taoist Chang, let me use it, lend me this Bai Yi book. Please trouble you to notify our Jia sect disciples that they absolutely cannot leave the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. What is there to fear about a demon? Just fight them. This is not a discussion, it is an order. They absolutely cannot leave. Fellow Taoist Chang, help my Supreme Sword sect too. The Supreme Sword sect was also unwilling to let their disciples come out now. The Sword Tao has always emphasized moving forward without hesitation, how could they retreat? Fellow Taoist Lang Ya, think twice. Based on our understanding of Bai Shimei is not someone who speaks without basis. If she says there is a peerless demon, then it must be irresistible. Please, fellow Taoist Lang Ya, think twice. The people from the Great Tao sect spoke. They were the ones who understood Bai Chulin the most and would never believe that Bai Chulin was deliberately trying to scare others. She must have felt that if they stayed in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, they would surely die, which is why she told everyone to withdraw. Lang Ya's sword hesitated. His face was full of conflict, and the difficult decision was upon him. If you don't use it, I will. Please, fellow Taoist Chang, tell the people of the Nine-Life dynasty not to come out anymore. The opportunity in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield is too rare to encounter, it absolutely cannot be given up so easily. Chang Liang also did not hesitate and helped contact the Nine-Life dynasty. The more people who stayed, the greater the possibility of surviving when facing the demon. He simply refused to believe how strong a demon could be. Time passed minute by minute. People kept pouring out. Almost all the disciples of the Supreme Sword sect and the Great Tao sect came out, and the cultivators of the Kyushu dynasty also came out one after another. As for the other sects, those who came out were already out, and later another batch also came out one after another. A large number of rogue cultivators also came out. They still trusted the judgment of the Great Tao sect powerhouses more. However, about 1/3 of the people remained inside, most of whom were powerhouses. Almost all of the Yin-Yang Law sect did not come out. Chu Ling also ran out alone. After Bai Chulin, Yu Hongling, and Sun Ruowei came out, Bai Chulin immediately saw how many people there were. Her face changed. Why are there still so many people who haven't come out? Bai Chulin said anxiously. Bai Chulin, what are your intentions? You clearly know that the Tianzhou ancient battlefield is an unimaginable opportunity for everyone, yet you made them choose to give it up. The Yin-Yang Law sect was the first to attack, shouting loudly. That's right, Bai Chulin, you must give us an explanation today. Damn it, the opportunities of so many heavens chosen were delayed by you. You Great Tao sect, you must give us an explanation. Bai Chulin took a deep breath. Then I will say it again, a temporarily demonized existence has appeared in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. His strength is terrifying, killing those in the joining Tao realm as easily as killing chickens and dogs. He is currently in a state of endless slaughter, and any living creature he encounters will be killed. I swear on my Great Tao that what I said is not false. Hurry and tell the people inside to come out. Swearing on one's Great Tao. This was a very serious oath. Many people's faces changed slightly. Killing those in the joining Tao realm as easily as killing chickens and dogs. And Bai Chulin swore on her Great Tao. Alarmist talk. I ask you, who is this demon? The Yin-Yang Law sect elder shouted. Bai Chulin. I don't know him. Ha ha ha, what a, don't know. You don't even know him, yet if it's as you say. He hadn't even finished speaking. A mournful cry suddenly came from the Supreme Emperor dynasty's side. Second Prince. Everyone's eyes simultaneously looked towards the location of the Supreme Emperor dynasty. They then saw a scene that made their scalps tingle. Soul stones were shattering. Crack, crack, crack. With almost no pause, all the soul stones shattered wildly, one after another. The shattering of each soul stone represented the passing of a life. Chapter 70 Death Rate Part 4. 8th floor of the ancient battlefield. While Shangguan Tianyan and others were setting up the Great Formation, Lu Yi's figure was shrouded in rolling malevolent energy, charging violently through the void. The demon has arrived, and it's actually a person. The Supreme Emperor dynasty was still on high alert at this moment. After all, Bai Chulin had reminded them, and Great Tao sect's Bai Chulin was definitely not a name without substance. However, Shangguan Tianyan had always thought this demon would be an alien race, but he hadn't expected this demon to actually be human. Looking at the young face within the blood-red malevolent energy, Shangguan Tianyan thought for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Bai Chulin, Bai Chulin, I said women are timid. This unknown young man, the malevolent energy around him is indeed a bit scary, but to think it scared the guts out of those women, it's simply hilarious. The others from the Supreme Emperor dynasty also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately. Hey, you demon, I order you to leave quickly now, otherwise don't blame my Supreme Emperor dynasty for eliminating demons and guarding the Dao, Shangguan Tianyan shouted. Lu Yi lowered his head. The stone sword in his hand was raised. The sky suddenly turned blood red at this moment. The clouds truly became blood clouds in an instant. All the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was converging crazily at this moment. The enormous blood-colored sword light surged, instantly growing to several thousand feet. What kind of concept is this? This single sword strike could cleave a city in half with just one strike. The experts of the Supreme Emperor dynasty below suddenly froze their smiles. Some people's sword lights, though huge, were flashy but insubstantial, shattering upon contact. Some people's sword lights, the larger they were, the more terrifying their power. And now, looking at the blood-red sky, looking at this blood-red sword light whose malevolent energy shocked heaven and earth and made ghosts weep. Clearly, this belonged to the latter. The experts of the Supreme Emperor dynasty were incredibly worried at this moment. Could the formation they had set up truly withstand this sword strike? The sword light descended. A fierce wind howled, like an overwhelming force. Boom! Dust flew into the sky, and with the airwaves, formed two giant waves of smoke and dust dozens of meters high, rapidly spreading outwards in both directions. This sword strike firmly cleaved onto the defensive Great Formation. All the formation cores exploded, simply unable to withstand such immense force. The Great Formation shattered. The sword light also shattered along with it. Lu Yi's figure landed on the ground and walked towards the Supreme Emperor dynasty. Many experts of the Supreme Emperor dynasty were already scared out of their wits. Seeing Lu Yi approaching, some were brave, letting out roars and charging towards Lu Yi. PFF'd. With one punch, the opponent turned into a mist of blood. Lu Yi sped up, sword energy whistling. Tufts of blood mist exploded. Irresistible, shattering everything. Don't kill me, I am Shangguan Tianyan, I am from the Supreme Emperor dynasty. PFF'd. A sword light passed through the middle, cleaving Shangguan Tianyan in half. Lu Yi didn't even bother to spare him another glance, continuing the slaughter. If a nascent soul tried to escape, he would directly grab and devour it, and if a nascent soul was sliced apart, then there was nothing more to say. In the blink of an eye, the world became quiet once again. The stone sword was stained with fresh blood, held by Lu Yi, not daring to even let out a sword cry. This master was a bit scary now. It was worried that if it let out a joyful sword hum, the master would directly snap it. The system also kept quiet. It was worried that if it made a sound, Lu Yi, currently in a state of complete madness, would dare to smash his own head to find the one making the sound. Clean up the battlefield. Clean up the battlefield. Clean up the battlefield. Lu Yi's subjective consciousness continuously urged, attempting to influence himself. Combat is important, and cleaning up the battlefield is just as important. As a result, after Lu Yi finished killing, he didn't even bother to look at the scattered corpses, and his figure instantly vanished. Search. 7th floor. Boom. Lu Yi stomped heavily on the ground with both feet. Starting to run, to sprint. The people of the Yin-Yang Law sect's expressions changed slightly, also activating their formation. The Yin-Yang unfolded like a rotating taiji, intercepting Lu Yi in front. Lu Yi's speed became faster and faster, his momentum fiercer and fiercer. Heaven and earth behind him seemed to merge with him. A punch surged out. The yin-yang diagram rapidly rotated, meeting Lu Yi. Boom. The yin-yang diagram was directly punched through. Screams and wails sounded from behind the yin-yang diagram, blood soaking the ground. Luo Yuan watched as her sect's Dao integration expert was turned into a mist of blood by this young figure with a single punch. She stood frozen on the spot. At this moment, she thought of Yu Hongling's words reminding her. Luo Yuan, you must leave the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, regardless of whether the others from your Yin-Yang Law sect leave or not. As long as you want to live, you must leave at all costs. If you don't leave, you will surely die, remember, you will surely die. She hadn't believed it. And now, sure enough, she would surely die. A bitter smile appeared on Luo Yuan's face, then transformed into a look of pitiful vulnerability. She tore off a part of her clothes. She didn't tear it all off. She knew very well that being partially revealed, making one feel pity upon seeing her, was the greatest allure. An overwhelming smell of blood surged into her small, delicate nose, and a shadow enveloped her. Tears welled up in Luo Yuan's eyes, and she timidly raised her gaze for a look. A fist that seemed even bigger than her face was rapidly enlarging. Boom! Her head exploded, blood gushing out. Nine Dragon Valley. The Yin-Yang Law sect let out cries of alarm and wails of sorrow. They panicked. The speed at which everyone from the Supreme Emperor dynasty and the Yin-Yang Law sect was annihilated was too fast. From the beginning until they were all dead, it was almost all within a few short minutes. What this meant was already very clear. It meant that their opponent was not on the same level as them at all. It was completely a satisfying massacre. Quick! Get everyone from our sect out, quick! The elder of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect panicked, extremely panicked. The Baiyi book began writing content. The prince of the Nine-Li dynasty also rushed over. Fellow Taoist Chang, quick, help me notify our Nine-Li dynasty cultivators and tell them to leave. Fellow Taoist Chang, my Jia sect cultivators, quickly tell them to come out. They panicked. 10 minutes ago, they were still adamant about not letting their disciples come out. But now seeing how quickly the Supreme Emperor dynasty and the Yin-Yang Law sect were wiped out, they were truly panicked. The Baiyi book sent out message after message. A soul stone from the Supreme Sword sect shattered. That was a sword cultivator who was unwilling to leave. Soon, the first disciple from the Mountain and River Pagoda sect, their soul stone shattered. Crack, crack, crack. Shattered, shattered, shattered. Someone teleported out, their eyes filled with terror. Half a corpse was teleported out, blood spraying everywhere, completely devoid of life. Soul stones shattered one after another. Someone teleported out still carrying terrified roars. No, don't kill anymore, don't kill anymore. Devil, he is a devil. Quickly let me leave, quickly let me out. Wails, screams, groans. The speed at which the soul stones shattered suddenly accelerated, as if the devil inside sensed someone was leaving and increased the frequency of killing. Finally, no one escaped from the teleportation vortex anymore. The vortex spun quietly, unstained by dust. Serene and beautiful. But in everyone's eyes, this had already become the devil's giant mouth, devouring all life. Chapter 71 Parasitic Heavenly Demon Part 5. Tianzhou Ancient Battlefield, First Layer. Lu Yi was covered in fresh blood, of course, it was all the blood of others. Scattered on the ground were broken corpses everywhere. Lu Yi's hand grabbed a half-body corpse and pulled it out from the vortex. His blood-red eyes stared at this vortex. Vortex, it seems there's someone behind it. Lu Yi's main consciousness tensed slightly. Going out wasn't actually a very serious matter. Anyway, it was just fighting, 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 killing, killing, killing. While killing people and refining others' nascent soul, there wouldn't be any problem of insufficient true essence. Lu Yi walked towards the vortex. As long as there were living beings, he could go there. The monstrous killing intent constantly drove his soul. Just as he was about to enter the vortex, Lu Yi's steps suddenly stopped. He looked in another direction, and red light surged in his eyes. Boom! Lu Yi's figure shot straight into the sky, rushing towards the northwest direction. Because there, he felt the aura of many living beings, many, many. At the demon realm vortex exit, Vermilion Bird fully concealed her aura. She had a powerful secret technique with strong concealment capabilities. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to remain undetected under the myriad spirits demon emperors knows when she was very weak, especially her Vermilion Bird bloodline. She only hoped that Lu Yi also wouldn't be able to discover her. This way, she would still have a chance to go to the Eternal Paragon ranking and leave her name. Of course, it didn't matter if she was discovered. She was currently at the exit. As soon as Lu Yi arrived, she would leave immediately. It was too terrifying. Vermilion Bird sighed in her heart. You could question everything about Lu Yi, but the only thing you couldn't question was Lu Yi's strength. In his previous life, he had difficulties. In this life, he was completely invincible in the current era. Not to mention being in the same realm as him, others weren't worthy of being Lu Yi's opponents. Even if Lu Yi was one major realm lower, no one would be his opponent. At this moment, a small Yao suddenly squeezed in from the entrance vortex. The small Yao looked like it had only lived for a dozen or 20 years. As for its strength, it was core formation. Vermilion Bird was startled. At this time, what was such a small Yao doing coming to the Tianzhou ancient battlefield? The small Yao was also startled when it saw Vermilion Bird. It carefully sized up Vermilion Bird but didn't find anything special. Hey, what are you doing coming to the Tianzhou ancient battlefield at this time? The Tianzhou ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous now, hurry up and leave. Vermilion Bird's philosophy was that among humans there were good people and bad people, and among Yao there were good Yao and bad Yao. Lu Yi, who back then used the name of the myriad spirits demon emperor to slaughter countless weak Yao, was an evil person. That small Yao completely ignored Vermilion Bird and opened its mouth to let out a roar. Vermilion Bird was greatly alarmed and immediately wanted to go up and cover the small Yao's mouth. She was wrong. Among Yao, there weren't just good Yao and bad Yao, but also stupid Yao and foolish Yao. But at this moment, a second small Yao came in. Vermilion Bird. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Looking at the very young demon clan members, it was as if a Yao tide had erupted, continuously teleporting over. Vermilion Bird, what are you doing? Who told you to come in? Hurry back, there's a killing god here, you'll die if you stay here. Different Yao were still appearing. After they came in, they let out roars, using all their strength. They were deliberately attracting Lu Yi's arrival. Among them, there were even young beasts. Vermilion Bird was practically going crazy. She no longer cared about exposing herself, releasing her demonic power with both hands. Powerful demonic power formed a shield, trying to directly block the demon clan's teleportation vortex. What in the world was going on? Why were they coming here to die? It was precisely at the moment Vermilion Bird unleashed her demonic power that all the small Yao turned their heads and looked at Vermilion Bird. Their eyes became bright and greedy. Vermilion Bird. It was actually Vermilion Bird. Don't come in anymore, go back. If you come in, you will die. Vermilion Bird shouted loudly. At this moment, a young wolf came behind Vermilion Bird, suddenly opened its large mouth, and bit fiercely on Vermilion Bird's neck. However, it was too weak. Even when launching a sneak attack, it couldn't break through Vermilion Bird's defense. Vermilion Bird's eyes held disbelief. This young wolf was attacking her. Vermilion Bird lightly shook, and this young wolf was sent flying. Why? Clang! A dagger stabbed fiercely into Vermilion Bird's body, attacking desperately to injure Vermilion Bird. A group of small Yao swarmed forward, using weapons, teeth, and sharp claws. PFF'd. Vermilion Bird bled. A special aura rapidly entered Vermilion Bird's body from the wound. Vermilion Bird let out a sharp cry, and all the young Yao were sent flying. At the vortex, one after another, the small Yao had incredibly ferocious expressions, staring fixedly at Vermilion Bird. The horror in their eyes made even Vermilion Bird feel a deep chill. The small Yao charged forward again, fearless of death. They found that they couldn't harm Vermilion Bird and began to resort to insults. They spat at Vermilion Bird and cursed her. Some young Yao even directly threw their own filth at Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird's expression turned numb. The malevolence in the eyes of those young Yao was something that young Yao couldn't possibly possess. It was the myriad spirits demon emperor. It was the myriad spirits blood transformation demon scripture. At this moment, Vermilion Bird's head buzzed. She withdrew her power, watching the countless young Yao enter the Tianzhou ancient battlefield like zombies. At this moment, they were too lazy to conceal themselves. Almost all the young Yao had the same expression. They were all a part of the myriad spirits demon emperor. Lu Yi, everything Lu Yi said was true. He hadn't lied to her in his previous life. Those Yao who were slaughtered by Lu Yi were all the myriad spirits demon emperor. Even if only the weakest Yao remained, as long as that Yao was parasitized by the myriad spirits demon emperor, the myriad spirits demon emperor could make a comeback. He hadn't lied to her. But wasn't the myriad spirits demon emperor cultivating the myriad spirits blood transformation demon scripture? This cultivation technique didn't have this kind of method at all. Such terrifying methods must be achieved through a very terrifying cultivation technique. She was wrong. She was wrong. Vermilion Bird looked at those faces filled with anticipation and ferocity. At this moment, tears streamed down her face. A young Yao came before Vermilion Bird, its domineering and ferocious eyes sizing her up. What cultivation technique are you cultivating? Why can you do such a thing? Vermilion Bird shouted, somewhat on the verge of collapse. You seem to understand this emperor very well, the myriad spirits demon emperor said. The myriad spirits blood transformation demon scripture doesn't have this kind of divine ability at all. What cultivation technique are you cultivating? The Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor was startled. Myriad Spirits Blood Transformation Demon Scripture. Good name, ha 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 ha. I really didn't know that my parasitic heavenly demon True Art had such a name, ha 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 ha. The Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor burst into laughter. Vermilion Bird was stunned. Parasitic heavenly demon True Art. Parasitic heavenly demon True Art. He was the parasitic heavenly demon. He was the parasitic heavenly demon who was still fighting Lu Yi in the 7th heaven. The Myriad Spirits Blood Transformation Demon Scripture was actually a scam. It was a scam set up by the parasitic heavenly demon targeting her and Lu Yi. The parasitic heavenly demon was the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor, and the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor was the parasitic heavenly demon. It wasn't collecting the blood of Hongling to increase its strength at all, but rather parasitizing the owner of the blood through the blood of Hongling, making the owner of the vital blood assist its cultivation. At this moment, blood-red light filled the sky. Lu Yi had arrived. Chapter 72, Once Upon a Time, Update 1. Living Beings. Lu Yi's blood-red eyes looked at these weak demon clan. Although the demon clan were weak, they were young, their vitality like the rising sun. Killing them and severing their flourishing life force brought even greater satisfaction from slaughter. All the weak demon clan looked at Lu Yi. Their faces held eager smiles. Indeed, the human clan had a heavens chosen, even more monstrous than a Yao like it. Come, kill me. Lu Yi didn't say a word of nonsense, slashing horizontally with his stone sword. Puff puff puff. Blood stained the ground. A strong smell of blood rose into the sky. Young Yao were sliced in half by the sword qi, their faces bearing strange smiles. After being killed, wisps of blood-red energy surged towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't care, continuing to kill. Young Yao were still continuously pouring into the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. However, the speed at which they arrived was too slow, simply not enough for Lu Yi to kill. His blood-red eyes glanced at a firebird nearby that was so dirty it was unbearable to look at. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Boom! The firebird exploded into pieces, feathers flying everywhere. Lu Yi let out a soft sound. Another punch, and heaven and earth aided him at this moment, with strong winds surging from the void. Vermilion Bird was corroded by endless regret. Her body was shattered by Lu Yi's punch, and a sense of relief actually arose in her heart. Die, it would be good to die. Lu Yi had saved her twice, she owed Lu Yi 2 lives. Memories seemed to return to the past at this moment. Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 spirits of heaven. Why are you so small? Those who know understand you are Vermilion Bird, those who don't would think you are a little chick. Hello there, little chick, we meet again. Tisk, this dusty appearance, come, let me wash you. Cough cough cough, you little thing, you actually repay kindness with enmity. I'm helping you bathe, and you're pulling me into the water. Little Ka, we meet again. What's going on with your demon clan? Why are they constantly chasing you? Please, you are Vermilion Bird, alright. The demon clan know your kind. It's their lack of vision that they don't treat you as their father, and yet they're still chasing you. Follow me. If you don't follow me, you won't live much longer. This Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor is indeed terrifying. But Ka, don't be afraid, watch me handle him. Lu Yi and the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor engaged in the most peak battle in the 1st heaven. The more he fought, the more silent Lu Yi became. Until the very end. Lu Yi, you've killed so many demon clan. There's no other way. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. At that time, Lu Yi's eyes were filled with exhaustion and killing intent. Such weak Yao, how could they kill you? Weak Yao, do you know that the weak Yao behind you is the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor? Impossible. I have never lied to you. Get out of the way. Vermilion Bird believed Lu Yi. But, there were too many had died. Those who were clearly still nursing infants were all killed by Lu Yi. Tragic. However, she only saw the tragedy of the demon clan, but she did not see the pain in Lu Yi's eyes. Killing the weak, for Lu Yi, was also the most painful torment. But Lu Yi had no choice. If he didn't kill, everything would be in vain. The Yao he had killed before would also have been killed in vain. In the end, Vermilion Bird threatened with her life, blocking the front of a young beast. It was a young beast that had just been born a few days ago, its eyes hadn't even opened properly. How could such a young beast be a part of the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor? Get out of the way. The killing intent on Lu Yi's face was so thick it couldn't be dispelled. He held the stone sword and pointed it at himself. If you want to kill it, kill me too. It was just born. But it is the myriad spirits demon emperor. It's not. Vermilion Bird couldn't imagine what kind of ferocious and malicious expression that young beast she had protected behind her back would show in a place she couldn't see at that time. She actually didn't tell Lu Yi that she had secretly hidden a young Yao. It was a firebird that looked very similar to her, its feathers hadn't even fully grown. She wanted to see if this was truly the myriad spirits demon emperor. Later, because of her repeated obstruction, Lu Yi knocked her unconscious. When she woke up, nearly half of the entire demon realm had been slaughtered by Lu Yi. Especially the young demon clan. Lu Yi explained to her afterwards. In her heart, she knew Lu Yi was right, but for a time, she simply couldn't accept it. She was waiting for that young bird to grow up. That young bird lived for a very long time under her protection. It lived for a very long time, and then died due to a chance encounter. It didn't show any sign of being the myriad spirits demon emperor until its death. Later, although she couldn't accept this fact, seeing the fragmented demon realm gradually begin to recover its vitality, she slowly found peace. Recalling it now, she suddenly realized. The period when the young bird grew up under her protection was actually Lu Yi's most difficult time. From the second heaven to the fourth heaven, it seemed as if the entire world was against Lu Yi. Lu Yi even provoked the myriad ancient sect. Many things, when thought about, were so coincidental, so contrary to common sense. Until she found a demon scripture in the demon ancestral court in the seventh heaven. The myriad spirits blood transformation demon scripture. Ha ha ha, the myriad spirits demon emperor, whom she thought cultivated the myriad spirits blood transformation demon scripture, didn't even know the name of this cultivation method. The myriad spirits demon emperor is the parasitic heavenly demon. She thought she had saved a firebird, unaware that she had saved the most terrifying existence that would harm the entire demon clan and cause the demon clan to be completely annihilated. She cannot die. She absolutely cannot die. If she died, Lu Yi in this life might not go and kill the myriad spirits demon emperor. Because Lu Yi in this life is too strong. He doesn't need any opponents, he only needs to cultivate with all his might to leave all his enemies far behind. She wants to kill the myriad spirits demon emperor. She wants to experience what kind of pain Lu Yi felt when he killed the myriad spirits demon emperor back then. After she has experienced the pain Lu Yi once suffered, she will come to find Lu Yi and let Lu Yi kill her with his own hands. Phoenix Nirvana. A sharp cry of a bird echoed between heaven and earth. Blazing golden red flames erupted dozens of feet high. A giant vermilion bird appeared in its true form within the flames, possessing the supreme aura belonging to the four spirits of heaven, the four symbols of the human realm. Blood-red chains suddenly coiled around Lu Yi's body. This was the myriad spirits demon emperor's move. The host body he had chosen could not be killed so easily by Lu Yi. It didn't matter how many ordinary host bodies died. For a host body like vermilion bird, even if it was difficult to parasitize, as long as there was hope, the myriad spirits demon emperor would not let go. What if it succeeded? However, he still underestimated Lu Yi. The blood-red chains could not cause any hindrance to Lu Yi at all. He punched out. The chains instantly shattered. Boom. The vermilion bird true flame was directly extinguished by a forceful punch. A faint red light quickly rushed into the teleportation vortex, disappearing within the vortex. A large group of young demon clan rushed in again. Chapter 73, A Mountain of Corpses and a Sea of Blood Part 2. Kill, kill, kill. These weak demon clan were actually completely unable to satisfy Lu Yi's slaughter. But it didn't matter, he wasn't picky. As long as there were living beings who dared to come in, he would dare to kill them. Myriad spirits demon emperor used Lu Yi's slaughter to attach his parasitic power onto Lu Yi's body. Myriad spirits demon emperor generally did not parasitize humans, because the cultivation method he practiced was the Yao scripture, and only by parasitizing a Yao's body could he parasitize perfectly. However, Lu Yi's aptitude was truly too tempting. In his eyes, Lu Yi was a Dao integration flower, a Dao fruit for entering the Dao, a humanoid great Dao. As long as he could parasitize Lu Yi's body, even if it meant abandoning his true body, he would be willing to give it up. So, what did a parasitic body count for? Let Lu Yi kill with all his might, and kill to his heart's content. The more he killed, the stronger the power myriad spirits demon emperor could use. He refused to believe that as a demon emperor, he still couldn't compete for the Dao with a refining void realm human. As time passed, the corpses of demon beasts became more and more numerous, the blood below had already flowed into a river, and the corpses piled up into a mountain. The pungent smell of blood was nauseating. Lu Yi, however, greatly enjoyed the current environment, it was too comfortable. Like a fish in water. The slaughter lotus seeds were still continuously stimulating Lu Yi's killing intent. Lu Yi's main consciousness watched this scene, and his heart felt no ripples either. Actually, the current scene was not as nauseating and painful as when he had to kill the young Yao of the demon clan one by one back then. He had never been a bloodthirsty person. When he completely exterminated myriad spirits demon emperor back then, it had simply sickened him terribly. One by one, those little young beasts. They had no power to fight back in the slightest, and were still waiting to be fed. But what could he do? Once the slaughter began, it wasn't something you could stop just because you wanted to. It was too painful. During that time, Vermilion Bird had also been constantly trying to persuade him. How could he not know that he shouldn't slaughter the weak? Vermilion Bird's words only deepened Lu Yi's pain. The worldview and outlook on life he had formed since childhood were all telling him that he couldn't slaughter the weak, and he couldn't be cruel. But reality was telling him that if he didn't kill, many more would die in the future. At that time, Lu Yi had not yet grown to the point where his Dao heart was like iron. He would also feel heartache, and he would also feel nauseated by the slaughter. However, after that slaughter, Lu Yi's heart became harder and harder. Slaughter, it was just slaughter. The young beasts back then even knew how to disguise themselves, pretending to be pitiful. How good are the young beasts coming in now, each one with a ferocious expression. As long as they come in, they are myriad spirits demon emperors' parasitic bodies. How many have come in? 100,000. Looking at these piled up corpses, it should be about that many. But why has the rate of arrival slowed down? Lu Yi's main consciousness felt something was wrong. He had already sensed the impatience of his body. The demon clan were coming in too slowly. The body currently controlled by the killing intent was very likely to rush into the vortex, enter the demon realm, and have a good time killing. Entering the demon clan to kill to his heart's content wouldn't be a problem. The crucial point was that he hadn't left his name on the Eternal Paragon ranking yet. Before, watching his body kill so pleasingly, he had almost forgotten one of his purposes for entering the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. Lu Yi's blood-red eyes stared at the vortex. With the current body's simple-minded thinking, he understood that there were many living beings behind the vortex. So he began to take steps. Was he really going out? Lu Yi felt a bit helpless, but oh well, if he was going out, then so be it, this thing couldn't be forced. But what Lu Yi didn't expect was that while he was willing to go out, Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor was unwilling to let him go out. This body was extremely favored by Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor. He hadn't yet gone to the Eternal Paragon ranking to imprint his name. How could Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor tolerate this body running away? Thus, more demon clan rushed out. This time, many were demon clan under 100 years old, whose cultivation was weak, and who even looked like they were beginning to show signs of age. No longer limited to young beasts under 20 years old, there were simply too many demon beasts to choose from. The reason for choosing young beasts before was that young beasts hadn't had much investment yet. If they died, the demon clan could reproduce them, and the sunk cost was low. Now seeing that Lu Yi actually wanted to run out, he immediately couldn't bother calculating any sunk costs anymore. All of you, come in. All of you, go die. Thus, another round of demon clan explosions occurred. Lu Yi also stopped his steps, his expression serious, the stone sword in his hand swung non-stop, killing extraordinarily happily. Nine Dragon Valley. The disciples who escaped from the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, after a period of comfort, their panicked emotions gradually calmed down. This was just a temporary calm. The psychological trauma left behind in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, who knew how long it would accompany them afterwards, and how many times they would be awakened by nightmares in the middle of the night. Cultivators are also people. Everyone has the limit of what their spirit can bear. Seeing their respective disciples, emotions stabilize. The sects that suffered heavy losses this time were all incredibly sad in their hearts. There's a gap. For sects like Yin-Yang Law Sect and Supreme Emperor Dynasty, the younger generation of cultivators is almost in a state of discontinuity. In the future, other sects will have an additional batch of strong practitioners. A simple summation could cause a sect to fall into a slump from which it cannot recover. Moji, look at me, do you still remember who the person who killed your senior brothers and fellow disciples was? An elder from Mountain and River Pagoda sect looked at Shu Moji and asked. It was unimaginable that a refining void realm cultivator would be scared to the point of having their liver and guts split. Shu Moji's eyes were vacant. The scene of his joining Dao Realm's senior brother sacrificing the heavenly net shield and being blown apart by a single punch, along with the shield and the person, appeared in his mind again. That flesh and blood were all shattered into pieces. Everyone was dying, everyone was being pulverized. He ate nascent souls, one nascent soul with each bite. Those nascent souls were all bleeding. Ah! Shu Moji vomited again. The spirited, gentlemanly appearance he had when facing Bai Chulin back then had completely disappeared. The people of Mountain and River Pagoda sect were quite helpless. They could only switch to asking someone else. Finally, there was a disciple who, because a part of his vision was obscured, frantically fled amidst panic and wailing, running early enough that his mind didn't suffer too great a shock. He saw Lu Yi's appearance. He took out paper and pen and began to draw. Malevolent energy, the first thing he drew was the malevolent energy that burned like flames. As he kept describing, a teenager who looked ferocious and whose malevolent energy surged into the sky came alive on the paper. The teenager's appearance was as handsome as a legendary reader, but his expression was terrifyingly cold, the kind that could scare people into crying and make babies stop crying just by walking down the street. Are you sure it's this person? The disciple nodded vigorously. Are his eyes really that big? Looking at the eyes on the paper that were as big as fists, the elder of Mountain and River Pagoda sect wasn't too confident. The proportion of these eyes is too exaggerated, isn't it? The disciple continued to nod vigorously. I saw it with my own eyes, he looks just like this. Chapter 74 If Brother Was Here Part 3. While the Mountain and River Pagoda sect disciples were frantically drawing portraits, Bai Chulin was quietly transmitting a message. Elder son, please quietly shatter my disciple Lu Yi's soul stone. Make sure no one discovers it. Sun Li. Although he didn't understand, Sun Li still did it. Who is this villain? Does anyone recognize him? Mountain and River Pagoda sect elder Yu Tianyu used the drawing as a template, scaled it up proportionally, and used various energy lines to jointly outline the appearance in the painting. Only to see that the young man had a tall and imposing figure, unusually large eyes, and blood flames raging around him, as if a slaughter god had been reincarnated. Everyone looked at the figure of the young man suspended in the sky. This person, unfamiliar. Over at Great Dao sect, Hongling looked at the figure suspended in the sky and couldn't help but be stunned. This is senior brother. Hongling tried hard to find even a tiny bit of resemblance to Lu Yi in this image. Couldn't find it, truly couldn't find it. Which divine being drew senior brother like this? Everyone looked at this image and couldn't help but shake their heads. Looking at this physique, he does resemble someone from the Jia sect. Central Province Dynasty, do you recognize this person? The Central Province Dynasty was still celebrating, fortunate that their relationship with Great Dao sect was very good and they had listened to Bai Chulin's words. Although everyone had not left their names on the Eternal Paragon ranking this time, at least they had preserved themselves. Compared to the other forces, it was already an extreme stroke of luck. Don't recognize, have never seen this person. What about Great Dao sect? Do you recognize this villain? Yu Tianyu's target was not the Central Province Dynasty at all, it had always been Great Dao sect. The Great Dao sect crowd was also curious about who this person was. They looked carefully again and again, thought again and again. In the end, they still shook their heads. Sorry, don't recognize. Yu Tianyu's gaze looked at Bai Chulin. Taoist Bai, you should recognize him, right? Bai Chulin's expression was calm. She looked at the image and didn't say a single false word. Don't recognize. Do you dare to swear? Swear on what damn oath? Who do you think you are, demanding my master swear? Hongling's fiery temper instantly exploded. Yu Tianyu's expression froze. Impudent. I'm speaking to your master, and you, a junior, dare to interrupt. Yu Tianyu roared with majestic authority, like rolling waves, deafening. If it were a weak person, this single roar would be enough to make them soil themselves. To treat a young woman like this, one could only say it was quite ruthless and insidious. Fellow Taoist, isn't that going too far? Bai Chulin's eyes instantly turned cold. Taiyan star divine power permeated around her. Not going too far, merely teaching her what it means to respect elders. Hongling's eyes turned red. You, an old, useless fossil, have the nerve to call yourself an elder. Achieving this realm is purely due to living a few more years. If I were your age, you wouldn't even be fit to carry my shoes. After she said this, the faces of the older joining Dao realm cultivators turned somewhat unsightly. Hongling, mind your words. Bai Chulin immediately reprimanded Yu Hongling. She then looked at Yu Tianyu. Elder Yu, you are considered an elder, you really shouldn't get entangled with a junior, it's losing face. This old man will lose face today. So many of my mountain and river pagoda sect disciples have died. I led the team here. If I don't kill the enemy to avenge my disciples, what face do I have to return to the sect? Bai Chulin, you clearly recognize this villain. He committed a monstrous crime. Why don't you dare to reveal who this person is? With Yu Tianyu taking the lead, the other sects that suffered heavy casualties stepped forward one after another, unconsciously forming a posture of surrounding the Great Dao sect. The Great Dao sect's strong cultivators also immediately raised their aura. Senior niece Bai has already said she doesn't recognize him, why are you still being so aggressive? That's right, Taoist Yu, do you truly think our Great Dao sect is afraid of you? The people from the Supreme Sword sect said nothing and came to the side of the Great Dao sect, their sword intent already beginning to howl. Bullying the few with many. Then my Supreme Sword sect won't just stand by and watch the show. The Central Province dynasty hesitated for a moment, then also moved out, coming to the front of the Great Dao sect. The various sects and forces instantly formed two distinct divisions, and the tension was palpable. I am not an unreasonable person. Taoist Bai can swear by her great Dao to save people, which I greatly admire. It is our own ignorance that led to the death of our disciples, and we cannot blame others. However, since Taoist Bai can use her own great Dao to save people, why doesn't she dare to swear by her great Dao that she doesn't recognize this villain? Yu Tianyu said loudly. Give it up. If you want to fight, just say so directly. We are all in the joining Dao realm. What right do you have to demand that others swear by their great Dao to prove their innocence? If you believe Taoist Bai recognizes this villain, just produce the evidence. Supreme Sword Sect's Langya Sword retorted angrily. HMPH, if you don't dare, then you recognize this villain. Anyway, the many disciples I led have died. Returning to the sect will be a death penalty to atone for my sins. In that case, I might as well spar with your techniques. Come on, you just need to make one move, and see if I don't hack you to death. The situation became increasingly irreconcilable, as if a great battle would begin the next second. Bai Chulin sighed. She truly couldn't bear to see the various sects of the Great Wilderness fall into civil war. This would only cause widespread suffering. Everyone, calm down. Since Taoist Yu wants me to swear by my great Dao to prove my innocence, I will prove it. The various sects are originally one body, and there really shouldn't be conflicts. Master. Yu Hongling instantly became anxious and cried out. This is an insult. It is always the accuser who provides evidence. How can someone just make a claim out of thin air and demand that someone swear by their great Dao to provide evidence? Bai Chulin stopped Yu Hongling from continuing to speak. I, Bai Chulin, swear by my own great Dao, that I absolutely do not recognize the person in this light projection. If I do recognize him, my great Dao will be severed. The great oath was established. Yu Hongling immediately cried. A strong sense of grievance welled up in her heart. Why? Why could they force Master to swear by her great Dao? It was just that this light projection really didn't look like Senior Brother. If it did look like Senior Brother, what would Master do? If Senior Brother were here. If Senior Brother were here, who would dare to be so presumptuous? Let alone forcing Master. When Yu Tianyu said the first sentence, Lu Yi would definitely charge up with his sword. Let whoever be whoever. If there's a fight, there's a fight. Lu Yi wouldn't care even if the sky collapsed and the earth split. He only cared about the people around him. Senior Brother. Senior Brother. After Bai Chulin swore the oath, she also sighed deeply in her heart. She also felt a bit uncomfortable. If Lu Yi were here. You dog thief, you dared to insult my master. I'll kill your entire sect. She probably wouldn't even have time to mediate, let alone swear any great Dao oath. Bai Chulin swore the oath. Yu Tianyu hadn't expected Bai Chulin to actually swear the oath. He was stunned for a while, and all the words were stuck in his throat. Forget it, he can't stay in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield forever. When he comes out, we will naturally know who he is. And those who had suffered psychological trauma initially didn't dare to look at all, but under the encouragement of their elders, they forced themselves to look despite the fear in their hearts. They looked and were stunned. Huh, not scared. It's not like this, that person is definitely not like this. How could his eyes be so round? They were clearly long and narrow, with red tail flames emanating from the sides of his eyes. No, that person's figure was thin, definitely not this broad-shouldered and round-waisted appearance. That person's clothes weren't like this either. Everyone. Chapter 75, Charming Melon Fragrance Part 4. No one expected such a huge misunderstanding to occur. The Mountain and River Pagoda sect disciple confidently drew the appearance of that fiend, but the result was completely different. Yu Tianyu was furious. He gave that disciple 2 harsh slaps, swelling his face. You didn't see clearly, what were you drawing randomly? That disciple also felt wronged. He had only hesitated for a moment, and Elder Yu had confirmed he saw it. He also felt he had seen it, and the appearance was indeed similar to what he drew. Many who escaped with their lives began to work together, describing the killer's appearance bit by bit. After half an hour of comparison, finally, a completely new figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at this figure, many people fell silent. Because it was truly unbelievable. Let alone others, even the Great Dao sect's own people felt it was ridiculous looking at this appearance. All right, it seems you absolutely won't give up unless you fight our Great Dao sect. A young man who is only 18 this year, he hasn't even been in the Great Dao sect for a year. Tell me, what realm could he be in? The Great Dao sect elder let out an earth-shattering roar. Throughout history, has anyone ever cultivated for just over half a year and killed joining Dao realm experts with such ease? Has there been even one? Don't you just want to join forces and attack the Great Dao sect? Come on, come and fight. The other sects were somewhat silent. Lu Yi, such a young disciple, wasn't even particularly noticed. The only time they might have paid attention to Lu Yi was before the Tianzhou ancient battlefield opened, when Lu Yi cultivated calmly first. The moment the Tianzhou ancient battlefield opened, Lu Yi was also the first person to shoot into the sky. That's all. Others had absolutely no impression of this person. Yu Tianyu took a deep breath and looked at Bai Chulin once more. Bai Chulin's aura fully erupted, her hands forming seals. The terrifying Taiyan divine sword had begun to condense in the clouds, and the temperature between heaven and earth was dropping at a terrifying speed. Yu Tianyu. This time, if he were to make Bai Chulin swear an oath again, a fight would definitely break out. His previous aggressiveness was merely bullying Bai Chulin, who didn't seem like the type to fear chaos in the world. Now Bai Chulin had already expressed her attitude. This person is a Great Dao sect disciple. May I ask if this person's soul stone has shattered? Yu Tianyu asked. Bai Chulin looked at Sun Li. Sun Li had already quietly shattered Lu Yi's soul stone long ago. It's shattered. Sun Li indicated the soul stone in front of him. Shattered. Yu Tianyu didn't believe it and immediately began comparing people one by one based on the aura on the soul stone. The final result made Yu Tianyu's expression extremely ugly. It really shattered. It seems a demon took over Lu Yi's body, which caused such a massacre. Then we wait for him to come out of the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. Regardless of whether he is human, ghost, demon, or Yao, he will be immediately executed. I suggest setting up a formation. I also suggest it. The other party seems to have some attainment in formations as well. We must build a very terrifying grand formation. Good, let's work together to eliminate the demon. Not only us, but we must also inform the sects and have stronger experts come. Sun Li's scalp was tingling at this moment. He was the elder in charge this time, a powerful expert at the 6th heaven of the joining Dao realm. If Bai Chulin had inexplicably sent him a message earlier, telling him to shatter Lu Yi's soul stone, he wouldn't have understood. But now, everything was clear. The one who went on a killing spree in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield was actually a disciple of his Great Dao sect. And what's more, he was from the newest batch of the 92nd generation disciples. No, he knew this Lu Yi. He was first in the sect's talent competition, but that competition was specifically for newcomers. In other words, Lu Yi's age would at most not exceed 20. Such a disciple, let alone encountering a Dao integration expert, even encountering a refining void expert and being able to escape with his life would be enough to boast about for 50 years. The result? Killing joining Dao realm experts. Killing a group of joining Dao realm experts. Sun Ruowei was the only person who roughly knew what happened, besides Lu Yi's few deceased confidantes. Since leaving the Tianzhou ancient battlefield until now, her expression has been the same. It hasn't changed even a little bit. That is, stiff. Absolutely stiff. Others thought Sun Ruowei was scared stiff, and being scared like this wasn't particularly abrupt, as there were even Dao integration experts who were scared to the point of doubting life. Sun Ruowei was indeed scared. But she wasn't simply scared by the slaughter. Now, her mind was filled with a massive amount of information. Each piece of information required her to digest it for a long time. It was truly a case of the melon being too big and stuffing her till she was full. The first incredibly huge melon, Bai Chulin called Lu Yi husband. This time, she heard it clearly and distinctly. It was the two words, husband. The tenderness within was something she had never witnessed in the 60-plus years she had known Bai Chulin. The second super huge melon. Not only did Bai Chulin call her disciple Lu Yi husband, but her other disciple, Hongling, was also super, incredibly focused on Lu Yi. To sum it up, currently, there are already 3 women who like Lu Yi: Chuling, Hongling, and Bai Chulin. Holy limitless celestial venerable. Chaos. It's too chaotic. This matter had severely impacted Sun Ruowei's life values, but she also felt an uncontrollable excitement, a rambling excitement. The third super huge melon. Lu Yi was very strong to the point of being terrifying. Why was he so strong? The terrifying curiosity made Sun Ruowei's soul tremble. When no one was around, even if she were silenced by Bai Chulin, she had to figure this matter out. If she couldn't figure out these 3 huge melons, Sun Ruowei felt her Taoist path would be cut off. Oh my goodness. By my side, there are actually such sweet and deadly melons. I'm going to eat. Lu Yi was still killing. Bodies piled up hundreds of meters high, blood flowed out like streams. Lu Yi stood atop the pile of demon clan corpses, his eyes bloodshot as he watched the demon clan members charging towards him one by one. However, his eyes didn't seem as blood red as they were at the beginning. The effect of the slaughter lotus seed was fading, also because Lu Yi's killing intent had been vented. The Yao entering the demon clan started to slow down. Lu Yi wasn't impatient this time but waited for the demon clan to charge at him. As the last demon clan member was cut in half, their body fell onto the mountain of corpses. Lu Yi stopped moving. The wind could not stir his clothes completely soaked in blood, his hair had turned blood red. At this moment, in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, truly only he remained as a living being. From the 9th layer to the 1st layer. Killed until it was completely clean. Good and evil, with gratitude or with resentment, all disappeared completely at this moment. The world was now only one. The stone sword disappeared. Streaks of red light formed Lu Yi's appearance, rapidly flashing on Lu Yi's body. Contending for Dao begins. Chapter 76, Fighting for the Way, Part 5. What is Dao contention? That is a method even more terrifying than body snatching. Body snatching is devouring the soul and occupying the body. But body and spirit are difficult to merge into one, difficult to become unique. The contention of Great Dao, however, begins with the Great Dao, generating mutual crushing of Great Dao within the soul, and finally under the Great Dao, merging into one, forming the most suitable state. Myriad spirits Demon Emperor had great confidence in his Great Dao. Thousands of Great Dao, heaven and earth have me. 5 elements and 9 heavens, omnipresent. He didn't believe that such a young person, even if he had monstrous combat power, could go far on the path of the Great Dao. He sacrificed so much power that it was enough to pull Lu Yi into the Great Dao world most suitable for him, completely crushing and devouring him. The first Great Dao. The Great Dao of myriad living beings. Myriad living beings are me, and I am myriad living beings. Entering the Great Dao. In an instant, Lu Yi and myriad spirits Demon Emperor's consciousness became blurred simultaneously, and a vast phantom appeared above Lu Yi's head. Myriad spirits Demon Emperor was preparing to give Lu Yi a little shock. When Lu Yi saw that the endless living beings were all him, and he was those endless living beings, what state would Lu Yi fall into then? He would doubt himself, doubt the Great Dao. Unable to believe why someone's Great Dao could be so powerful. Holding on to this thought, until the Great Dao world formed by the entanglement of their Great Dao took shape. The phantom in the sky also began to reveal its form. What is it? It's the starry sky. Giant stars, one by one, were suspended in the boundless universe. They seemed not to be moving, but in reality, it was because the universe was too vast, making it impossible to see the stars moving. Every single star was breathtakingly large. Star rings of various colors gave people an indescribable spiritual shock. Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor was dumbfounded. He looked at these giant stars, at these endless stars. Where are his billions of living beings? No, where are his billions of living beings? His great Tao was the evolution of billions of living beings, not the evolution of billions of stars. The enlightenment tree on Lu Yi's arm, at this moment, was so excited that all its leaves were trembling. He followed the right master. It originally thought it had latched onto a big leg, but looking at the scene of billions of stars, this was more than just a big leg, this was a damn towering Jiànjī tree. At this moment, the scene revealed by the great Tao changed again. The endless stars suddenly contracted and became smaller, and the massive number of stars transformed into a rotating, brilliant vortex. Star River. An even more shocking scene appeared. With the appearance of the first star river, the second, the third, the fourth. Rings of star rivers were like, no, not like, they were the most beautiful necklaces, suspended in the boundless universe. Billions of star rivers converged to form the most magnificent picture. Such a scene, anyone who saw it would be shocked for a lifetime, unforgettable throughout their life. How can this be? How could you possibly possess such a great Tao? I don't believe it. In just an instant, Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor let out a fearful roar. He didn't believe it, he felt he was having hallucinations. His great Tao was unstable, scattered, collapsing. His faith was shattered. His heart seeking and moving towards the great Tao, at this moment, was riddled with holes, precarious and on the verge of collapse. I refuse to accept this, no, it's an illusion. My great Tao is deathless and indestructible, eternally existing. Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor instantly switched his great Tao. It must be said that Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor was truly astonishingly brilliant. This could be seen from how he did not fall in the first heaven, to his cultivation method reaching perfection in the seventh heaven, transforming into a parasitic heavenly demon. Although Lu Yi's cultivation speed in his previous life could not be called unprecedented, it was still rare throughout the ages. Yet Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor could contend with Lu Yi, which showed his unparalleled strength. The star river vanished. Lu Yi sat cross-legged on the mountain of corpses, with the chaotic phantom rolling above. The chaotic mist suddenly dispersed, and a brand new scene began to slowly unfold within the chaos. Boom! A clap of thunder, reverberating through heaven and earth. Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor wanted to fight Lu Yi to the death using the great Tao of deathlessness and indestructibility. He had infinite avatars, making it practically impossible to kill him. He was confident. But the next second, a giant mouth, difficult to describe with words, appeared in the illusion. That giant mouth was too big. The owner of the giant mouth was hidden in the darkness, only the giant mouth could be seen gently inhaling. At this moment, everything turned into chaos, turned into dust, turned into mist. Living beings, minerals, divine gold, great medicine. In the end, the sun, moon, stars, great Tao, and Chenkin all turned into streaks of light, surging into the giant mouth. Everything was being destroyed, everything was vanishing. This was just one scene from the later darkness upheaval. When you see this kind of scene, who would still dare to claim to be deathless and indestructible? Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor was practically going crazy. It could be seen that the red around Lu Yi's body was fluctuating violently. He was in fear. He was in shock and horror. He couldn't believe it. In fact, this was the absolute suppression of realm and vision. The scene suddenly changed again. This time, the phantom became the boundless tribulation clouds in the universe. Just the might of the heavenly tribulation turned the void into chaos. Golden nine heavens divine thunder surged through the dark clouds. Any single wisp of lightning could destroy a great star. This was the scene of Lu Yi undergoing the emperor tribulation back then. Under such a lightning tribulation, who would still dare to call themselves immortal? Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor. Even a mature parasitic heavenly demon wouldn't dare. Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor let out a mournful scream. His great Tao was collapsing with a crash. Having spent so many resources to come and contend for the great Tao, he ended up contending for the destruction of his own Tao heart. Demon Realm. Myriad Spirits Demon Palace. Suddenly, Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor's extremely fearful scream came from within. His body crashed through the demon palace and then heavily smashed onto the ground. No. He seemed to have gone crazy, suddenly kneeling down and frantically kowtowing towards the front. Each time, dirt and rocks flew, and the ground trembled. I was wrong, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me. Ha ha ha, fake, it's all fake, everything is fake. Ah ah ah. Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor fell into extreme pain. He would cry for a while, laugh for a while, beg for mercy for a while, and yell for a while. Boom. Suddenly, Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor, under the horrified gazes of countless demon clan members, exploded with a bang. He self-detonated. Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor self-detonated. What exactly happened? The demon clan were practically going crazy. No, what did Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor experience? What terrible thing did he experience that made him go so crazy, and finally even go crazy enough to self-detonate? Lu Yi opened his eyes. This time, there was much less red in his eyes. Although there were still wisps, they were already suppressed by his clear consciousness. This time, Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor would likely find it very difficult to overcome this hurdle. Of course, if he could truly overcome it, he might possibly become an opponent for Lu Yi in this life, albeit a rather weak opponent. Finally, I can control it. Wasted a lot of materials, what a spendthrift. Lu Yi muttered to himself. He formed hand seals, and immediately, wisps of flame began to burn on the corpse. His gaze looked towards the 9th layer battlefield. It was as if he saw the eternal paragon ranking hanging on the Blood Sea stone tablet through layers of space. It's time to challenge the ranking. Chapter 77, Break Through the Rankings. The burning mountain of corpses and the Blood Sea ultimately transformed into a round, glistening elixir. The elixir carried a captivating fragrance, was entirely blood red, and looked like a great tonic. What did it matter to Lu Yi that he didn't loot the bodies, being dominated by slaughter? He had collected the divine flames precisely for alchemy and artifact refining, and now this great flesh and blood elixir perfectly matched Lu Yi's intentions. Without the slightest hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. Fragrant. Actually, there wasn't much difference between refining this elixir and roasting meat. After all, it was all flesh and blood. The great flesh and blood elixir quickly transformed into scorching energy, flowing towards Lu Yi's limbs and torso. His physical strength was increasing. However, this was only a tiny boost, not worth mentioning. Go challenge the ranking. Go challenge the ranking. In his previous life, he was only ranked 33rd. In this life, let's see if he can become the number 1. But Lu Yi estimated it would be difficult. The top 10 were all saints, and the eternal paragon ranking didn't even dare to reveal their names, lest a great karma befall it. Although Lu Yi was formidable, he ultimately did not become a saint in his previous life. Well, he was being modest. With his current level of power, let alone being number 1, he even suspected he could punch through the eternal paragon ranking. A celestial venerable reborn, single-mindedly pursuing the great Dao, and also possessing a system. Lu Yi's figure transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the 9-layered battlefield. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea stone monument stood tall. Looking grand and majestic, the names on it, if one were to be casually pulled out and spoken of, would all be well-known figures in the 9 heavens. Lu Yi hovered in the air, standing before the stone monument. Looking at these names, a faint sense of reminiscence filled his eyes. Among them, at least a small portion of the people, Lu Yi knew. They were scattered throughout the 9 heavens, becoming the elites of various places. Some had already attained the Dao and become emperors. Others had become kings and venerables. Lu Yi held his breath, his aura at this moment as calm as a lake surface. His Dao, his law, his power, his past and present lives. His unwavering pursuit of the Dao. His fist, raised. Behind Lu Yi, wind and clouds surged, and the heavenly light flickered between bright and dim. A fierce wind swept through the entire 9-layered battlefield. Lu Yi's black hair danced wildly, and his entire body emitted a limitless divine light. On this paragon ranking, some were great emperor reincarnations, celestial venerable reincarnations. Some had innate Dao bodies, some had chaos divine bodies. But it didn't matter. This punch was only for the sake of achieving a smooth flow of thought, only for the great Dao to endure forever. His eyes opened. Celestial venerable fist. One punch. The fierce wind roared, and the great Dao rose and fell. All the divine light around him converged onto this punch. Carrying the force of a collapsing sky, he fiercely smashed it onto the stone monument. Boom. A huge roar, at this moment, echoed throughout the entire Jiànjī ancient battlefield. No, even the entire first heaven, whether it was the demon realm, Buddhist realm, Yao realm, and other great worlds and small worlds, all heard this loud sound. The loud sound was like the evening drum and morning bell, instantly clearing one's mind and thoughts. After one punch, Lu Yi's figure retreated. It could be seen that his punch did not hit the real stone monument, but rather a layer of energy attached to the surface of the stone monument. At this moment, this energy fluctuated violently, and streams of light converged towards the bottom of the stone monument. The streams of light gathered at the very bottom of the stone monument, forming a ball of light. The next second, the light began to rapidly jump over the names. Rumble. Dust continuously fell from the stone monument as the light moved, and fine cracks quickly spread across the stone monument. It cracked. Lu Yi was still gently shaking his arm. This punch was very strong, but the recoil almost shattered his arm. Looking at the jumping light, Lu Yi was also full of anticipation. With almost no pause, this flickering light had already rushed into the top 100. And the upward momentum was extremely fierce. Top 50. Lu Yi's eyes did not blink. Last time, at 33rd place, he received extremely generous rewards. His realm increased by 4 small levels in one go, and under the resonance of the Great Dao, he forcefully advanced the originally incomplete, 9 lives undying celestial scripture, towards a complete version by a significant amount. The incomplete version could at most cultivate 3 extra lives. And through the resonance of the Great Dao, the incomplete version had been deduced to the point where it could cultivate 4 extra lives. Therefore, the resonance of the Great Dao was truly a great opportunity. Continue upwards. Names that were well known and famous throughout the 9 heavens were surpassed by this ball of light one by one. 32nd place. At this moment, Lu Yi had completely surpassed his original level, reaching 32nd place. However, this was not the end. The light was still rising. Top 30. Top 20. When this stream of light entered the top 20 of the stone monument, in an instant, a majestic stone monument phantom appeared high in the sky in the first heaven. Heaven and earth resonated, immortal music played, and divine light shone brightly. It was as if heaven and earth were congratulating the appearance of a new heavens chosen in the world. Everyone in the first heaven could see the appearance of the stone monument. What stone monument is this? In an instant, powerful figures were awakened from their cultivation, stepping out in one stride. They had already arrived high in the sky, looking at this stone monument phantom with great astonishment. The heavens chosen monument, it's the eternal paragon ranking. The stone monument has appeared, a peerless heavens chosen has entered the top 20 of the eternal paragon ranking. The strong were shaken. That was the top 20. Those were terrifying powerhouses who, as long as they didn't fall midway, could become emperors and venerables. A great emperor could make one force suppress all the heavens and myriad realms. If they became a celestial venerable, they would be invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, leaving their name for eternity, and the world would be under their sole authority. Actually, these powerhouses were just watching the show. What was truly interesting was the many forces in 9 Dragon Valley. They all knew that a killing god had appeared in the Jiànjī ancient battlefield, killing all the cultivators there. And according to Bai Chulin, this killing god had first killed the Yao and demon alien races. This meant that the killing god killed indiscriminately. The entire Jiànjī ancient battlefield no longer had any other cultivators. In other words, the existence that had just rushed into the top 20 of the eternal paragon ranking was that killing god. He had rushed into the top 20 of the eternal paragon ranking. That was the top 20. When he was so young, his killing intent was already this strong. If he were to grow up in the future, the 9 heavens would mourn under his sword. Fellow Taoists, this killing fiend has already become a force to be reckoned with. The 9 heavens' great sage once executed evil cultivators and established the righteous path. Today, an evil cultivator has been reborn. We must surely execute him completely, for the sake of the living beings of the world, for the sake of the myriad sentient beings, to protect a bright and clear universe, a supreme elder from the Yin-Yang Law sect said loudly. Please, all sects, immediately send messages to your sects, requesting powerful individuals to come. If necessary, you can invite crossing tribulation ancestors to come. That's right, all sects, summon your respective sects' powerhouses to jointly execute this evil demon. This is no longer a matter for one family. If we let him grow further, our first heaven will be destroyed. The terror of his killing intent no longer needs us to say more. A group of sect elders whose disciples had been killed by Lu Yi were particularly emotional. Many people also felt that it made sense. That guy in the eternal Paragon battlefield, killing everyone inside regardless of friend or foe, was indeed a demon cultivator. Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin exchanged glances at this moment. Yu Hongling was first incredibly surprised. Senior brother had become even stronger. In his previous life, senior brother was only in the 33rd place, but in this life, he actually rushed into the top 20. But as the surprise wore off, Yu Hongling felt a little numb. Senior brother was cultivating so hard, it seemed, in order to quickly distance himself from them. Above the stone monument phantom, this light did not stop after rushing into the top 20. He's still rushing upwards. The many powerhouses in the first heaven couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. What kind of monster was this? Chapter 78, Illuminating the Heavens. Lu Yi's mood at this moment was quite indifferent. What I gain is my fortune, what I don't gain is my fate. Being able to clash with the eternal heavens chosen at this moment is a fortunate thing in itself. The light was still surging upwards, but the speed had decreased. The top 20 were all big shots, except for those who perished halfway, the rest all had great emperor cultivation as a foundation. Watching the light pass over one name after another, Lu Yi's mouth curved slightly upwards. When overcoming the eternal great tribulation, you guys hit me quite hard, didn't you? Now it's my turn to surpass you, right? 15, 14, 13, everyone in the first heaven was stunned. Still charging forward, Yu Hongling's eyelids twitched wildly. No way. Why is senior brother, who was reborn, so strong? Even being reborn, being able to charge from 33rd place into the top 20 was already extremely exaggerated. Now, he can even charge further up. Master, why can senior brother improve so much? Yu Hongling said, finding it hard to understand. She was also a great emperor reborn. Although a great emperor is indeed one realm away from a celestial venerable, her improvement was far from being this great. Bai Chulin's gaze was complex, staring unblinkingly at the beam of light charging upwards. Why did Lu Yi become so strong? Perfect returning origin pill. Bai Chulin spoke these 5 words. In his previous life, Lu Yi's core formation was merely a heavenly pill, which could be said to have left a significant flaw. Among the top 20, no, even the top 30 on the heavens chosen ranking, which one didn't take every step perfectly. Given that Lu Yi had flaws in the sprout core realm, yet could still reach 33rd place, one can see how strong Lu Yi was. Yu Hongling fell silent. In other words, in his previous life, Lu Yi could have ranked higher, but because he gave the perfect returning origin pill to her, his ranking was lower. Just one perfect returning origin pill isn't enough for senior brother to improve this much. Yu Hongling was still unconvinced. Bai Chulin's gaze turned towards Yu Hongling. The Battle of Silent Forest. Yu Hongling, 9 lives celestial venerable. As a result, he lost 1 life because of her, which is a difference compared to his current state where his life is not lacking. I remember, in his previous life, when Lu Yi left his name on the eternal heavens chosen ranking, he was not in his peak state. Yu Hongling, you can't blame her for this, huh? At that time, senior brother was injured because he saved Vermilion Bird. So, without us, he is truly soaring to the heavens, unstoppable. Bai Chulin sighed deeply. Yu Hongling no longer had even a hint of a smile. 12, 11. When that ball of light reached the 11th position, Invincible Sword Celestial automatically moved back. Such a peak sword cultivator was surpassed by Lu Yi just like that. A wave of uproar. A true wave of uproar. When Lu Yi charged into the top 20, everyone was incredibly shocked, but they could still accept it. After all, this was a killing machine. If his strength wasn't high, it would be impossible to kill everyone in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. But you want to charge into the top 10. 10th. Among the top 10 names shrouded in the light of chaos, a wisp of chaotic energy dispersed, revealing his name in Lu Yi's sight. Kang Judian. His revered title, 9 Heavens Great Sage. He was that great benevolent saint who opened up the 9 heavens, giving the weak a chance to breathe. Before the 9 heavens were opened up, what was this world like? The human emperor banner was rampant, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. At every turn, hundreds of thousands, even millions, of beings were taken into the human emperor banner as guests. The refining of Zih became a trend. Evil demons and Yao Daoists were countless, growing extremely fast. Billions of beings were like rootless duckweed, unsure if they could survive today, and unknown what tomorrow would bring. You diligently cultivated the great Dao, only to be killed by an evil Taoist who started cultivating later than you the moment you stepped out. Shouting and howling, killing and setting fires led to wealth, while building bridges and roads left no corpses. Fellow Taoist, help me achieve the Tao. Under that kind of atmosphere, one can imagine how absurd the world was. Ordinary beings were almost wiped out. It was against this backdrop that Nine Heaven's great sage, having reflected deeply, rose up invincibly, sweeping away evil and purifying the universe. This is also the origin of the Nine Heavens. This is a benevolent saint whom all beings revere. To this day, countless beings still offer incense and worship him. Lu Yi was also very impressed. However, now Lu Yi took his place, directly occupying the 10th name. It was at this moment. The ethereal steel in the void erupted with unprecedented brilliance. At this moment, countless steel projections shone towards the myriad heavens. 2nd heaven, 3rd heaven, 4th heaven, all the way up to the 9th heaven. The eternal heaven's chosen ranking is a chaotic supreme treasure, possessing infinite power. Merely projecting an ethereal image onto these 9 heavens is simple enough. Yet this ethereal image caused a huge stir throughout the heavens. Heaven's chosen steel. Someone has entered the top 10 of the heaven's chosen ranking again. Good, good, good. It seems another great era has arrived. My path to becoming emperor lies with this person. Father, what is this? The eternal heaven's chosen ranking records the eternal heaven's chosen. Those who can make it onto the list are all peerless heaven's chosen. In the future, there will be more than just 1 or 2 who become emperors, celestial venerables, or even saints. Where is it? I want to go and try. With my strength, I can definitely rank high. It's in the 1st heaven, you can't get there. There's no way at all. This kind of limelight should belong to your son. Set up by a saint, it's difficult. The steel floated in the 9 heavens. Under the gaze of countless eyes, this ranking charge had not yet ended. Lu Yi saw the 9th name on the steel. Li Mo, also known as Demon Saint. This person is the strongest evil cultivator who killed his way up during that most chaotic and darkest era. It can be said that the title Demon Saint has an exaggeratedly touching amount of weight. 8th, Zhu Qingshan. Good, good, good. The relentless sage can only rank 8th, right? Deep affection doesn't last long, deep affection causes deep wounds. Lu Yi looked at this name and inexplicably sighed. Relentless Dao indeed. If Lu Yi wasn't truly a very optimistic person, after suffering betrayal from 8 deeply loved women, he might also have doubted himself. As the saying goes, if one person betrays you, it's the fault of the betrayer. But if 8 people all betray you, shouldn't you look for a problem with yourself? There is indeed some truth to that statement. Lu Yi neither refuted nor agreed with this idea. No one is perfect, and no saint is perfectly saintly. How can there be so much right and wrong in the world? Being able to face one's own heart is enough. To be honest, regarding those 8 women, if even one of them, after being reborn, truly sealed her heart from love and pressed forward diligently, Lu Yi might not be particularly annoyed with them. Of course, the premise is that they absolutely must not come near him again. Leave him far away, live well, and see if you can live a life that amazes the ears. Isn't Shangguan Wanling supposed to be independent and strong? Her origin devouring heaven scripture was also a supreme cultivation method that Lu Yi deduced for her based on the devouring heaven true scripture. As long as Shangguan Wanling could rely on her own strength to obtain and devour the origin of so many treasures, then she really might be able to return to the emperor position. Of course, the premise is that she can actually do it. 7th place. Yao. He did not imprint his own name but used the codename Yao. Demon Clan Great Sage, Devouring Sky Mayfly. As for this, Lu Yi couldn't be too certain, but it didn't matter. He had always been quite indifferent to demons and Yao. Chapter 79. His name is Lu Yi. Still rising. Everyone also saw the name that was pushed down by the light. Although it was just for a moment, they definitely saw it. Good heavens, 9 heavens great sage, demon saint, relentless sage, Yao saint. These saints were ruthlessly replaced one by one. How strong is this newly risen heavens chosen? 6th place, Shangchong Sheng. Longevity saint. This was a powerful expert who cultivated the great Tao to an unparalleled level, and in the end, even attempted to live as long as heaven and earth, but unfortunately. How can there be eternity in the world? Even the universe will have that day when it turns into a momentary fireworks display. Still rising. 5th place, Hong Chen brother. Towards the back, they were all very ancient existences. It was hard to imagine how, in the increasingly competitive cultivation world, these ancient existences managed to keep themselves at the forefront for so long. And this name, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a person's name, but rather a title. How should I put it? Writing someone else's name on the eternal paragon ranking is also a very arrogant type of behavior. 4th place, Rebellious Luan. This person was the undisputed number 1 in the Rebellious Luan, Chaotic Ancient, and Weeping Blood eras. When Rebellious Luan Great Saint appeared, he fought to the point where Yin-Yang was overturned and the Star River reversed. Throughout the entire 9 heavens, countless people saw the ranking above. Can he break into the top 3? Everyone was looking forward to it. Some hoped he could break in, while others hoped he would fail. Lu Yi was also slightly curious. What kind of existences are in the top 3? Suddenly, this light merged into the top 3. However, this time, the names of the top 3 were not revealed. Lu Yi himself didn't even see them. He estimated that there were 2 possibilities why the Eternal Paragon ranking didn't display the top 3. First, the top 3 are taboo. Existences that cannot be spoken of. Second, the top 3 are still alive. Regardless of the possibility, if the Eternal Paragon ranking dared to display them, it might have touched upon karma. It might be directly destroyed. As for Lu Yi's ranking, the Eternal Paragon ranking seemed to be hesitating. It couldn't decide what rank Lu Yi should be. Seeing this, Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. When you hesitate, it means that I am already number 1. The 3 mysterious existences, the Eternal Paragon ranking didn't dare to provoke them, and Lu Yi's current strength wasn't strong, so it was hesitating about where to rank Lu Yi. Wasn't it obvious? The Eternal Paragon ranking heard Lu Yi's words and also hardened its resolve. In an instant, in Lu Yi's field of vision, that ball of light leapt up. It jumped directly to the 1st place. The top spot. The Eternal Paragon ranking actively flew towards Lu Yi, suspending itself in front of him. Please write down your esteemed title. This was a choice for Lu Yi. Should he write 9 lives? Or should he write his own name? If he wrote 9 lives, others would only know who he truly was in the later stages. If he wrote his own name, then everyone in the 9 heavens would remember Lu Yi. In the future, there would definitely be endless earth-shattering battles. After all, the Eternal Paragon ranking is in the 1st heaven, and the heavens chosen from the other 8 heavens didn't have the opportunity to come and leave their names. The heavens chosen from the other heavens have many terrifyingly talented individuals, some of whom were even born Dao integration. There's nothing they can do, their parents are strong experts. If Lu Yi wrote his own name, these people would all be his rivals on the Great Dao. But who cares? Lu Yi used his finger as a brush. In his previous life, he wasn't afraid of powerful enemies in the world. In this life, he is even less afraid. What is the point of being cautious and developing secretly to amaze everyone? In Lu Yi's eyes, only by advancing bravely and fighting all enemies in the world can one be invincible. Using his finger as a brush. The brush strokes were like dragons and snakes. 2 large characters leapt onto the paper. His name Lu Yi. Boom. The entire Tianzhou ancient battlefield simultaneously trembled. Immortal light permeated the air, and chaotic energy swirled. The Great Dao appeared like chains between heaven and earth. At this moment, the name Lu Yi clearly appeared on the stone tablet, on the Eternal Paragon ranking, and in the eyes of all cultivators in the 9 heavens and 10,000 realms. How bold! Instantly, countless heavens chosen's eyes erupted with scorching divine light. Too bold. To actually write down his real name, stroke by stroke, how much courage does that require? Good, what a Lu Yi. Many cultivators who had lost their competitive spirit also gasped. This is a ruthless character, an extremely ruthless character. Just from this single action, they clearly saw what kind of bloody storm would be stirred up in the future. 1st heaven, is it? Hurry up and come up. I beg you to hurry up and come up. I can't wait to beat you to death, or be beaten to death by you. Why isn't this me? Why wasn't I born in the 1st heaven? Eternal Paragon ranking, do you dare to come up? Good, too arrogant, but I really like it. These were people who didn't know Lu Yi speaking and paying attention. And 9 Dragon Valley. When everyone saw the name at the top of the heavens chosen stone tablet, they almost simultaneously gasped. Lu Yi. He actually rushed to the top of the eternal paragon ranking. Holy shit. That's the first place. A group of saints, celestial venerables, and great emperors were all stepped under his feet on the heaven's chosen ranking. Nine Dragon Valley fell into a long silence. The people of the Great Dao sect actually wanted to cheer at this moment. This is Lu Yi, their disciple of the Great Dao sect. Their disciple of the Great Dao sect became the top of the eternal paragon ranking. Under normal circumstances, they would probably have been extremely happy and cheering. But the problem was that Lu Yi had just killed a bunch of disciples from various sects not long ago, and he was regarded as a thorn in the side and a sworn enemy by various sects. Cheering. It's inappropriate. Not cheering. Ha 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 ha, I really can't help it. The first place on the eternal paragon ranking. Thinking about their disciple of the Great Dao sect, they felt what kind of supreme honor it was. Are we still going to surround and kill him? The supreme elder of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect asked with a somewhat weak voice. If he was just in the 20s or teens, surrounding and killing him would be fine. But, this is the first place. The strong experts of the Supreme Emperor dynasty immediately became extraordinarily excited. Why not surround and kill him? What if he's first on the eternal paragon ranking? A heaven's chosen is still a heaven's chosen, not a strong expert. No matter how strong a heaven's chosen's aptitude is, if you kill him, everything will be gone. When he was unknown, we sent one transcending tribulation realm to kill him. Now that he is first on the heaven's chosen ranking, then we will send 10 transcending tribulation realms, 50 transcending tribulation realms to surround and kill him. I refuse to believe that we can't do anything about a newly risen heaven's chosen. If we don't kill him, did our dead disciples die for nothing? If we don't kill him today, this kind of killer will come to our door to slaughter us in the future. The strong experts of the Supreme Emperor dynasty were excited, and the strong experts of the Yin-Yang Law sect were also excited. Other forces only lost some disciples, but their young generation was completely wiped out. But the Great Dao sect, the Supreme Elder of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect, was still worried. Great Dao sect, you said that Lu Yi's soul stone is broken, so this Lu Yi is definitely not someone from your Great Dao sect. If we surround and kill Lu Yi, will your Great Dao sect make a move? The Supreme Elder of the Great Dao sect pondered for a moment. Make a move. The answer was very straightforward. Who will you make a move against? A Supreme Elder of the Jia sect asked. Whoever kills Lu Yi, we will make a move against them. The various sects. Chapter 80, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. What the Great Dao sect said began to make the situation subtle. You mean, whoever attacks Lu Yi, your Great Dao sect will attack that person? The Jia sect Supreme Elder seemed to have not heard clearly. The Great Dao sect Supreme Elder, Qin Yuji, nodded affirmatively. That's right, Lu Yi is a Great Dao sect disciple. If someone attacks our Great Dao sect disciple, how could our Great Dao sect turn a blind eye? Naturally, we must help our disciple. He killed so many Jia sect disciples before, committing a monstrous crime. Not only does your Great Dao sect not uphold righteousness and eliminate your relative, but you also shield this scoundrel. Can you still call yourselves people of the righteous path? The Yin-Yang Law sect Supreme Elder angrily rebuked. If he violates the sect rules, we will naturally punish him according to the sect rules. However, he is ultimately a Great Dao sect disciple. To deal with him, we must bring him back to the sect and let the sect leader handle it. If you are not satisfied with our handling, you can appeal to our Great Dao sect. But if you attack our disciple, especially with such bullying of the weak by the strong, our Great Dao sect will certainly not sit idly by. You are trying to start a civil war. Even if a civil war starts, it wasn't started by us. We are protecting our Great Dao sect disciple, and there is nothing wrong with that. The Great Dao sect was surprisingly strong at this moment. In fact, apart from those whose intelligence was truly not online and didn't understand Lu Yi's importance to the sect, anyone with a little intelligence could see Lu Yi's value. That was a potential stock that could lead the Great Dao sect to soar, from a second-rate force in the 9 heavens to a top force. Even if the Great Dao sect had to fight with its old life, exhausting all its foundation, it would still protect Lu Yi. The Supreme Sword sect didn't say much either. All the powerhouses silently moved closer to the Great Dao sect. If Lu Yi truly soared, the Supreme Sword sect would also benefit greatly in the future. The Central Province dynasty also moved closer to the Great Dao sect. Putting aside everything else, what the Supreme Emperor dynasty opposed, the Central Province dynasty would definitely agree with. There was no need to think too much. The Yin-Yang Law sect, Jia sect, Mountain and River Pagoda sect, Supreme Emperor dynasty, and Nine-Li dynasty, so many forces had incredibly ugly expressions. If everyone worked together to kill Lu Yi, they believed there was a high possibility of killing him. But now, it's hard to say. The Jia sect couldn't help but regret it in their hearts. Originally, the relationship between their Jia sect and the Great Dao sect was quite good. But because of a wrong decision, they didn't let the Jia sect disciples withdraw in time, leading to the tragic deaths of many disciples, which directly put the Jia sect in opposition to the Great Dao sect. Thinking about it now, Bai Chulin had already sworn an oath on the Great Dao. How could they have been so muddle-headed as to not believe the danger within? Bai Chulin was not some minor character. Before she was 100 years old, she had already achieved the joining Dao realm. Would she shoot without cause? One step wrong, every step wrong. This directly led to the current awkward situation. A life for a life, this is a principle that has existed since ancient times. My netherworld recognizes this principle. Since the Great Dao sect is helping a killer, why not let my netherworld test how strong the Great Dao sect's Taoist methods are? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Black mist permeated, and although it was black mist, it did not have an evil aura. Amidst the rising black mist, a total of 7 figures emitting terrifying auras appeared in Nine Dragon Valley. In my myriad ancient sect, another wave of powerhouses at the peak of Dao integration, and even at the transcending tribulation realm, appeared. The netherworld and the myriad ancient sect both stood in the camp to kill Lu Yi. The expressions of the forces on the Great Dao sect's side turned ugly. How lively! I really didn't expect that the heavens chosen my junior brother mentioned would be so powerful as to reach the top of the Eternal Paragon ranking. I really want to test Lu Yi's level. A handsome young man wearing a moon-white robe and holding a folding fan walked out with a smile on his face. On the moon-white robe, a strange pavilion was embroidered. The heavenly pavilion also came out to join the fun. Lu Yi didn't know it was so lively outside. He was quite happy at the moment. The top of the ranking. He actually became the #1 big brother on the ranking. However, if he knew how lively it was outside, he might be even happier. Speaking of which, there was still some killing intent that hadn't been completely cleared. Boom! A huge beam of light descended from the sky. The reward belonging to the Eternal Paragon ranking began to be distributed at this time. It might be because Lu Yi was the top of the ranking, or it might be because, besides Lu Yi, no one else had ascended the Eternal Paragon ranking. This reward was surprisingly generous. The spiritual energy of the entire 9-layer ancient battlefield was drawn in, and at the same time, the Great Dao within the Tianzhou ancient battlefield roared. For a time, a massive amount of insights flooded into Lu Yi's mind. Under the resonance of the Great Dao, Lu Yi felt that he was not comprehending the Dao alone. Instead, over such a long period, all the heavens chosen who had left their names in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield and on this eternal paragon ranking were helping him comprehend the Dao together. Cultivation activated. Ding, activated. Boom. A dull roar suddenly occurred within Lu Yi's body. Infinite light converged towards the nascent soul. His strength began to increase rapidly. Not long after, refining void second layer. Refining void third layer. Refining void fourth layer. Even in his previous life, being 33rd allowed him to break through 4 minor realms in one go. Now he was first place. Refining void 5th layer. Refining void 6th layer. Refining void 7th layer. Refining void 8th layer. Refining void 9th layer. From the initial entry into refining void to the 9th layer of refining void, it only took one reward, and Lu Yi's aura was still growing. The spiritual energy of the 9-layer ancient battlefield all surged in, which shows how rich it was. Lu Yi even had a very clear feeling. That is, as long as he wanted to, he could break through to the Dao integration realm now. Of course, it was impossible to break through that quickly. Firstly, because the third life, including the original life, counted from now on, had not yet found a treasure to condense, and Dao integration was the most suitable realm to condense the third life. Secondly, Lu Yi wanted to impact the realm of the peak saint. He wanted to become the strongest person in history. How could he break through so casually? Compress for me. Terrifying roars kept ringing within Lu Yi's body. There were even subtle thunderbolts around him, caused by the energy moving too quickly. His strength began to drop sharply. From the 9th layer, it dropped to the 4th layer in one breath. It really couldn't drop any further, and the realm began to rebound. The nascent soul had a faint look of melancholy on its face. From the 9th layer to the 4th layer, what was it being treated as? A spring. It felt like it was about to explode. It was clearly 1.8 meters tall, but you insisted on pressing its height back to 1.6 meters. Repeatedly, even after being pressed and stopped again and again. Lu Yi's realm finally stayed at the 8th layer of refining void. Start deduction. Ding, activated. Lu Yi began to deduce again amidst the resonance of the Great Dao. This time, he wanted to deduce whether he could, like he fooled by Chulin, say that he was seeking a breakthrough and had 9 lives united as one. In Nine Dragon Valley, with the appearance of the Netherworld and the myriad ancient sect. The Great Dao sect, Supreme Sword sect, and Central Province dynasty were forcefully expelled. The Great Dao sect could only leave temporarily and choose to call for reinforcements. Under the leadership of the Netherworld, a grand formation gradually took shape, enveloping the sky and ground of Nine Dragon Valley. Next, they just had to wait for Lu Yi to come out. They were going to stage a play of catching a turtle in a jar. Chapter 81, Choice. Why could Lu Yi become the top-ranked? In his previous life, he was merely a celestial venerable who had not yet attained the saint realm. Now, he is just reborn, so how could he possibly surpass saints? Especially when the top 3 were unknowable taboos. Among the top 10 on the Eternal Paragon ranking, which one wasn't an astonishing and peerless talent? Lu Yi mainly believed there were 3 reasons. First, the Great Tribulation he crossed as a celestial venerable was called the Eternal Great Tribulation. On the list of various Great Tribulations, the Eternal Great Tribulation is the undisputed number 1 calamity, having appeared only once throughout endless history. That was at the distant beginning of the ancient era, when a divine being born of heaven and earth, possessing the chaotic Dao embryo physique, existed a terrifying presence that could fight saints in the celestial venerable realm without defeat. When he became a saint, it was the Eternal Great Tribulation. However, such a divine being did not successfully cross the tribulation. He perished under the Eternal Great Tribulation. It can be said that a celestial venerable capable of drawing out the Eternal Great Tribulation already possesses combat power no less than that of an ordinary saint. Lu Yi also failed, but why did he fail? 9 lives celestial venerable had only 1 life left, was afflicted by 8 yin-yang devouring Gu, and on top of that, faced betrayal. In despair, he voluntarily gave up on crossing tribulation and chose to perish together with the darkness source. At that time, Lu Yi no longer wanted to cross tribulation. He was very tired. That mental and spiritual exhaustion made him completely unable to understand what value his life truly held. Second, he had the system. The system, reborn with him, became a bystander. It seemed idle and useless. But in reality, under cultivation status, Lu Yi's cultivation speed was maximized. In the early stages of cultivation, whether it was a saint or celestial venerable reborn, or even a great emperor reborn, the early cultivation speed was essentially the same. Differences would only appear in the middle and later stages. As for the other 9 who were reborn together, Lu Yi wasn't entirely clear about the others, but he knew Hongling and Chuling well. When he was in Qi refining, they were both in Qi refining. When he reached core formation, they successively reached core formation. When he broke through to nascent soul, they were still in core formation. When he reached peak nascent soul, they had only recently broken through to nascent soul. When he was in refining void, they were still in nascent soul, perhaps only in the mid-stage of nascent soul. Through the cultivation option, the system forcibly increased Lu Yi's cultivation speed to an unbelievable degree. The subtle differences in the early stage became like a vast chasm in the later stage. The second option was comprehend the Dao. Actually, comprehend the Dao is not of much use to the current Lu Yi, but one must understand why it is not useful. That is because in his previous life, Lu Yi had already comprehended the heaven and earth great Dao too thoroughly through the system's comprehend the Dao function. If it were a discussion of the Dao, Lu Yi had great confidence, capable of discussing with everyone, including but not limited to saints. The third option was deduction. This was the method Lu Yi used for creation, whether it was creating cultivation techniques or deducing new systems, it was a very powerful auxiliary function. However, in this life, it is still not of much use. Currently, the latter 2 options are combined by Lu Yi to deduce the 9 lives united as one technique. Although only cultivation is useful, it is precisely this cultivation that allows Lu Yi to break through limits within limits, reaching a level that even the Eternal Paragon ranking found shocking. Because the Eternal Paragon ranking has truly witnessed too many geniuses, various divine bodies, various bloodlines, but never has there been a being who could break through the shackles of cultivation speed. Fast, can only be that fast. Your divine body is monstrous, born in Dao integration, but the time you spent gestating in the womb was also long enough. If a powerful cultivator were to have a child, being pregnant for 10 or 8 years, or even 100 or so years, would not be a big problem. The Eternal Paragon ranking also calculates this time. Bai Chulin has the chaotic Taiyin divine body, a physique that can be associated with the word chaos, is terrifying enough, right? But it is impossible for her to reach Lu Yi's level at Lu Yi's age, far from it. Young cultivators who want to cultivate must first refine their bodies. Acquired and innate await you. Only after reaching adulthood, when bones, meridians, and spirit are fully developed, is the true beginning of embarking on the path of cultivation. Third, in this life, those 8 are gone. How should I put this? Leaving aside other aspects for now, when it comes to cultivation, it really feels great. What Qing Shui Pearl, what junior sister's first stirrings of love, what vermilion bird fleeing for her life, what Shangguan Wanling being in danger. What did they have to do with him? In the previous life, just these 4 incidents alone caused Lu Yi to be injured how many times, delaying him for how long? It was completely countless. Now, they are all gone. Great. 33 was his rank when he was burdened by countless affairs and learning the Dao stumble by stumble. First is his rank after breaking free from restraints and wholeheartedly pursuing the Dao. Even if millions felt he was not qualified, that he was unworthy, he was fearless and without regret. What should we do? Jiànjī had a terrible headache. He had truly made up his mind before to protect Lu Yi. Even if it meant using the full strength of the sect. But now, not only have several other sects comparable to the Great Dao sect arrived, but the Netherworld has also come, and the myriad ancient sect is also joining in the fun. Even the Heavenly Pavilion has come. The Great Dao sect alone is no match for the myriad ancient sect, let alone with the Netherworld and the Heavenly Pavilion as well. For Lu Yi, is sacrificing the entire sect worth it? Jiànjī couldn't decide, so he simply contacted the sect leader. Although the sect leader's strength is not the strongest in the Great Dao sect, he is the highest administrator within the sect. Possessing extraordinary wisdom, he should be able to provide sufficiently reasonable advice. He took out his transmission stone and explained the entire matter. Lu Changfeng fell silent. At this moment, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Bai Chulin and Hongling were extremely nervous. Hongling originally wanted to plead, but was stopped by Bai Chulin. At this time, no factor should interfere with the sect's choice. Pleading now could very likely be counterproductive. Lu Changfeng was facing a difficult decision at this moment. The first place on the Eternal Paragon ranking. The sect leader's token in his hand was squeezed so hard it creaked. Failure. There is a 40% chance of the Great Dao sect's annihilation, and a 100% chance of the Great Dao sect's decline. Success. What percentage chance is there for the Great Dao sect to soar into the sky? Where is Bai Chulin? Lu Changfeng asked. Jiànjī hurriedly gave the transmission stone to Bai Chulin. Junior sister, you are Lu Yi's master, what kind of person is Lu Yi? Lu Changfeng asked. Bai Chulin let out a soft breath. Loyal and righteous. Then why did he say he was naturally willing when Battle Sword Supreme Elder asked if he was willing to leave Bai Land Peak and join another sword cultivator's lineage? I cannot explain the specific reason, but I can guarantee the sect that Lu Yi's loyalty is rarely seen throughout history. The number in Lu Changfeng's heart began to climb. Success. 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%. What is the chance for the Great Dao sect to soar into the sky? Lu Changfeng clenched his fist. Issue my sect leader's order, please ask the ancestral masters to come out of seclusion and reinforce our sect's disciple. Sect leader, which ancestral master? At this moment, Lu Changfeng donned his armor, his black hair flying wildly. He waved his hand in the void. The rise or fall of the Great Dao sect rests upon this day. All of them. Chapter 82. Crossing the Tribulation and Siege Part 1. He still couldn't hold back. Refining Void 9th level. He originally wanted to suppress it, but the Eternal Paragon ranking gave too much, it was truly too much. Refining Void 9th level, it's still acceptable. Looking at the top of the eternal paragon ranking, his name constantly flickered, and Lu Yi revealed a smile. It's time to go out. He didn't know if there would be a fierce battle outside. Lu Yi was also indifferent. If it's a fight, then fight. If it's killing, then kill. There's no right or wrong between the two sides. Well, even if he's wrong, it doesn't matter. His figure disappeared. No, our Central Province dynasty cannot gamble with your Great Dao sect. The Central Province dynasty was greatly startled when they heard that the Great Dao sect was sending out its entire force. You are simply crazy. This is just a heaven's chosen who hasn't fully grown yet, and you've caused such a monstrous disaster. Who doesn't know that the path to Dao integration is paved with bones? You are simply. Our Central Province dynasty will absolutely not go crazy with your Great Dao sect. Regarding this, the Great Dao sect naturally wouldn't force them. On the Supreme Sword sect side, many people also frowned. It was indeed a bit crazy. But it really makes people excited. Lu Yi was not a disciple of the Supreme Sword sect, they and the Great Dao sect were just close allies. So even if the Supreme Sword sect provided full assistance, they wouldn't gain as much benefit as the Great Dao sect. However, they wouldn't participate in surrounding and killing him. Now that it was a counter-surround and kill, would their Supreme Sword sect still not participate? Wouldn't their swords rust then? No, they must participate in something. Thus, after some thought, the Supreme Sword sect made a decision. Anyone who wishes to help the Great Dao sect may do so freely. As soon as this sentence was uttered, the sword cultivators of the Supreme Sword sect immediately howled excitedly. Although not everyone went, a great many sword cultivators still went. Mainly because they liked excitement, people from the myriad ancient sect and heavenly pavilion of the netherworld had all come out. Could their Supreme Sword sect remain inactive? Remaining inactive was more unbearable for the battle-loving Supreme Sword sect than killing them. Don't look at how Lu Yi also killed 2 disciples of the Supreme Sword sect, but they died on the path of seeking the Dao, no one else was to blame. The sect had already ordered them to withdraw, they had wholeheartedly chosen to stay, and even if they died, they had no regrets. This is what cultivators are like. Lu Yi descended level by level from the 9th level battlefield. He had also plundered a wave of treasures. In the last 3 levels of the battlefield, as soon as he entered, they were fighting like mad dogs, so he hadn't really had a chance to properly plunder. From the 9th level to the 1st level, Lu Yi looked at the teleportation vortex. Without hesitation, he stepped in. Amidst the shifting light and shadows, figures filled the sky. Like the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals surrounding the great sage, they had already surrounded Lu Yi completely. As the last living being teleported away, the vortex behind Lu Yi disappeared. The Jiànjī ancient battlefield, which opened once every 1,000 years, concluded today. Lu Yi looked up at the surroundings. Layers of great formations encircled him, and figures emitting powerful auras were fully armed. Good heavens, they really think highly of me, so many transcending tribulation realm cultivators have come. Should we fight directly, or will there be some nonsense? Lu Yi, the number 1 on the eternal paragon ranking, is too formidable, too astonishing. I heard from my junior brother that your formation skills are also unparalleled. I have laid out this 3000 maze formation for you. If you can break through it, you can escape with your life. If you can't break through it, you will have to die here, said Lu Zuntian, the current senior brother of the Heavenly Pavilion, with a smile. Lu Yi, when you dared to write your name on the eternal paragon ranking, did you anticipate today? You have no enmity with the netherworld, we are just entrusted by others to fulfill our duty. Sorry. Lu Yi, you killed many disciples of our Yin-Yang Law sect, you are truly a demon. Today, we must kill you. Lu Yi, if you surrender, perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. If you remain stubborn, our supreme empire will surely avenge the cultivators and princes of our dynasty. Lu Yi, when you killed the disciples of our myriad ancient sect, did you ever think you would have this day? A life for a life, a blood debt must be paid. Do you have anything to say? Lu Yi did not refute the clamoring of the others. Because what they said was very direct and very reasonable, Lu Yi had indeed killed many innocent people while in a state of slaughter. But what is the myriad ancient sect barking about? Lu Yi looked at the person from the myriad ancient sect who was speaking and sneered. Hypocritical. The person from the myriad ancient sect was furious. Everyone else was criticizing you, and you didn't even retort, but when I criticize you, you curse me. You're treating people differently. The myriad ancient sect was the first to attack. A small golden mountain, swelling against the wind, violently smashed towards Lu Yi. Almost simultaneously, all the strong individuals attacked. Among these people, there were dozens of transcending tribulation realm strong individuals, and among them were even ruthless characters in the mid to late stages of transcending tribulation. It can be said that in order to kill Lu Yi, all parties truly made a ruthless decision. Lu Yi formed seals with his hands, he understood all techniques and comprehended all Dao. Endless light simultaneously smashed towards Lu Yi, and a blurry giant cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears appeared above Lu Yi's head. That giant cauldron was old and covered with traces of time. Boom! A violent roar exploded from the bronze giant cauldron. With just the first wave of attacks, Lu Yi was already coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. The gap is a bit large. He could kill joining Dao realm cultivators in the refining void realm, but it was almost impossible to kill transcending tribulation realm cultivators in the refining void realm. Even if he were to break through on the spot now and reach the joining Dao realm, it would probably still be difficult, his accumulation is not enough, and a breakthrough would inevitably leave flaws. However, Lu Yi was not flustered at all. He continuously slapped imprints into the bronze cauldron, and the bronze cauldron seemed to establish a connection with the distant void. Boom! The second attack arrived. The bronze cauldron still shook violently. At this moment, the speed at which Lu Yi formed seals with his hands had reached an exaggerated degree. In the void, besides terrifying energy fluctuations, strands of patterns quickly emerged. Great Ascension Demon Extermination, Myriad Ancient Evergreen, Yin-Yang Chaos, all kinds of magic god universal appeared one after another. Lu Yi kept spitting blood, the bronze cauldron was on the verge of collapse, and a large number of cracks appeared on it. Ha ha ha, the number 1 on the Eternal Paragon ranking is nothing more than this. Watch my great wilderness fist. After all, he's too young. If I were you, I wouldn't return to the great wilderness even if I entered the demon realm. You killed so many human clan, and you still dare to return to the great wilderness. Do you really think you are invincible? Stop the nonsense, kill him with all your might. Lu Yi's expression remained calm. A huge phantom suddenly appeared behind Lu Yi. It was a Buddha whose face could not be seen clearly. If Buddhism saw this scene, their eyes would probably pop out. No, you know the cultivation methods of Buddhism too. The Buddha held Lu Yi in its embrace, using itself to bear all the attacks. Lu Yi was still continuously forming seals, and the ripples in the void became more and more numerous. The Buddha collapsed. An ancient lotus bloomed, engulfing Lu Yi. Defense. It was still a defensive technique. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the periphery. With a gentle chime of the great Dao bell, the entire Nine-Dragon Valley instantly turned into ruins. Innumerable patterns emerged, and various great formations had already revealed their power. Lu Yi, hold on, we're here to save you. Lu Yi heard Lu Chengfeng's voice, and a momentary smile appeared on his serious face. He hadn't expected that the Great Dao sect would actually make a move for him, a person with blood on his hands, at this time. However, it wasn't really needed. Chapter 83 Purpose Part 2. Dust and smoke filled the sky, and the immense roar caused the ground to tremble non-stop. For how many years had the great wilderness not seen a situation where more than 50 transcending tribulation realm cultivators attacked simultaneously? It had also been many years since the top forces of one sect, 3 dynasties, and 5 sects had been seen to come out in full force. The Great Dao sect alone brought 19 transcending tribulation cultivators, as well as 6 loose immortals, and numerous Dao integration and refining void cultivators. Every expert from the Great Dao sect was armed to the teeth. Loose immortals or experts who failed at crossing tribulation, did not perish but had their Great Dao cut off. Although their combat power is terrifying in the end, this kind of combat power is unleashed at the cost of burning their life force. In other words, loose immortals are truly the ultimate trump card. But now they had appeared. Numerous formations all erupted. The Great Dao sect brought out various top-tier spiritual treasures, even the heavenly spiritual treasure Great Dao Bell was taken out. Every time the Great Dao Bell roared, large areas of the ground turned into powder. The void was trembling. However, the formations were indeed too powerful, formations researched and set up by a group of experts for a long time, connected layer by layer, could not be broken in a short time. Kill him as quickly as possible. A transcending tribulation expert from the Yin-Yang Law sect roared. No one had expected that the Great Dao sect would go to such lengths for this disciple. If the Great Dao sect continued to bombard like this, no matter how many formations there were, they wouldn't be able to hold on. All the transcending tribulation realm cultivators began to unleash their strongest combat power. The ancient lotus was shattered. Lu Yi's body cracked like porcelain. A black tortoise void appeared above Lu Yi's head. Continue defending. Why does he have so many defensive measures? A transcending tribulation expert felt extremely annoyed, thinking, is there no end to this? Lu Yi was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He closed his eyes, feeling the energy fluctuations between heaven and earth. The black tortoise hovered above his head, helping him resist all attacks. A gust of wind gently blew between heaven and earth. This gust of wind was extremely cool, as if the Great Dao was brushing his face. A pattern appeared within the violent and raging energy, and immediately after, this pattern quickly spread. These patterns completely ignored the energy, rapidly forming in the void, collectively forming an incredibly profound array. Bai Chulin was originally attacking the formation with the group from the Great Dao sect, but when she saw the Taoist patterns spreading out in the void, her expression changed drastically. Not good, quick, retreat quickly. Bai Chulin shouted urgently. What? The group from the Great Dao sect didn't understand. Quick, listen to me, everyone retreat, especially the transcending tribulation realm, retreat. The wind suddenly grew stronger. Between heaven and earth, an invisible force began to be affected by this array, falling from the sky. This thread of power was extremely vague. It seemed as fragile as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. If such power were used to hit someone, it truly couldn't even break a single strand of hair. Many people felt this weak and vague aura. But they didn't know what it was. Lu Yi had spent so much effort, formed countless seals, which collectively turned into such an array. And the result was attracting this kind of thing. A transcending tribulation realm cultivator gently waved his hand. No matter what this thing was, disperse it first. But when his power touched this thread of energy, in an instant, infinite tribulation power, like oil poured on a fire, was all ignited. It's the power of heavenly tribulation. A transcending tribulation realm cultivator suddenly exclaimed in shock. Boom! The originally gentle and refreshing wind suddenly went wild, becoming violent and rapid. The sky was originally clear, but in an instant, it was stolen and replaced. Dense black clouds had already covered the original sky. Black clouds pressed down on the mountains. Strong winds split the trees. The tribulation aura spread rapidly among the many transcending tribulation realm cultivators and could not be eliminated at all. The expressions of the transcending tribulation cultivators from the Great Dao sect and the Supreme Sword sect at this moment were as if they had seen a ghost, retreating frantically, their faces distorted by fear. Who is crazy? Who the hell is crossing tribulation at this time? With so many transcending tribulation realm cultivators here, playing at crossing tribulation now is like a dung beetle entering a toilet, looking for shit. The Great Dao sect and the Supreme Sword sect ran extremely fast. Because they were not covered by the Great Array. Heaven and earth are vast, they could run anywhere. But the transcending tribulation cultivators who were surrounding and killing Lu Yi were stunned. No, where did this tribulation aura come from? It's all the transcending tribulation realm cultivators, with gazes that could kill, locked onto Lu Yi. Lu Yi, covered in blood, grinned at this group of transcending tribulation realm cultivators at this moment. The moment he saw so many transcending tribulation realm cultivators surrounding and killing him, Lu Yi had already thought of a countermeasure. Sometimes killing people doesn't necessarily mean your strength is stronger than theirs, but rather utilizing various conditions to kill them. Now, things have gotten lively. Quickly undo the formation, quickly let me leave. Some transcending tribulation cultivators who had not yet been contaminated by the tribulation aura had their expressions change drastically, wanting to leave the formation and escape far away. However, the formation was still there. Lu Yi couldn't leave the formation, so how could the others inside the formation leave so easily? Undo the formation. Quickly undo the formation. Damn, who the hell set up this formation? Quickly undo it. It's over, I've also been locked onto by the lightning tribulation. It's over, with so many transcending tribulation realm cultivators crossing tribulation together, how powerful will the heavenly tribulation be? It's over, everyone is going to die. Lu Zuntian, who came from the heavenly pavilion, belonged to the group that didn't attack Lu Yi at all. He was just curious about this person, Lu Yi. But now, he wasn't in the transcending tribulation realm, only at the peak of the Dao integration realm. However, what made him feel terrified and shocked was that the heavenly tribulation had also locked onto him. The tribulation aura was too dense. It locked onto everyone in one go, regardless of whether you were in the transcending tribulation stage or not, including Lu Yi. Lu Yi was grinning happily. Cross-tribulation. Let's cross-tribulation together and have some fun. 4 or 50 transcending tribulation realm cultivators crossing tribulation together, how lively would the scene be? Lu Yi looked up at the sky. The tribulation clouds, the heavy tribulation clouds, completely covered the light of the sky. The world was plunged into darkness. Boom! A shocking bolt of lightning streaked through the clouds. All the transcending tribulation cultivators looked up in despair, watching the silver-white lightning streaking through the tribulation clouds. Silver-white. When ordinary transcending tribulation cultivators cross tribulation, the lightning is just white, right? The power of this silver-white lightning is probably elevated by more than just one level, right? All the experts from the Great Dao sect retreated frantically, especially the transcending tribulation cultivators, running 1,000 miles away in one breath, still feeling a large amount of goosebumps all over their bodies. Still feeling a lingering fear. Truly a lingering fear. Why would such a situation occur? Lu Chengfeng looked at Bai Chulin. Bai Chulin was the first to warn everyone to retreat, she must understand. Bai Chulin calmed herself down. The technique Lu Yi used is called the Heaven and Earth Tribulation Technique. It's a very powerful technique, but Lu Yi's current strength is not enough, and he didn't intend to use this technique to kill enemies. With so many transcending tribulation cultivators, he only needed to trigger a thread of heaven and earth tribulation intent, then the tribulation aura of all the transcending tribulation cultivators would be triggered. The heavenly tribulation will then lock onto them. Lu Chengfeng gasped. Lu Yi, Lu Yi. His methods are truly wild enough. Pulling 4 or 50 transcending tribulation cultivators into the Great Tribulation in one go, that's too ruthless. But this way, he is also in the heavenly tribulation, and will also be attacked by the heavenly tribulation. Bai Chulin closed her eyes. Killing people is not the most important goal, his greatest goal is probably this descending heavenly tribulation. Chapter 84 All Reduced to Ashes Part 3. Lu Chengfeng still didn't understand Bai Chulin's meaning. With a clap of thunder, the heaven and earth were instantly torn apart by silver-white light. Lightning descended. Not just one bolt, but dense, countless bolts of lightning, forming a sheet, striking down towards the entirety of Nine Dragon Valley. Formation. Catching a turtle in a jar. The jar was indeed quite sturdy, but all the experts became turtles, caught completely. It must be said, the great formation set up by this group of people was truly strong. The first dense sheet of silver-white lightning surprisingly failed to shatter all the formations. We must unite and resist the heavenly tribulation together. If we fight separately, all of us will surely die. The myriad ancient sect transcending tribulation realm expert was almost enraged to death, he roared. Originally, victory was within reach, Lu Yi had only defended, and defended again. They were just about to thoroughly beat Lu Yi to death, yet Lu Yi, besides defending, only made one move. No, from the very beginning, he had thought of a way to break the situation. The hand seals he formed were not defensive seals at all, they were all for condensing this formation. Boom! The second tribulation lightning descended. All the great formations were completely destroyed. Infinite tribulation energy permeated, the lightning attribute spiritual energy was incredibly dense, and there were stray lightning arcs everywhere. A heavy shield was propped up. This was a treasure of the myriad ancient sect, a heavenly spiritual treasure, named the Unbreakable Shield. Everyone, combine your strength. Now, no one cared about Lu Yi anymore. The black tortoise above Lu Yi's head was circling, although it was extremely dim, breaking through it still required everyone's combined strength. All the transcending tribulation realm experts came behind the Unbreakable Shield together, and a large amount of spiritual energy surged into the Unbreakable Shield. Shield images rapidly appeared, finally reaching a total of 99 shield images. Lu Yi closed his eyes, his hands circling outside his dantian. Around him, faint silver-white light flickered, and the lightning attribute spiritual energy wandering between heaven and earth began to converge towards Lu Yi. He had been cultivating true essence, it was time to cultivate the body. Boom! The third tribulation lightning fell. The layers of shield light on the Unbreakable Shield were destroyed with overwhelming force. The entire Unbreakable Shield sank, and the weaker transcending tribulation realm experts spat out a large mouthful of blood. The terrifying force impact directly caused their bodies to suffer heavy injuries. It's too strong, quick, take out all your defensive magical treasures. The netherworld transcending tribulation realm expert roared angrily. He was the first to sacrifice his spiritual treasure, which was a completely black talisman treasure. The talisman treasure burned, forming a black light curtain. The others also quickly made their moves. The fourth bolt of lightning descended. Boom! All the defensive spiritual treasures completely shattered, turning into scrap. The unbreakable shield, which had the strongest defense, was pierced on the spot. All the transcending tribulation realm experts were scorched black all over, suffering varying degrees of heavy injuries. This was only the fourth tribulation lightning. You should know this thing has 9 bolts of tribulation lightning. Despair permeated everyone's hearts. A transcending tribulation realm expert was the first to look at Lu Yi, his eyes erupting with astonishing malice. It's all you. It's all because of you. You deserve to die. Lu Yi nodded slightly at this. Come kill me. He formed hand seals again. At this moment, vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, white tiger. The 4 spirits formed 4 light curtains, completely enveloping Lu Yi's body within them. A single black tortoise phantom had taken 3 attacks from a group of transcending tribulation realm experts without being completely shattered. Now Lu Yi had condensed the 4 symbols in one go. The 4 symbols complemented each other and merged into one. I want you dead. That transcending tribulation realm expert was also completely crazy. He roared and charged towards Lu Yi. The aura within his body expanded wildly. His body inflated like a balloon. Lu Yi was startled. Good heavens, self-detonation. That's amazing of you. The 4 symbols unity he released couldn't withstand the self-detonation of a transcending tribulation realm expert. Go. The 4 symbols unity suddenly expanded, covering towards this transcending tribulation realm expert, while Lu Yi's figure transformed into a stream of light. The secret technique 9 steps reincarnation was activated. With just 1 step, Lu Yi's figure was already blurry. What a joke! With the formation he couldn't escape, but now that the formations were destroyed, if he wanted to leave, this group of people couldn't stop him at all. Boom! A huge roar echoed in Nine Dragon Valley. The ground trembled violently. The 4 symbols unity was instantly blasted to smithereens. Lu Yi ran fast enough, but was still affected somewhat, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His body was thrown flying like a broken sack. The 5th lightning tribulation also descended at this moment. Above them was the lightning tribulation, below them was the self-detonation of a transcending tribulation realm expert, and the group of transcending tribulation realm experts in the middle were instantly numb. Shit! Limitless celestial venerable. Forgot not to come. Boom! Silver snakes danced wildly. The might of heaven was vast. The weak instantly turned into charcoal under the lightning. With this strike, everything below the transcending tribulation realm was annihilated, turning into dust. Including Lu Zuntian, who was watching the show. 1/3 of the transcending tribulation realm experts died. The scene was horrifying. Lu Yi also couldn't escape the lightning's attack. He was also locked onto by the heavenly tribulation. The main tribulation lightning split into fine tribulation lightning, striking fiercely onto Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi was scorched black all over. He quickly circled his hands around his dantian. 9 tribulation undying body. Refine for me. The lightning surged through him. Although it brought Lu Yi extreme pain, his face showed no distortion whatsoever. Pain is merely a witness to my growth. Dense lightning surged into Lu Yi's body, and silver light flickered. At this moment, the flesh and blood great pill dormant within his body finally erupted with its power. A large amount of vitality surged out, rapidly repairing Lu Yi's damaged physical body. His flesh and blood were torn apart, restored, torn apart again, and restored again. The 6th bolt of lightning, in the desperate eyes of the transcending tribulation realm experts, slammed down. Likewise, lightning as thick as a forearm struck Lu Yi's body. PFF'd. Lu Yi spat out a large mouthful of blood once again. The flesh and skin all over his body appeared to be turned inside out. Pain. It's too painful. Lu Yi's expression was terrifyingly calm. On the path to Dao, when has there ever been a lack of pain? Countless electric currents and lightning surged through his body. Ha ha ha. Dead, all dead. The myriad ancient sect transcending tribulation realm expert was already almost unrecognizable as human. He let out a hoarse laugh, his voice full of desolation. Cultivated for 300 years, today finally turned to ash. Let it be, let it be. His gaze finally fell on Lu Yi. His chilling voice seemed to come from the abyss. What a top ranker on the Eternal Paragon ranking. Today, many experts of the myriad ancient sect are annihilated. A great karma is now upon you. I will wait for you on the reincarnation path. Lu Yi raised his eyes, his voice quite serious. Failing crossing tribulation means not entering reincarnation. It's not a rule I set, it's a rule set by reincarnation Heavenly Lord. The myriad ancient sect transcending tribulation realm expert. Ah, I'm so angry I could die. Boom. The seventh heavenly thunder descended. The last transcending tribulation realm expert turned into dust in the lightning. Lu Yi looked at the surging heavenly thunder and truly couldn't endure it head on anymore. The stone sword appeared in his hand. 3,000 Dao swords. In an instant, a massive amount of sword light shot straight towards the lightning. The lightning violently destroyed all the sword light, then struck Lu Yi's body again. Chapter 85, 9 Tribulations Indestructible Body, 4th Update. Everyone in Great Dao sect had their eyes on Lu Yi. No one expected Lu Yi to use such a method. It was too terrifying. He instantly killed 40 to 50 transcending tribulation realm cultivators. After today, transcending tribulation realm cultivators in Great Wilderness will become a rarity. However, could he withstand the terrifying heavenly tribulation he triggered? Although the main heavenly tribulation was targeting that group of transcending tribulation realm cultivators, even 1% of the tribulation power descending would be enough to destroy a transcending tribulation realm cultivator. Lu Yi looked severely injured. Lu Yi turned into charcoal, and streaks of bloody light surged within his body, causing the black scabs to quickly fall off. The 8th Tribulation Lightning. Perhaps because all the transcending tribulation realm cultivators were dealt with, the power of the 8th Tribulation Lightning increased several times. Lu Yi spread his hands into a stance. At this moment, a special Dao rhyme circulated around his body, Taiji, Yin-Yang, transformation. Yin-Yang revolves, life is endless. Lu Yi met the tribulation lightning head-on, and as his hands guided it, the tribulation lightning began to twist. At this moment, the lightning rotated around Lu Yi like flowing water. The meaning of the yin-yang great Dao transformed the extremely yang and rigid tribulation lightning into extremely yin and soft water that wrapped around his body. As the tribulation lightning flowed around Lu Yi's body, his body rapidly absorbed the power of the tribulation lightning. His body was constantly being destroyed, but amidst the destruction, there was also new life. As the tribulation lightning continuously transformed, it gradually disappeared, completely absorbed into Lu Yi's body. Actually, if Lu Yi hadn't used the tribulation lightning to refine his body, he wouldn't have had to work so hard. However, everything was for growth. Lu Yi was pitch black all over, with lightning constantly flickering around him. His heart beat strongly and powerfully without stopping. Streams of vibrant fresh blood surged to all parts of his body through the beating of his heart. At this moment, his physical body was rapidly being reborn from destruction. The first heaven of the 9 tribulation undying body had been completed. The last tribulation lightning, come on. Lu Yi looked up. In the sky, dark clouds rolled and gathered into a mass. Terrifying heavenly might permeated the air. Heaven and earth, at this moment, became one with Lu Yi. The black scabs kept falling off, revealing the clean skin underneath. The skin even had a glistening sheen. Boom! The tribulation lightning was like a dragon. It charged straight down. Lu Yi's figure also instantly flew up, exceptionally agile. One punch out, heaven and earth move. Celestial venerable fist. At this moment, his right fist carried a brilliant light, like a meteor, smashing fiercely towards the lightning. Boom! Fist and lightning collided fiercely. Bright light erupted, and the roaring was deafening. The silver-white lightning exploded with a crash, and currents of electricity surged everywhere. Lu Yi's body retreated, but before he landed on the ground, he stopped in the void. His eyes were like lightning, and his body was like a dragon. After one punch, he formed hand seals with both hands. Return. In an instant, the exploded lightning turned into a torrent. Lu Yi opened his mouth, and all the lightning poured into his mouth, reappearing around his body. He swallowed the tribulation lightning. The last tribulation lightning ended. The clouds dispersed, and the sky became bright. 9 Dragon Valley had been completely flattened, and the ground was covered with large and small pits, scorched black and devastated. Lu Yi hovered in the sky, vast vitality permeating his body. His hair grew wildly, his black hair danced, and his body was like a divine demon. The people of Great Dao sect looked at Lu Yi at this moment, and inexplicably, a feeling of awe arose in their hearts. This was awe towards a strong person. Lu Yi tidied up his storage ring. Because the storage ring was made of space stone, and space stone was known for being extremely sturdy, even the lightning tribulation could not destroy it. With so many storage rings, Lu Yi had indeed made a huge profit. Lu Yi truly did not expect the entire Great Dao sect to come to his aid. However, since others had come, Lu Yi himself also had sectarian friendship with Great Dao sect. In his previous life, Great Dao sect also rose from a second-rate sect in the Nine Heavens to a top holy land. Lu Yi flew towards Great Dao sect. Disciple Lu Yi, greetings to sect leader, greetings to all Shizus, greetings to all Shishus. He had greeted everyone, but not Shizhen. Bai Chulin. Lu Yi, good, very good, worthy of being a heaven's chosen of my Great Dao sect. However, this time, you have killed many strong cultivators from these forces, causing them heavy losses, especially Netherworld and Wangu sect. Let's return to the sect first, and discuss after activating the sect protecting formation. Lu Changfeng's thinking was very clear. When the transcending tribulation realm cultivators died here, news would reach there. This feud would not be settled like this. Next, loose immortals would arrive, and possibly even with heavy treasures. Forget it, if I return to the sect, it will only bring disaster to the sect. I just need to hide outside, and they can't do anything to me, Lu Yi said with a smile. Lu Changfeng's expression was serious. What are you saying? The sect and you are always on the same path. Do you really think that if you don't return to the sect, we Great Dao sect can stay out of it? No need to say more, let's return to the sect first. Lu Yi also felt it didn't matter. He was already at refining void stage 9, and he had completed the first stage of cultivation of the 9 tribulation undying body. There really weren't many people in the first heaven who could kill him. Then let's return to the sect to rest and reorganize, look at the storage rings of these people, keep what he needed, and give what he didn't need to the sect. Moreover, returning to the sect had an advantage. If the strong cultivators of myriad ancient sect really came with heavy treasures, he would leave directly. This way, he could attract more attention to himself. Figures broke through the air. They returned to the sect at extreme speed. Sect leader, may I recover from my injuries first? Lu Yi asked with cupped hands. Naturally, you recover first. Come find me in the main hall when you've recovered. Lu Yi nodded, and his figure disappeared. The Great Dao sect protecting formation was activated. The sect protecting formations of the various sects could be said to be the most powerful formations in the first heaven. Who didn't spend a massive amount of manpower and resources to continuously upgrade their sect protecting formation, forming a super huge formation. Take Myriad Dao sect for example, many mountain peaks were the formation bases. The formation covered an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. A formation of this scale, once activated, consumed a massive amount of spirit stones every day, but breaking it was difficult. Very difficult. Phew, it's finally over. Hongling couldn't help but let out a long sigh. A myriad ancient heavens chosen battlefield actually made her feel a sense of impermanence of the world and the changeability of life. Bai Chulin also sighed softly. Her silver hair had turned black. Bai Chulin. Sun Ruowei's voice suddenly rose. Bai Chulin and Hongling looked at Sun Ruowei at the same time. You actually called Lu Yi husband, you good for nothing Bai Chulin, I treated you as my best sister, and you actually hid this from me so deeply. What exactly is going on? Quickly tell me, why did you call Lu Yi husband? Could it be that the two of you? Gua Wang Melon King came online at this moment, and Sun Ruowei's eyes flickered with intense fire. Actually, in this world, this kind of curious personality is very prone to trouble. And that was indeed the case. Sun Ruowei died quite early in her previous life, but she was still shocked by the big melon before her death, truly dying without regret for eating the melon. Bai Chulin. You heard wrong. Chapter 86. She really doesn't know. Bullshit. Would I hear wrong? You absolutely said husband, I heard it clearly, without any falseness. Quickly tell me, what exactly is going on? The two of us, over 60 years of friendship. Inseparable, cultivating together, we were practically sleeping together. Bai Chulin. Hongling showed a look of helplessness. She had suggested before that Master directly call Lu Yi by his name, but Master, being so spineless, gave up and surrendered after only a few moments under senior brother's oppressive power, finally tearfully calling him husband. It was Hongling who would rather die than yield, enduring all sorts of hardships but refusing to call him husband or anything like that. Later, Master got used to calling him husband, and now it was finally exposed, right? You really heard wrong, what I said at the time was. Spin, keep spinning, I want to see what you can spin out. Sun Ruowei sneered. Bai Chulin pondered deeply, and a light bulb went off. What I said at the time was, the conduct of a husbandly man is to cultivate himself through tranquility and nurture his virtue through frugality. Without indifference to fame and fortune, one cannot clarify one's aspirations, it's just that the sound after that was too low, and you didn't hear it. Sun Ruowei was dumbfounded at this moment. What the hell? What the hell? Bai Chulin, I treat you like a sister, and you treat me like an idiot. Sun Ruowei couldn't accept it. Anyway, that's how it is, Lu Yi and I are truly pure and innocent, we are just master and disciple, there is no other relationship. Bai Chulin simply looked completely unconcerned. Alright, Hongling, do you like your senior brother Lu Yi? Sun Ruowei shifted her target to Yu Hongling. This girl looks a bit silly, should be easier to fool. Yu Hongling. Yes, I do like senior brother. Yu Hongling said affirmatively. Then can you accept your senior brother having more than just you as a woman? Sun Ruowei pursued the advantage. She knew this Yu Hongling was a bit silly, unlike Bai Chulin, who wouldn't have taken this kind of bait at all. Yes, Yu Hongling said affirmatively. Not only could she accept it, she had already become comrades with those women. Then can you accept master and disciple serving one husband together? Yu Hongling. Bai Chulin looked at the two of them, a hint of helplessness in her eyes, she felt like she was getting a bit numb. What were these two talking about? She felt like she couldn't hear them clearly anymore. Why was it getting quieter and quieter? Quieter and quieter. Bang! Bai Chulin suddenly lay straight down. Neither Yu Hongling nor Sun Ruowei expected this situation, after all, Bai Chulin was a joining Dao realm cultivator, she wasn't injured or anything, why would she suddenly lie straight down? Master. Yu Hongling turned pale with fright and hurriedly squatted down to help Bai Chulin up. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. The moment Yu Hongling touched Bai Chulin, she felt an indescribable coldness instantly spread throughout her body, making her almost let go. Chulin. Sun Ruowei was also greatly alarmed. She touched her, why is she so cold? Didn't she say she could recover very quickly? Quick, warm up master. Yu Hongling knew Bai Chulin's condition and said urgently. How to warm her up? Sun Ruowei was also very anxious. Her hands turned red, spewing out scorching energy, and she placed them on Bai Chulin's body. But, it was useless. The heat from her hands simply couldn't dispel, no, it shouldn't be called dispelling, it should be called unable to contact the cold on Bai Chulin's body. Incompatible. Yu Hongling knew Master's condition, but she wasn't particularly clear about it. Because Master always found it difficult to speak about. But she had seen how senior brother dispelled this coldness for Master. So she stretched out her hands and began to untie Bai Chulin's clothes. Sun Ruowei was puzzled, but she didn't say anything, there were only the three of them here, and she had set up a barrier around them, so it was safe. Soon, Bai Chulin was stripped bare. Yu Hongling started to undress herself. Sun Ruowei. Things seemed to be starting to go a little wrong. Yu Hongling quickly undressed completely and held Bai Chulin in her arms. Instantly, the bone-chilling cold caused Yu Hongling extreme pain. It was a pain that the body could not endure. Yu Hongling's body couldn't stop trembling, her body's instinct produced countless thoughts urging her to leave. But Yu Hongling refused to leave. Bai Chulin's body slightly began to regain warmth, although it was still frighteningly cold, it wasn't as icy as it was at first. Finally, Yu Hongling really couldn't bear it anymore. She felt that if she continued, her body would freeze to death, and even her soul would be damaged by the cold. She released Bai Chulin's body and wrapped her tightly in a thick quilt. What exactly is going on? Sun Ruowei asked urgently. She also started to take off her clothes, imitating Yu Hongling, to embrace Bai Chulin. Instantly, Sun Ruowei let out a cry of extreme pain. She was completely unable to bear that feeling of extreme cold and let go after only a moment of contact. Too cold. It was truly too cold, this was a cold that the human body and soul could not endure. Bai Chulin's breathing was steady, her eyes tightly closed. The air she exhaled didn't have much abnormality, but only her body was extremely cold. Only senior brother has a way, I'll go find senior brother has a way. Yu Hongling got up and put on her clothes. Sun Shishu, watch over master here, I'll bring senior brother over immediately. Alright, go quickly and come back quickly. Yu Hongling's figure quickly rushed towards Lu Yi's location. She wanted to crash straight into Lu Yi's room, but stopped abruptly when she was less than 10 centimeters from Lu Yi's door. See, I told you, people don't learn from being told, but experience teaches you quickly. Senior brother, master's condition has flared up again, she has now fallen into a coma, quickly come with me to save master. Yu Hongling said urgently. Inside the room, no sound came out. Senior brother. Yu Hongling knocked on the door. The situation is very urgent, quickly come with me, no matter what, she is our master, our only master. Despite Yu Hongling knocking on the door so loud it shook the heavens, Lu Yi remained silent. Yu Hongling gritted her teeth and was about to push open the door with force, when finally, Lu Yi's voice came from inside. Flared up again. Her spirits lifted. Yes, she's in a coma, her body is especially cold. Senior brother, will you please save master? Lu Yi's voice carried a strange tone. How do I save her? You can save her however you can, anything is fine. A self-mocking smile appeared on Lu Yi's lips. Anything is fine. After saving her, I'll become that rebellious disciple who defiles their master again, holding a grudge against me. Yu Hongling. Master doesn't know the kind of pain you endure, you can't blame master for this either. Do you think she really doesn't know? Chapter 87 Respecting the Fate of Others. Did Bai Chulin know how intense the pain Lu Yi was enduring was? She acted as if she didn't know. But what was the truth? The Taiyan chaotic god body. Once the chaotic yin poison acted up, it required the flame of life to actively warm that fatal chill. The terror of the chaotic yin poison was absolutely not just simple cold qi, it penetrated bone marrow and soul. Lu Yi had even lost a life because of this thing. It was only by relying on frantic deduction that he found a sliver of hope after losing a life. The solution was to take more than 10 kinds of extremely yang and extremely rigid pills beforehand, and then use one's lifespan and cultivation as flames to forcefully neutralize the chaotic yin poison. Of course, this method was not something only Lu Yi could accomplish alone. If others developed those more than 10 kinds of extremely yang and extremely rigid pills and didn't care about the price of losing lifespan and regressing cultivation, they could also help Bai Chulin detoxify. It was just that these more than 10 kinds of extremely yang and extremely rigid pills were quite complex. When he was deducing them back then, he nearly crashed the system, which hadn't been upgraded much yet. It was also precisely because of these more than 10 kinds of pills that Lu Yi was quite worked up when detoxifying, flipping Bai Chulin over and over, his eyes rolling back. Master doesn't know you're in so much pain. Yu Hongling also couldn't believe that the master she respected and loved was a hypocritical person. Listening to Yu Hongling's extremely certain tone, Lu Yi couldn't help but smile. See, it was still like this, without any change at all. She would never believe the words he spoke, not even needing to investigate, outright denying them and being extremely certain of her own guesses. He just didn't understand. He and Bai Chulin had experienced everything together, had seen each other in their most honest states, and Lu Yi was under the influence of the pills, so he wasn't acting much. As long as Bai Chulin glanced at Lu Yi midway, no, even if she didn't look at all, she could still know what kind of pain Lu Yi was enduring. Lu Yi waved his hand. Boom. Yu Hongling was instantly sent flying backward, slamming heavily onto a stone, and the door closed. If he said one more word, he'd be an idiot. He had made a decent harvest from the trip to the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, and with the Great Dao sect coming to reinforce him, Lu Yi felt warm. He hadn't felt good for long before he was disgusted again. It was like being screwed over. Yu Hongling climbed up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Senior brother, please save master, she's our only master. This time, Lu Yi truly didn't bother with her. Yu Hongling had no choice, she hurriedly returned to where Bai Chulin was. Sun Ruowei quickly asked, how is it? Did Lu Yi come? Yu Hongling's face was full of bitterness. Senior brother won't help. It seems I said the wrong thing again and made senior brother angry. What did you say? Seriously, your master is already like this, and you still said something to make him angry. Sun Ruowei found it hard to understand. Yu Hongling still didn't know where she had gone wrong. Didn't my senior brother save master before? I just said that master didn't know he was in so much pain, and then he sent me flying with a hit. Sun Ruowei, how do you know your master didn't know he was in so much pain? Yu Hongling. Sun Ruowei's one sentence instantly stunned Yu Hongling. How did she know? That's right, how did she know? Master said it. At this moment, Yu Hongling's gaze fell upon Bai Chulin. Master said Lu Yi wasn't that painful, and instead even enjoyed it. But was that really the case? Master said this, and she believed it just like that, but what about the words senior brother said? When had she ever believed them? Yu Hongling covered her chest. It hurt so much. She could barely stand steady. Why did she always treat senior brother with this attitude? She clearly regretted it, but when she faced senior brother again, it was still like this. At this moment, Yu Hongling even hated herself. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. Why, when facing senior brother, was she always so unreasonably confident, only believing what she was willing to believe? Sun Ruowei gently sighed. She glanced at Bai Chulin. Lu Yi's behavior was enough to prove that the entanglement between Bai Chulin and Lu Yi was much deeper than she had imagined. Then what should we do now? Yu Hongling asked, forcing herself to endure the pain in her heart. Sun Ruowei began to ponder. I'll go find Lu Yi. You must speak to him properly. Right now, my senior brother is very irritable and hits people if a single word doesn't match. Sun Ruowei's figure disappeared. Soon, she appeared before Lu Yi's room door. She gently knocked on the door. Lu Yi was in the room searching through the storage rings of the many transcending tribulation realm cultivators one by one. Seeing Sun Ruowei's arrival with his divine sense, he pondered for a moment. Ding, my kind has arrived. The system's voice sounded in his mind, vaguely excited. She has a system too. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Ding, no, she also likes to watch drama. Lu Yi. Ding, and she likes watching your drama the most. Lu Yi. Maybe you should just turn back into the Heavenly Dao, at least you were honest then. Lu Yi opened the door and slightly cupped his hands towards Sun Ruowei. Disciple Lu Yi greets Sun Shishu. His face wore a faint, warm, and gentle smile. Although Sun Ruowei had fiercely watched drama in her previous life, essentially watching herself die, she had also fought side by side with him and died in the great battle allied with the alien race. She was quite good to Lu Yi. Lu Yi. This wasn't the first time Sun Ruowei and Lu Yi had interacted. The two most recent times were when Lu Yi turned red, his monstrous killing intent seemingly wanting to destroy the world, and the second was when Lu Yi drew the heavenly tribulation to annihilate a crowd of transcending tribulation cultivators. Good heavens, originally Lu Yi was just a young disciple in her eyes, but now looking at Lu Yi, it actually made her feel a little fear in her heart. Shishu, there's no need to be afraid. Everyone I killed was an enemy. Everyone in our sect is our own people. Lu Yi felt Sun Ruowei's fear and spoke with a wisp of Taoist sound, helping her dispel it. As expected, Sun Ruowei was no longer as afraid. That's right. We're from the same sect, our own people. Your master and I are also very good friends, and I usually treat you like my own child. That word might not be entirely accurate, but that's the meaning. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Then now your master is in a coma. I heard that girl Hongling say you have a method to save her. Can you go and save her? Sun Ruowei asked. Apologies, Shishu. Master once clearly stated she didn't need me to save her. It's true that I saved Master before, but I've already been punished, and I absolutely dare not interfere in this matter again. Please trouble Shishu to consult others, perhaps others have a method to cure her. Lu Yi's attitude was respectful, but his words were indeed cold. She won't let you save her. Master is master, disciple is disciple. Respecting master and valuing the Tao, and the distinction between genders, are ethical norms. I absolutely cannot overstep the bounds. Please Shishu understand this disciple's difficulty, Lu Yi said with cupped hands. Sun Ruowei. In special times, doing special things is indeed excusable. Shishu also said it's excusable. Excusable means it can be forgiven. Forgiveness only exists if a mistake is made. But if I don't do it, won't I not make a mistake, and then there's no need to talk about forgiveness or not. Sun Ruowei was speechless. Chapter 88. What should you call me? She doesn't need me to save her. If I save her, she'll still harm me. If I don't save her, then nothing will happen, right? This is called letting go of the hero complex, respecting others' fate. Excellent. Are we just going to watch her fall step by step into a worse situation? Lu Yi did not answer this question, but just looked at Sun Ruowei with calm eyes. At this moment, not answering was the best answer. Can you really not help? No. 2 words, resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Sun Ruowei stepped back 2 steps. Okay, I understand, then I won't bother you anymore. Shishu, walk slowly, I won't see you out. Sun Ruowei left under Lu Yi's smiling gaze, and only after her figure disappeared at the end of his sight did Lu Yi close the door again. Such a polite, such a gentle person, why on earth? Damn it, habitual gossiping, now doesn't seem to be the time for gossiping. What should I do next? Ding, a kindred spirit, I want to see what this kindred spirit will do. Lu Yi. A screen of light, without Lu Yi's consent, was already suspended in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi. Damn it, this system is getting to know me better and better. If the system had asked Lu Yi if he wanted to watch, Lu Yi would definitely have been too lazy to watch, but the system started playing without Lu Yi's consent, so Lu Yi couldn't do anything about it, right? He couldn't exactly catch the system and beat it up, could he? Cough. Anyway, sorting out treasures isn't a complicated matter. Watching wouldn't affect anything. Lu Yi felt as if he had returned to his childhood on Earth, when he was fostered in an orphanage, and the orphanage didn't know where it had gotten a large amount of cotton from, the kind that hadn't been peeled out of the cotton bolls yet. The director called all the children over and had them start peeling cotton, and as if to reward them, the director showed them an outdoor television program. Peeling cotton while watching television. That turned out to be a rare beautiful memory in Lu Yi's life. Now, there was a similar feeling. Sun Ruowei returned to Bai Chulin's residence. Bai Chulin's face was still pale. How is it? Seeing that Lu Yi was not following behind Sun Ruowei, Hongling had already become disappointed. He said Chulin had already explicitly told him that she doesn't need his help. As expected, at this moment, Bai Chulin's body was slightly trembling. She felt as if she was dreaming. She dreamed that she had fallen into a deep hole full of ice water. Not only was there bone-chilling cold, but also the fear of drowning. She wanted to break free and leave this deep hole. But the more she struggled, the deeper she sank. In the past at this time, a pair of warm large hands would appear, grabbing her hand, and there would be a scorching aura that she would hold onto tightly. Those strong arms would embrace her, rushing straight upwards, and all the coldness and fear of drowning would be left far behind. But this time, no matter how she sank, no matter how she fell, that aura never appeared again. Husband, save me. Hongling and Sun Ruowei looked at Bai Chulin at the same time, listening to Bai Chulin's sleep-talking like cries. Both were silent. Her subconscious was hoping Lu Yi would save her. No one wants to die. No, I refuse to believe that only Lu Yi can save Chulin. I'll go find the sect leader. Great Dao sect has so many capable and extraordinary people. Can it be that none of them can save her? Sun Ruowei couldn't stand it anymore. She refused to believe this absurdity. Hongling's eyes were full of sadness. It's useless, in the vast 9 heavens, among the countless gods and Buddhas, only senior brother can save master, only senior brother can. Then I'll have the sect leader order Lu Yi to save her. Sun Ruowei left angrily, heading straight for Great Dao Peak. Soon, she met Lu Changfeng. Sect leader, Bai Chulin is currently severely injured and unconscious, suspected of being poisoned by a potent venom. According to her disciple Hongling, only Lu Yi can save her. I have come to request a sect leader's decree, please bestow it, ordering Lu Yi to save his master. When Lu Changfeng heard this, his heart instantly tightened, and his simp-like thinking gained the upper hand. How could Bai Shimei be poisoned? I'll go see her. Changming, immediately order the supreme elders of Medicine Peak and Dan Peak to go to Chulin Peak. Sun Ruowei opened her mouth and emphasized, Sect leader, your visit is useless, and the people from Medicine Peak and Dan Peak going is also useless. Only Lu Yi has the method to save her. I, who am skilled in saving people, have no way. You just need to issue an order for Lu Yi to go and save her. Only then did Lu Changfeng remember that Sun Ruowei in front of him was also a cultivator with extremely high-level healing methods. But when it came to Lu Yi, the mind that was dominated by love-struck thinking was instantly taken over by sect leader thinking. He calmed down. Bai Shimei is Lu Yi's master, why won't he save her? Lu Changfeng asked. Sun Ruowei's expression paused. How to answer? Say that for Lu Yi to save her, he must become a rebellious disciple who violates his master. Even if Bai Chulin is saved, will Bai Chulin still have the face to live on? Sun Ruowei was relatively familiar with Bai Chulin and knew that Bai Chulin was quite traditional and adhered to etiquette. She absolutely would not allow anything else to happen between herself and her disciple. Lu Yi does indeed have some difficulties, but this matter is absolutely not harmful to Lu Yi. As long as the sect leader issues the order, everything will fall into place naturally. In Sun Ruowei's view, Bai Chulin was undoubtedly infatuated with Lu Yi, but because of their identities, neither of them could take that step. But the sect leader's order had to be obeyed. That would mean a third party joining in and forcefully pushing the emotional progress of these two. Lu Changfeng understood. Although he didn't know the reason why Lu Yi wouldn't save her, since Lu Yi wouldn't save her, even if he was the sect leader, he couldn't force others to save someone. If he were to forcefully issue an order, Lu Yi, for the sake of Great Dao sect going to his aid in the past, would probably save her. However, after saving her, Lu Yi might leave Great Dao sect directly, which would mean the grievances between him and Great Dao sect would be settled. But that's Bai Shamei. On one side was the future powerhouse on whom the entire sect had bet everything, and on the other side was the woman he himself admired. Lu Changfeng's expression became serious. He sat on the sect leader's throne. Looking at Sun Ruowei, he spoke. Bai Shamei has been poisoned, the physicians from Medicine Peak and alchemists from Dan Peak should go to detoxify her. Lu Yi is merely a cultivator who is not proficient in various arts, how would he know how to detoxify or treat illnesses? Changming, hurry and go invite the supreme elders of Dan Peak and Medicine Peak. Deputy sect leader Ji Changming immediately agreed, hastily said yes, and then quickly left. Lu Changfeng, you. Sun Ruowei's eyes held disbelief, which then turned into deep disappointment. She truly couldn't believe that Lu Changfeng, who was so infatuated with Bai Chulin, would at this moment resolutely give up on Bai Chulin. Lu Changfeng's expression was also extremely serious. He looked at Sun Ruowei, his voice serious and indifferent. Shamei, outside of Great Dao Peak, whether you call me Lu Changfeng or senior brother Lu, I won't pick on you. But here in the Dao Asking Hall on Great Dao Peak, what should you call me? Sun Ruowei looked at Lu Changfeng seated high on the sect leader's throne. At this moment, Lu Changfeng was incredibly tall, his face majestic and cold, like a god without any emotions. Sun Ruowei's heart was startled, looking at Lu Changfeng. Her voice trembled slightly as she gave her answer. Sect leader. Chapter 89 Deceiving Yourself. She's awake. Bai Chulin is awake. With a soft moan, Bai Chulin opened her eyes. At this moment, her aura surged, unexpectedly increasing by 2 minor realms in one go. The Taiyin transformation scripture was indeed a fierce cultivation technique. While she was unconscious, the technique had been operating automatically, continuously dissolving the chaotic yin poison. Dissolve, nascent soul absorbs, condense. Dissolve again, nascent soul absorbs, condense again. Of course, the speed at which the nascent soul absorbed was definitely not as fast as the speed at which it was being generated. Bai Chulin slowly recovered, and the temperature of her body returned significantly. You're awake, Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei said happily at the same time. Bai Chulin suddenly frowned, her expression changing drastically. Who touched my clothes? Master, it was me, I touched them, Yu Hongling quickly said. Only then did Bai Chulin breathe a sigh of relief. How do you feel now? What's going on with your physique? Why do you still have such a disaster even though you've reached the joining Dao realm? Sun Ruowei asked anxiously. It's fine, I have a way to resolve this physique myself. The coma was just a self-protection mechanism. The matter of me being in a coma, did it not alarm anyone else? Bai Chulin asked. Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei exchanged glances. Ahem, no. Bai Chulin's face was full of helplessness. Tell me, who was alarmed? It was better not to mention this matter, but when it was brought up, Sun Ruowei was filled with anger. Chulin, what on earth are you doing? Why are there always men like this around you? Lu Yi, we reasoned with him, even begged him, telling him to go all out and that we wouldn't blame him for anything he did, but he refused to save you no matter what. Although Bai Chulin had already guessed, her heart still felt cold when she heard that Lu Yi was indifferent to her. Alright, she was indeed a bit pathetic. She clearly told Lu Yi not to save her, but when Lu Yi truly didn't, she still felt disappointed. It's true that I didn't let him save me. You can't blame him for this. Bai Chulin didn't show any unusual reaction. Lu Yi is one thing, you said not to let him save you, but there's also Lu Changfeng. Bai Chulin's expression changed drastically. You let Lu Changfeng try to save me. Although she couldn't tolerate her relationship with Lu Yi, her traditional thinking made her unable to accept any other man besides Lu Yi. Her final outcome should be to walk the Great Dao alone. No, no, how could I possibly let Lu Changfeng save you? Yu Hongling understood Bai Chulin's reaction and quickly explained. Bai Chulin breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that I let him save you, it was that I asked him to give an order for Lu Yi to save you. But he refused to give the order and even said that I shouldn't call him by his name, but should address him as sect leader. It's truly too much, Sun Ruowei said dissatisfied. Bai Chulin understood Lu Changfeng's meaning. She felt some emotion in her heart. In this world, she was afraid there would be no one who could be so wholeheartedly good to her like Lu Yi in the previous life. Yu Hongling hesitated. Bai Chulin looked at her, is there anything you want to say? It's just, Master, do you really not know that senior brother will suffer immense pain when he helps you? Yu Hongling asked. Bai Chulin was startled. Why do you ask that? I went to find senior brother to save you, and I said that you didn't know senior brother would suffer immense pain to save you, but senior brother said that you knew. Bai Chulin fell silent. She didn't answer the question. I'm tired and need to cultivate and regulate my breathing. You two go do your own things first. No answer was the most deafening answer. Yu Hongling couldn't believe it. Master, did Master really know? Didn't she keep saying that she didn't know? Why? Why did she clearly know, but still pretend she didn't? Why on earth? She wanted to ask again, but was pulled away by Sun Ruowei. Bai Chulin looked at the closed door, closed her eyes, and finally couldn't hold back, a tear falling from the corner of her eye. Of course, she knew that Lu Yi was suffering immense pain, but she had actively chosen to forget. Especially after obtaining the Taiyin transformation scripture, Lu Yi would no longer suffer pain. As time went on, she gradually forgot Lu Yi's past suffering. However, she remembered Lu Yi's identity clearly. She was the master, and Lu Yi was the disciple. She was deceiving herself. She had deceived herself into believing it, how pathetic. There's nothing good to see here, Lu Yi said with some dissatisfaction. Ding, there's nothing good to see, yet you're looking so intently, the system immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Was I looking intently? Ding, you were. You must have seen wrong. That's right, you don't even have eyes, so it's understandable that you saw wrong. Ding, I have eyes, I have many eyes, I can have as many eyes as I want. They're all blind. Ding, your eyes are blind. Lu Yi and the system bickered for a while, and after organizing his storage ring, he was in a pretty good mood. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I returned to the sect. Why haven't those few forces reacted yet? If there's no movement, I'm going to look for Withering Manwood. Withering Manwood was an important treasure for him to condense 3 lives. He also knew where it was. The reason he hadn't left the Great Dao sect was that he was waiting for the alliance of sects to attack the Great Dao sect, so he could leave under their noses and attract all the firepower onto himself. Because the Great Dao sect had sealed itself off after returning, Lu Yi didn't know the current situation outside. He didn't know that the news of the death of all 46 transcending tribulation realm experts was spreading rapidly throughout the great wilderness. The speed of the spread was too fast, frighteningly fast. The entire great wilderness was in an uproar. 46 transcending tribulation realm. 57 Dao integration experts. All wiped out. Heavens, the Heavenly Secrets report isn't joking with us, is it? How many transcending tribulation realm experts are there in the entire great wilderness when all the forces are added up? For example, the Great Dao sect, to save Lu Yi, sent out their entire force, with 19 transcending tribulation realm experts. The 5 great sects, the 3 great dynasties, and 1 myriad ancient sect. Added together, there were at most 200 transcending tribulation realm experts. Because the number of transcending tribulation realm experts in the Great Dao sect was definitely at a medium to high level. Adding the first-class forces besides these top forces, and the hidden netherworld and heavenly pavilion, it meant that at least 1/7 of the transcending tribulation experts in the entire first heaven were eliminated. A full 1/7 of the transcending tribulation realm experts died. The Yin-Yang Law sect and the Supreme Emperor dynasty, their strong experts were almost all dead. The Jia sect and the Mountain and River Pagoda sect regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Originally, their relationship with the Great Dao sect was quite good, and everyone was harmonious when they met. This could be seen from Shu Moji sending magic treasures to Bai Chulin. As a result, things had turned out like this. Not only did they become enemies with the Great Dao sect, but they also lost so many strong experts, and many of the younger generation were injured or killed, causing a fault in the future and a fault in the present. They lost strong experts, and they lost potential. These few forces felt completely numb. Chapter 90. No more waiting, 4th update. He. In the demon realm, the demon emperor laughed uproariously, a black banner suspended behind him, infinite black mist rolling, as if billions of souls were letting out mournful roars within. I didn't expect this, I truly didn't expect this. The demon emperor was practically laughing himself silly. My demon saint. 46 transcending tribulation realm cultivators died, all killed in one go by a slaughterer who used special means to trigger the heavenly tribulation. He had just received this news and truly almost couldn't catch his breath, nearly laughing himself to death on the spot. Around the demon emperor, many demon clan transcending tribulation realm cultivators revealed sinister smiles. Originally, they were worried that with so many of the demon clan's younger generation dying, the demon clan would lack successors. But now, there was absolutely no need to worry anymore. Because the human clan no longer lacked successors, now, the human clan had no strength left at all. 46 transcending tribulation realm cultivators, 46. The demon emperor kept muttering this number, the demon clan had just lost a monumental enemy. Issue my demon emperor's command, contact all races, the opportunity for us to attack the great wilderness and unify the first heaven has arrived. This time, I want my 10,000 soul banner to feast on human clan souls. Yes, similar to the demon realm. When spies from other alien races left among the human clans sent the news back to their respective races, the experts of the alien races all exploded. The fall of 46 transcending tribulation realm cultivators was as lively as a festival for the alien races. They quickly received the news sent by the demon emperor. Attack! Attack! A once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity, we must attack the great wilderness. Taking advantage of the current panic in the great wilderness is precisely the time for us to attack. Let's join forces, this time, we must make the human clan pay. I, however, think we can wait a bit longer. The human clan's transcending tribulation realm cultivators are already dead, and the birth of a single transcending tribulation realm cultivator takes a considerable amount of time. Now, the human clan has already started infighting. Lu Yi, the first on the eternal paragon ranking, killed so many transcending tribulation realm cultivators in one go, yet the great Dao sect stands with Lu Yi. How could the other sects possibly let this go? They will definitely fight again, and this battle will absolutely not be small. Either the great Dao sect will be annihilated, or the other sects will suffer heavy losses again. No rush, we cannot rush. Amitabha, that makes sense. This monk also believes we should wait a while. Alright then, we'll wait a bit, but we need to gather our strength and be ready to strike at any time. The many alien races began to discuss. At this moment, among the God clan, a descendant of the water god named Shui Liang spoke up. Perhaps, we can also contact the forces whose large numbers of transcending tribulation realm cultivators were annihilated. How do you mean? The Supreme Emperor dynasty sent someone to contact our God clan. They claimed that if we could annihilate the great Dao sect and kill Lu Yi, their Supreme Emperor dynasty would be willing to coexist with us. The news that Shui Liang revealed instantly piqued the interest of the alien race experts. Did the Supreme Emperor dynasty really say that? Indeed. That's interesting, let's consider it. Great Dao sect. I can't wait any longer. Lu Yi suddenly stood up. Waiting here idly when no enemy had arrived was simply a waste of life. Lu Yi didn't want to continue being idle like this, he wanted to cultivate. His figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at Dan Peak. Lu Yi's name was already known to everyone in the Great Dao sect. The scene of him killing transcending tribulation cultivators with a tribulation was still vivid, as if it happened yesterday. Disciple Lu Yi requests an audience with Peak Master Qingwo. Hearing that it was Lu Yi who had come, the Dan Peak elder did not dare to neglect him and immediately led Lu Yi up the peak, notifying Qingwo Daoren. Before they had taken more than a few steps, Qingwo Daoren's loud laughter resounded. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, you've come to my Dan Peak, are you looking for elixirs? Whatever you need, just tell me. Lu Yi cupped his hands towards Taoist Qingwo. Greetings, Peak Master. This disciple has not come to request elixirs, but rather to borrow the 9-dragon leaf fire furnace for a while. I wish to refine a great elixir. Peak Master Qingwo was immediately quite surprised. You can refine elixirs. Yes. There was no need for modesty regarding this. Lu Yi's elixir refining techniques could be called the Tao of elixirs. Then what elixir are you planning to refine? The elixir has no name. If I must give it one, then let's call it the giant spirit elixir. Peak Master Qingwo was slightly dumbfounded. An elixir with no name. Doesn't that mean this elixir was created by Lu Yi? Don't be ridiculous. How old are you? To be able to cultivate to such a realm is already being a dragon among men, a heaven's chosen. Without long-term immersion in the Tao of elixir refining, how could you become a master? This disciple knows the peak master doesn't believe it, but it's alright. I only need to use the 9-dragon leaf fire furnace for a bit. The 9-dragon leaf fire furnace is incredibly sturdy. Even if I cause an explosion, it won't damage the cauldron in the slightest. You can be completely at ease, Lu Yi said with a smile. What he said was true. Alright then, please follow me. The two arrived at the location of the 9-dragon leaf fire furnace. The cauldron was 3 feet in diameter, with 9 dragons coiled and imprinted on its body. When used, the 9 dragons could breathe fire, making it extremely profound. It could be said to be a famous top-tier cauldron in the Great Tao sect, and even in the first heaven. Can I watch you refine elixirs? Qingwo Daorin asked curiously. He didn't quite believe that Lu Yi possessed superb elixir refining techniques. If Lu Yi couldn't do it, he could guide him from the side. What if Lu Yi felt his knowledge was profound, was amazed by him, and chose to follow him to learn the Tao of elixir refining? Then he could even become half of Lu Yi's master. Just thinking about this made him happy. Lu Yi did not refuse either. Peak Master, feel free. Lu Yi extended his palm, and the white Sun-Yang fire burned beneath the cauldron. The 9 divine dragons coiled on the cauldron seemed to come alive at this moment. The cauldron lit up and began to heat. Qingwo Daorin nodded lightly. The heating technique was skilled, and the fire control technique was also qualified. Lu Yi took out a handful of spirit herbs and threw them directly into the cauldron. Qingwo Daorin was momentarily stunned. Lu Yi had already thrown in a handful of things that Qingwo Daorin hadn't even seen clearly. No, what was that? Whose medicinal ingredients are thrown in like this? The flames suddenly rose, and the heat waves inside quickly melted the spirit herbs into liquid medicine. Qingwo Daorin's hands were already raised. If he wasn't worried about losing face, he would have already covered his ears. It's going to explode. A huge explosion. However, the huge explosion did not occur. The cauldron lid automatically opened, and 12 qi replenishing pills emitting a rich medicinal fragrance formed. Each pill was plump and smooth, with clear and even patterns. Limitless Celestial Venerable. Qingwo Daorin let out an exclamation. It's already done. Whose family refines elixirs by throwing all the medicinal ingredients in at once? The medicinal properties have different sequences, and it's very easy for conflicts to arise. But Lu Yi did it just like that. And he succeeded. Lu Yi tested his hand, getting familiar with his current state of elixir refining. It was all right. Then let's begin. A large pile of spirit herbs suddenly appeared in Lu Yi's hand. Each spirit herb emitted powerful spiritual energy. After all, they were treasures from transcending tribulation realm cultivators. You wait. Lu Yi threw all these dozens of types of spirit herbs into the 9-dragon leaf fire furnace in one go. A moment. Lu Yi turned his head, manipulating the flames, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Qingwo's face was deathly pale. It's over, Dan Peak is probably going to be blown up. Chapter 91. This pill. Peak Master, don't be so nervous. Lu Yi glanced at Qingwo Daoist, noticing his hands were tightly clenched, and couldn't help but comfort him. You keep a good eye on the pill furnace for me. Qingwo Daoist's voice rose. All right, actually, it's fine. It's not my first time refining pills like this. What medicinal ingredients were you refining before, and what medicinal ingredients are you putting into the pill furnace now? Can they be the same? Qingwo Daoist meant that the medicinal ingredients Lu Yi used for refining pills before were just some ordinary low-grade spirit herbs. The pile of medicinal ingredients Lu Yi was holding now were top-grade ingredients from the hands of transcending tribulation realm experts. How could they be compared? But what he didn't know was that the medicinal ingredients Lu Yi originally used for refining pills were the most top-tier divine medicines, Tao fruits, many of which had already developed sentience, and they were still thrown in by Lu Yi like a chaotic stew. They're similar. Medicinal ingredients, their medicinal properties are just those few types. They're all pretty much the same. They're very different. A slight difference can lead to a huge deviation. Even with one type of medicinal ingredient, sometimes the medicinal properties can vary. Before Qingwo Taoist could finish speaking, Lu Yi grabbed a large handful of medicinal ingredients and threw them in again. Hey, hey, hey. Qingwo Taoist really couldn't hold back anymore. Take it easy, take it easy. Look, it didn't explode. Another large handful of medicinal ingredients was thrown into the pill furnace. The 9-dragon leaf fire furnace continued to spew fire, and the ingredients quickly turned into liquid medicine. Lu Yi threw in another large handful of medicinal ingredients. Those medicinal ingredients were just like holding a pile of weeds. Qingwo Taoist, at this point, didn't dare to speak anymore. He could see that the large pile of medicinal ingredients Lu Yi threw in had medicinal properties that were, as Lu Yi said, quite similar. But pills really weren't refined like this. A single pill didn't just require things with similar medicinal properties, it also needed medicinal ingredients that conflicted with those properties. A single type of medicinal property simply couldn't condense into a pill. After eating it, there would still be medicinal toxins. Time passed second by second. Lu Yi took out a large pile of medicinal ingredients with completely new medicinal properties. No, no, no. Qingwo Taoist already didn't know what to say. His past knowledge told him that if this pile of medicinal ingredients was thrown in, the pill furnace would definitely explode. He was already prepared to die. If the pill furnace exploded, he would protect Lu Yi first. He could die, but the sect's chosen one could not. Lu Yi glanced at Qingwo Taoist. He couldn't be blamed either, he had only just entered the Tao of alchemy. The medicinal ingredients melted inside, and a large amount of white smoke sprayed out from the 9-dragon leaf fire furnace, like the chimney of a coal-burning train. Qingwo Taoist's entire body was tense. It didn't explode. At this moment, Lu Yi took out another pile of medicinal ingredients and threw them in with lightning speed. Qingwo Taoist realized that this Lu Yi, his hands were really fast. With just a swoosh, a pile of medicinal ingredients was taken out. He didn't even seriously check if the medicinal ingredients were wrong. He just took them out and threw them into the pill furnace. As the medicinal ingredients continuously increased, the pill furnace trembled slightly, and sounds like a raging storm and tsunami came from inside. Lu Yi was not in a hurry, continuously adding medicinal ingredients inside. It's too much, the medicinal ingredients added are really too many. Normally, refining a pill with dozens of medicinal ingredients was already considered quite difficult. As for the medicinal ingredients Lu Yi threw into the pill furnace, a rough estimate now put it at several hundred types. Whose family refines pills by grabbing a pile of medicinal ingredients and throwing them in? Until the last pile of medicinal ingredients was thrown in. The white sun yang fire released by Lu Yi began to become more intense. The sound of flowing water and whistling continuously echoed within, and there was also that gurgling sound as if something was about to explode inside. Hiss. A large amount of steam sprayed out. The entire alchemy room was filled with smoke. If they weren't cultivators, such dense fog would be enough to give them carbon dioxide poisoning. Done. Pill condensation successful. Qingwo Taoist squinted his eyes, staring at the pill furnace without blinking. Even though his eyes were sore and painful from the smoke, he wanted to see what kind of shocking and unorthodox pill Lu Yi's violent refining method would produce. Lu Yi opened the pill furnace. An incomparably rich medicinal fragrance instantly burst out. Qingwo Taoist was startled. So fragrant. However, at this moment, Lu Yi's face darkened slightly. No. Damn it, the white sun yang fire's level is too low. Although it's a divine fire, refining so many top-tier medicinal ingredients from the first heaven is still quite difficult. He actually encountered his Waterloo in alchemy in his life. What's wrong? Qingwo Taoist also came over curiously. Then, he saw the pill in the pill furnace and was dumbfounded. Lu Yi, with a dark face, took out the pill. He saw a pill larger than his head, with a diameter of a full 20 centimeters. There were mysterious pill patterns on top, emitting an enticing fragrance. Based on the pill's perfection, patterns, and fragrance, it was evident that this pill had a very high completion rate and was a top-grade pill. It was just this size. Qingwo Taoist was also full of amazement. Limitless Celestial Venerable, I've truly never seen such a large pill before. It's so big, what could possibly eat it? Lu Yi. He couldn't help but glare at Qingwo Taoist, his mouth twitching. Sorry, I speak without thinking. You refined the pill without following the rules, and it turned out like this. If you refined pills systematically, you would definitely be able to refine them to be this pill of yours. Qingwo Taoist initially only focused on the size of the pill. Now, he finally noticed the quality of the pill. Top-grade pill, Qingwo Taoist exclaimed. Thank you, Peak Master, for letting me use the 9-dragon-leaf fire furnace. I never mind. Lu Yi took out a knife, dug out a piece of the giant spirit pill, and handed it to Qingwo Taoist. Eat it if you want, study it if you want. I'll take my leave first. Qingwo Taoist stared blankly at the fist-sized pill in his palm. He used a knife to dig out a piece of the pill. The piece he dug out was fist-sized. At this moment, Qingwo Taoist's always proud Tao of alchemy suffered the greatest impact in history. Lu Yi put away the giant spirit pill and didn't dare to take it out until he returned to his own room. Ding ding ding. The system let out a barbell-like laugh in his mind. Lu Yi was considering whether to slice this pill to eat, dig it out to eat, or just gnaw on it. Never mind. Lu Yi's figure began to grow larger. Heaven and earth manifestation. No, there's a roof, but that couldn't stop Lu Yi. His head alone grew larger. He opened his huge mouth, his mouth stretched to its maximum, his face becoming contorted, and finally, he swallowed the pill in one gulp. Gulp gulp gulp. The pill entered his stomach. Vast energy quickly spread and surged. Lu Yi sat cross-legged, already having made a decision in his heart. After refining this pill, he would immediately leave the Great Tao sect. Not only would he leave, but he would also make it known to the entire world. At that time, Tao integration. Chapter 92 Leaving, Part 1. Cultivation. Cultivation. He himself was already at refining void ninth heaven, and now, by gathering the medicinal ingredients from the storage rings of the 46 transcending tribulation realm cultivators, combined with the herbs obtained from the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, he refined this pill suitable for his cultivation. The pill didn't need a specific name, it only needed to satisfy his needs. His need was to push the highest level of the refining void realm even further. His nascent soul was even propped up. The terrifying medicinal power transformed into the most pure energy, flowing within Lu Yi's body. The 9 lives undying celestial scripture continuously circulated, pushing the cultivation speed to its extreme. The surging energy transformed into true essence, which poured into the nascent soul, causing it to grow. After the nascent soul's size increased, it expelled a large amount of true essence to assimilate the medicinal properties. Lu Yi's body began to expand, swelling. However, it didn't matter, his physique had already been tempered, and the 9 tribulation undying body allowed his body to withstand such powerful energy attacks. He continuously refined, his total true essence constantly increasing, and his nascent soul became increasingly real, vivid, and larger. Fortunately, the Dantian space was infinite, capable of accommodating the nascent soul no matter how large it became. Each bit of reality in the nascent soul represented a greater success in his refining void into reality. 3 days passed like this. All the medicinal power was completely consumed. Lu Yi opened his eyes. There was no sharp light or cold lightning flashing in the void, only a sense of natural completion and peace. It's enough. Lu Yi even felt a bit emotional, realizing how well he had been nurtured in the refining void realm. Not long after breaking through to the refining void realm, he received the blessing of the eternal paragon ranking. The purity of that energy needs no further explanation. He broke through to refining void ninth heaven in one go. And then came this pill, refined from so many top-tier medicinal ingredients from transcending tribulation realm cultivators. As for the rumors that cultivation shouldn't rely on external aids, don't be ridiculous, that's just something to fool the poor. If you can't rely on external aids, then why do sacred lands and divine sects occupy blessed lands? Why do they fight tooth and nail over resources? If you are poor, they tell you that cultivation requires hard work, bit by bit, cultivating everything on your own, and this is the great Tao. If you are rich, they tell you how wondrous this pill of mine is, and that after taking it, you can surpass your peers, leading step by step, and this is the true competition among cultivators. One can only say that Lu Yi was truly well nourished. Having finished his cultivation, Lu Yi stood up. He headed to Great Tao Peak. Disciple Lu Yi requests an audience with the sect leader. Upon hearing this, Lu Changfeng's face broke into a smile, and he personally came out to greet Lu Yi. Ha ha ha, Lu Yi, how is your recovery? Do you need any spirit pills from the sect to help you recover? Lu Yi also smiled. Thank you for your concern, sect leader. This disciple is already fine. I came to see the sect leader this time because I have a new idea and hope the sect leader will grant permission. Oh, tell me about it. This disciple is now at the peak of refining void, just one step away from Dao integration. Since there is no method for disciple Dao integration in the Great Dao sect, I need to go out for a trip. So soon, Lu Changfeng frowned slightly. Cultivation cannot be wasted. What do you need to break through to Dao integration? Let me see if the sect has it. This is indeed a special time. I have already received news that the various races in the outer domain are already stirring. Although the other sects haven't sought revenge yet, they will definitely not let it go. If you go out now and are exposed, I'm afraid you will face not only the attacks of other sects but also the powerhouses of the alien race. What Lu Changfeng said was the truth. If Lu Yi left the sect now, without the protection of the Great Dao sect's protective formation, as long as he was discovered, he would truly be an enemy of the world. The treasure I need is called Withering Man Wood, and it can only be found in the extinguished Buddha Desert to the west. Withering Man Wood. It was the first time Lu Changfeng had heard the name of this treasure. The western extinguished Buddha Desert was originally a Buddhist country, but later, because a Buddha named Traversing Heaven Buddha appeared in Buddhism, who wished to save the world and make everyone a Buddhist, he made a great vow. Thus, the Western Buddhist sacred land was turned into a desert. The entire Buddhism was also expelled from the great wilderness, completely breaking ties with the human clan. As a result, Buddhism no longer considers itself part of the human clan, constantly thinking about returning to the great wilderness and reopening the light of Buddhism. Don't be in a hurry. I will have someone look for it. Lu Yi knew very well that the Great Dao sect didn't have this item, he had looked for it in his previous life. Although he was only ranked 33rd in his previous life, he was still a top heavens chosen in this life. After returning to the sect from the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, he received the utmost courtesy from the sect. At that time, when he wanted to find Withering Man Wood, he also entrusted the Great Dao sect to search for it. The Great Dao sect didn't have it, so he went to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and only then did he get news of the Withering Man Wood. Lu Changfeng ordered the search. He himself chatted with Lu Yi. If we really can't find it, you don't need to go look for it yourself. I can send others to go and find it for you. Lu Yi was both amused and exasperated. Sect leader, I am not some ignorant child. Everything I do is carefully considered before I choose to do it. There is no need for others to search for it, I am fully capable of obtaining it myself. If even this needs to be done by others, then that also needs to be done by others. Even if I am the top of the eternal paragon ranking, I will be raised into a good for nothing. Of course, Lu Changfeng knew that what Lu Yi said made sense. But this was too dangerous. Soon, Ji Changming replied. They had not found the Withering Man Wood. Lu Yi stood up and cupped his hands. Then this disciple will leave the Great Dao sect. Sect leader, please rest assured. Although the great wilderness is vast, only 2 or 3 people might be able to stop me. I will not give them a chance. Lu Changfeng sighed. All right, since you are determined to go out, then take the Great Dao bell with you. Lu Yi, really no need. Farewell. Lu Yi left. Lu Changfeng mused, contact Qingfeng founder and tell him to protect Lu Yi in secret, without letting him discover it. Yes, this was all Lu Changfeng could do. He knew that from the moment Lu Yi stepped onto the Eternal Paragon ranking, he would face one challenge after another. The 46 Transcending Tribulation Realm cultivators were just the first hurdle. But, what does it mean to be the top of the Eternal Paragon ranking? Fearless and dauntless, pushing forward relentlessly, overcoming every difficult hurdle, this is the correct way for a heavens chosen to cultivate. Even if they die, they will have no regrets. Of course, that was Lu Yi's path, not his, Lu Changfeng's path. Lu Changfeng was the sect leader, chosen by all of the Great Dao sect. What he had to do was lead the Great Dao sect to a more glorious state. Lu Yi walked out of the Great Dao sect. His brow twitched slightly. Qingfeng founder, he needed to shake him off first, otherwise, it would affect his ability to escape. Qingfeng founder definitely wouldn't be able to handle the trouble he was about to stir up. Thus, half an hour later, the white-haired, youthful-faced Qingfeng founder had a hint of confusion in his eyes. He looked around, looked at heaven and earth. He took out a transmission stone. What's wrong? Lu Changfeng asked. Lost him. Lu Changfeng. A loose immortal lost track of a refining void cultivator. Lu Changfeng understood. Lu Yi did this on purpose. What exactly was this kid planning to do? Chapter 93 Fish Pond Blast Part 2. What was Lu Yi going to do? Nobody knew. But in an instant, the entire great wilderness knew. Yin-Yang Holy Land. This place had clear mountains and beautiful waters, picturesque scenery, with two mountain peaks standing opposite each other. One mountain was white, as if piled up from white jade, and the other mountain was black, like ink or charcoal. There were also two lakes, like the eyes of a Tai Chi fish. The entire Holy Land had boundless Tao rhythm. Lu Yi came. It was still the same principle. If he didn't cause some big commotion, how would others know that Lu Yi had left the Great Tao sect? He would bear the consequences of his actions. Facing the hatred of these sects, if they wanted revenge, they should come find him. The mountain-guarding disciples saw Lu Yi floating between heaven and earth. Because the disciples were not strong, they didn't recognize him at all. What are you doing? The entrance to the Yin-Yang Law sect is not a place where you can fly. Get back to the ground immediately and state your purpose, otherwise don't blame us for capturing you. Even the mountain-guarding disciples of the Yin-Yang Law sect had enough authority towards powerful individuals. Just like Li Jian Shangren chasing Chu Ling, even though his strength was nascent soul, he still had to be obedient in front of the core formation disciple of the Great Tao sect. Unfortunately, Lu Yi was not Li Jian Shangren. He formed hand seals, and in an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. A massive mountain peak was gathered by great magic. A shadow gradually enveloped the entire Yin-Yang Law sect. The two mountain-guarding disciples. Boom! The giant mountain peak smashed fiercely towards the Yin-Yang Law sect. The Yin-Yang Law sect protecting formation automatically activated, large chunks of mountain rock shattered, and dust soared into the sky. Woo! The Yin-Yang horn emitted a deep sound. Streams of powerful aura rapidly rose from within the Yin-Yang Law sect. How dare you attack my Yin-Yang Law sect, seeking death? Lu Yi's action of forming seals to condense a mountain was more insulting than attacking. This thing didn't cause much damage, but with such a large mountain smashing down, dust was everywhere. The originally picturesque Holy Land had become a pile of ruins at this moment. Although everything inside the sect-protecting formation was intact, the people inside were alerted, and a stone sword appeared in Lu Yi's hand. He slashed out angrily with one sword. In an instant, the sword light fiercely struck the sect-protecting formation. The sect-protecting formation trembled slightly, then dissolved the sword energy into nothingness. A joining Tao realm cultivator rushed out first and finally saw Lu Yi's face. Lu Yi. His expression twisted, and his figure that had just come out of the formation quickly went back in. It was too fast. Lu Yi was ready to kill him with one sword, but the speed at which the other party retreated temporarily exceeded Lu Yi's sword swing speed. It was indeed true that unprecedented power could erupt between life and death. Lu Yi is here. A loud roar. The entire Yin-Yang Law sect exploded. Even the ancestor was awakened, and the transcending tribulation realm and loose immortal cultivators rushed out in a flurry. Lu Yi, you actually dare to appear in my Yin-Yang Law sect, seeking death. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Lu Yi appearing here definitely had his purpose. It couldn't possibly be that he really came here to seek death, could it? Lu Yi simply ignored them. With one punch and one sword, he made the sect-protecting formation tremble. Then he looked at the loose immortal cultivators rushing out of the Yin-Yang Law sect with a roar and smiled disdainfully. His figure turned and ran wildly. The wind is strong, let's go. Be careful, it might be a trap. If it's not a trap, we must kill him. The sect leader of the Yin-Yang Law sect, Taoist Wuji, said loudly. Lu Yi ran extremely fast. The technique he used was called floating feather flight technique. His body was like a feather, flying with the wind, unpredictable. However, those who were chasing him were loose immortal cultivators after all, and the distance between them was still constantly closing. Lu Yi's figure suddenly dropped. He burrowed into the earth, and his aura completely disappeared for a moment. The two loose immortal cultivators stopped and searched carefully. This direction. Although the aura was weak, it was still captured. They continued to pursue, and suddenly the aura split into 9, escaping in 9 different directions. The two loose immortal cultivators roared angrily, unleashing yin-yang divine light that blasted towards 2 streams of aura. The earth shook and the mountains trembled, and huge pits were blasted out of the ground. However, there was nothing inside the pits. The remaining 7 streams of aura quickly fled, and in the blink of an eye, they had left the 2 far behind. The 2 didn't know which one they should chase. After the 7 streams of aura had run very far, the other 6 streams of aura disappeared simultaneously. This direction. The 2 loose immortal cultivators lifted their spirits and chased after it. Such an aura indeed couldn't be maintained for too long. Lu Yi had too many ways to escape. In the cultivation world, the stronger a person's strength, the more escape methods they had. The main reason was that those with few escape methods basically perished halfway. Someone in the cultivation world once joked, "Any great emperor can be called a running great emperor." That's what this means. Even if you are an invincible great emperor on the invincible path, you are invincible in the same realm, and invincible across one realm, but what if someone is 2 or 3 realms stronger than you? No matter how invincible you are, you might still be slapped to death. Lu Yi could certainly shake off these 2 loose immortal cultivators, but how could he create a sensational effect like that? The direction he is escaping is. As the 2 loose immortal cultivators of the Yin-Yang Law sect chased, they suddenly realized that they had already arrived near the imperial capital of the Nine-Li dynasty. Lu Yi rushed into the imperial capital. At this moment, he was like rain returning to the sea. His aura completely disappeared, not a single bit was released. The arrival of the 2 loose immortal cultivators from the Yin-Yang Law sect aroused the vigilance of the Nine-Li dynasty. Some loose immortal cultivators awoke and flew towards the strong cultivators of the Yin-Yang Law sect. 2 fellow Taoists of the Yin-Yang Law sect, what is the purpose of your visit to my Nine-Li city? Lu Yi ran into your Nine-Li city, said Lone City Sun, the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Law sect. Huh. The voice of the ancestor of the Nine-Li dynasty suddenly rose. At the same time, a shocking sword light soared into the sky. Terrifying sword intent erupted, causing the sky to change color. The giant sword was even taller than a mountain peak, piercing straight into the clouds. One sword fiercely slashed down towards the imperial palace of the Nine-Li dynasty. A great formation rose from the imperial palace of the Nine-Li dynasty, and at the same time, a great formation also rose from the entire Nine-Li city. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains trembled. For a time, countless houses in Nine-Li city collapsed with a crash, and countless civilians cried out in alarm, fleeing in all directions for their lives. A large number of strong cultivators from the Nine-Li dynasty flew out, including 4 loose immortal cultivators. Are you kidding me? If Lu Yi went on a killing spree in Nine-Li city, the entire Nine-Li dynasty would collapse. The entire Nine-Li dynasty was extremely nervous. It's okay, his sword light didn't break through the inner formation. Now that the inner and outer formations of the Nine-Li Great Formation are all activated, he can't escape. As long as we search carefully, we will definitely be able to find him. The loose immortal cultivator of the Nine-Li dynasty said loudly. Indeed, the Great Formation of the Nine-Li dynasty had an outer formation protecting the city, which could defend an attack, and an inner formation protecting the imperial palace, which was indestructible. A large number of soldiers began to shuttle through the city, searching for all possible hiding places for Lu Yi, and checking residents one by one. At this time, Lu Yi's figure had already escaped into the inner formation. Speaking of himself, after being a celestial venerable for so many years, he almost forgot what he was good at. Cutting other people's great formations could indeed make others feel like they had lost face, but what after losing it? Their face could be simply washed and still used, as if nothing had happened. But what if he stole other people's treasure vault? Then they couldn't just casually put some junk back and pretend their treasure vault wasn't lost, could they? Lu Yi's purpose in coming in was the royal treasure vault of the Nine-Li dynasty. Chapter 94, Siege Part 3. His technique for concealing his aura was called the Heaven Concealing Method. This thing was particularly effective. Back then, in order to create such a method for hiding aura, he and the system had deduced it for a very long time. How good was the effect, specifically? When he helped the system steal from the Heavenly Dao, the Heaven Concealing Method played a huge role. So now, using it to conceal his own aura was simply too easy. The royal treasury was indeed heavily guarded. Various warning formations, one formation linked to another, touching any one of them could trigger a massive alarm. Lu Yi's eyes turned a faint silver, and the world in his vision transformed into simple lines. In a very short time, Lu Yi used various secret techniques, one after another. Bang! Bang! Two-hand strikes suddenly landed on the guards, slightly infused with a hint of the primordial morning mist's aura. The two guards didn't make any sound. The extreme pain in an instant instantly tore their souls apart, and their two bodies were collected into a storage ring. Lu Yi quickly broke through the formations. He opened the treasury door and flashed inside. The formation at the treasury door automatically closed. Apart from the two missing guards, the treasury hadn't changed at all. Lu Yi, who had entered, wasn't picky. Collect, collect, collect. He swept from the first floor to the third floor, truly not emitting even a trace of aura. It wasn't until the last floor that Lu Yi had just entered. A white-haired, youthful-faced ancestor looked at him, and he looked back. Lu Yi. That's right, which family's treasury wouldn't have an ancestor sitting guard? Lu Yi could only give him a polite smile. Audacious thief. Lu Yi's figure instantly retreated rapidly. A piercing alarm sounded from the treasury. Lu Yi ran extremely fast. As long as Lu Yi got close, all the formations would automatically open. As long as this ancestor got close, they would be triggered. The treasury door opened and closed. Boom. The next moment, the treasury door was shattered. Lu Yi had already disappeared. Where is he? The ancestor roared in fury, his voice echoing throughout the entire palace. Lu Yi followed the predetermined route, quickly fleeing the palace. If he had been even a step slower, the entire palace would have been completely surrounded. Formations were like nothing to Lu Yi. Arriving at the outer city, and breaking through the outer city's great formation, Lu Yi's figure reappeared. He slapped the great formation with his palm. Boom. The great formation trembled slightly. The gazes of all the strong individuals fell upon Lu Yi. Catch him. In an instant, a large number of streams of light rushed towards Lu Yi, and Lu Yi turned around and ran. What? Lu Yi smashed the gates of the Yin-Yang Law sect. Lu Changfeng suddenly stood up from the sect leader's throne. Didn't he go to find the Withering Man Wood? Why did he go and attack the Yin-Yang Law sect for no reason? Ji Changming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who knows? No, it's too dangerous. He probably doesn't know how strong loose immortals are. We must do something. Immediately gather all the strong individuals of the sect and prepare to reinforce Lu Yi. Really, after all, he's just a young man. How can he be so impatient? What's the rush? If he cultivates for another 5 or 10 years, is the Yin-Yang Law sect still something to be afraid of dealing with? The strong individuals of the Great Dao sect were already in a state of readiness. Upon hearing the summons, they quickly arrived at Great Dao Peak. Bai Chulin also came. She was in the Dao integration realm, her realm wasn't low, and her combat power wasn't weak either. Since it involved Lu Yi, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Just as Lu Changfeng was about to speak, more news arrived. What? Lu Yi robbed the inner treasury of the Nine-Li dynasty's palace. Just one Yin-Yang Law sect, their Great Dao sect could still fight a bloody battle against them with all their might to protect Lu Yi. But how did he provoke the Nine-Li dynasty again? What? He smashed the ancestral statue of the Jia sect and even cursed that the Jia sect was so poor it was rattling, without any good things at all. What? He broke the protection formation of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect because the treasury of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect was too heavily defended. The strong individuals of the Great Dao sect, listening to the reports from the scouts one after another, felt their scalps go numb. No, you've already offended these forces, and these forces were already holding back from attacking the Great Dao sect. You then rushed over and insulted them again. You, limitless celestial venerable, weren't you supposed to be going out to find the Withering Man Wood? The ancestor, Taoist Qingfeng, couldn't help but call out a Taoist title, limitless celestial venerable. Good thing this old Taoist didn't follow. If this old Taoist had followed, wouldn't I have been beaten to death? Sect leader, what should we do? Lu Changfeng was already numb. He had seen those who courted death, but he had never seen anyone court death like this. Lu Yi's actions, those who knew clearly that you were in the refining void realm would think you had successfully crossed tribulation. Others have loose immortals and heavenly spiritual treasures, yet you dare to rush into their sects. If they were even a little weaker, would you have dared to exterminate the sect? What to do? What can we do? Use all possible methods to meticulously gather all news related to Lu Yi, and have the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion closely monitor. Everyone, be ready to go to battle at any time. Yes. It wasn't just the Great Dao sect that was paying attention to this matter, now all forces were paying attention to Lu Yi's matter. Absurd, it's too absurd. These top great sects haven't been provoked like this for too many years. This Lu Yi didn't just provoke one, he provoked everyone he had a grudge against. The entire great wilderness was in an uproar. Arrogant, truly too arrogant. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion naturally wouldn't let go of this excellent opportunity to make money. They closely monitored this matter and quickly compiled it into a brief, selling it at a very cheap price. But even so cheap, in a very short time, they still made a fortune. According to what is known, currently, the Mountain and River Pagoda sect, the Jia sect, the Nine-Li dynasty, the Yin-Yang Law sect, and the Supreme Emperor dynasty, a total of 5 forces, have dispatched 11 loose immortals to hunt down Lu Yi. 11 loose immortals. With so many loose immortals, even if the Great Dao sect came to rescue, they would likely only end up in a mutually destructive battle with these loose immortals. According to news from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the Great Dao sect is still in a state of inaction. In other words, the Great Dao sect has temporarily not sent reinforcements. Latest news, Lu Yi has fled towards the extinguished Buddha desert, and all 11 loose immortals have chased after him. The extinguished Buddha desert, that place is full of danger. When the Buddha was extinguished back then, many people died. But they are all strong individuals, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's just that after entering the extinguished Buddha desert, can the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion still provide real-time reports? If you say that, you're insulting the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Jiànjī mirror can peer into everything, where can they not see? Alas, they are all strong individuals of the human clan, how could things turn out like this? The alien race is currently stirring, and the human clan here is even fighting like dogs. What kind of situation is this? If you ask me, entering the extinguished Buddha desert means that Lu Yi's area of escape is getting smaller and smaller. He probably won't be able to last long before being caught up too, and at that time, Lu Yi will surely die. I don't think so. Lu Yi killed 46 transcending tribulation realm experts in one go. Now there are only 11 loose immortals, probably they can be killed with a casual wave of his hand. Chapter 95, The Way of Seeking the Truth Part 4. Extinguished Buddha Desert. The boundless desert emitted high temperatures, and the air was constantly distorting. Lu Yi traveled through the desert. As others had said, he was indeed gradually being surrounded now. 11 loose immortals. Loose immortals were not transcending tribulation realm cultivators. Transcending tribulation realm cultivators could trigger heavenly tribulation, but loose immortals did not have such concerns. In terms of combat power, loose immortals had similar combat power to the transcending tribulation realm. One had not yet crossed tribulation, while the other had failed crossing tribulation. If a transcending tribulation cultivator disregarded the heavenly tribulation and erupted with full power, a loose immortal might not necessarily be able to defeat them. But in that case, the transcending tribulation realm cultivator would basically also fall. Lu Yi fighting one loose immortal now was not a big problem. With all his methods unleashed, he could forcefully kill a loose immortal. However, the price paid would not be small either. With these 11 loose immortals, forcefully killing one now was not worth it. His purpose in coming here was very clear. Attract the world's attention, ensure the safety of Great Dao sect, obtain withering manwood, and break through to Dao integration. Kill the enemy. As for right and wrong. On the path of competing for the Dao, what is right and wrong? If Lu Yi won, it meant the various sects did not heed advice, leading to the annihilation of their disciples, and then relentlessly surrounded and killed Lu Yi, causing themselves to make one mistake after another. If Lu Yi lost, it meant Lu Yi was too bloodthirsty, had fallen into the demonic path, first committed killing karma, and deserved to die. This world was originally like this. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. In front, a temple half submerged in the desert had already appeared. The temple that was once magnificent and shone with brilliant Buddha light had now become broken walls and ruins. After the Buddha statues crumbled and were covered in dust, their compassionate faces also became eerie and terrifying. Lu Yi walked into it. Faint chanting sounds echoed, lingering by Lu Yi's ears. Lu Yi paid no attention and strode forward. A Buddha statue's head silently turned. Lu Yi swung his hand and slashed with his stone sword, leaving a deep sword mark on the Buddha's head. Don't bother me. The strange spirit attached to the Buddha's head. The Buddha's head silently turned back. This was a kind of obsession formed after the death of a fallen expert from Buddhism. Their combat power was average, only at the refining void realm, but their ability to scare people was very high. Passing through the front hall. The grand hall in the center had collapsed, and countless skeletons were everywhere. Lu Yi punched the ground. A large number of dry bones were sent flying, and a deep pit was blasted out of the desert. Lu Yi's figure rushed into the sand pit. The sand suddenly began to churn in a strange manner, layers of killing intent turning blood red, constantly covering, intending to drown Lu Yi within it. Lu Yi continuously entered deeper into it, and countless blood-colored sand grains drilled into his body. His mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and all parts were completely occupied by the blood-colored sand. No, even sand began to appear in his blood vessels. This scene was too terrifying. A living person, yet about to turn into a sand person. Lu Yi had already experienced all of this in his previous life. This was actually not an attack method, but a very realistic illusion. After Lu Yi entered the temple, Withering Man would continuously applied poison to Lu Yi. This poison was formless and insubstantial, and Lu Yi did not pay attention to it. As for simple hallucination, he wasn't afraid. He had already sunk to a very deep position in the desert. And he had concealed all his aura through the art of concealing heaven. Suddenly, Lu Yi stopped. In his spiritual sense, he had now transformed into an extremely terrifying state. Blood-red sand occupied everything of his. Even his head was filled with sand. Lu Yi reached out. A section of dry, blood-red wood was grasped by him. At the root of the blood-red wood, there were a large number of root fibers, densely extending to many places. Although it was clearly dry wood, when Lu Yi grasped it, he felt as if he had grasped a handful of fresh blood. Sword light shone. Faint, mournful screams came from the dry wood. With the dry wood in hand, he released true essence, propping up a space in the depths of the desert. Cultivate. Ding, begin cultivation. Golden sky great sun sunflower, blood sea immaculate pearl, withering man wood. The three treasures for condensing the third life were all gathered. In the state of cultivation, the nascent soul opened its eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, it chose to break through. Dao integration, secretly conforming to the Great Dao. This was a realm that initially involved the Great Dao, and it was also basically the realm where many people determined their cultivation direction. In his previous life, the direction of Dao integration Lu Yi chose was somewhat laughable, to be honest. It was protection. Protecting those he loved, protecting the human clan and the common people. A person lacking love, if they could grasp love, would never let go, even if this love was full of thorns and their hands were covered in blood from grasping it, they would find joy in it and be unable to extricate themselves. Only those who did not lack love were qualified to choose love and discern love. As for protecting the human clan and the common people, he didn't mind. When he saw others happy, Lu Yi could always smile knowingly. There were many beautiful things in the mortal world that were worth protecting. It was this protecting of those he loved. At this moment, a cruel smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. In this life, he would integrate with the cultivation of the Tao. Everything unknown, everything unseen in the past, shall be sought by me. In this life, I do not seek beautiful women or wealth, nor do I seek precious compassion. I only seek the great Tao with its limits. I only seek the peak of the peak. I only seek to die upon hearing the Tao. I only seek to press forward bravely. A slight smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. That smile was peaceful, yet indifferent. He was about to integrate with the Tao. What would the new poison be? Demon realm. After myriad spirits demon emperor self-destructed, the demons were without a leader. Because myriad spirits demon emperor's prestige among the demon clan was truly too high, even now many Yao could not believe it was dead. But, the dead Yao were already dead, and the demon clan still had to look forward. Thus, a brand new demon emperor was pushed up. This was a powerful demon clan member with Chongqi bloodline. Its combat power could be said to be only slightly weaker than myriad spirits demon emperor. And in a barren place in the demon realm, a bird, wet all over and gray, lay in the mud, its aura weak. It was Vermilion Bird. But now, Vermilion Bird's condition was clearly not right. Her body trembled constantly, as if something was continuously drilling around inside. Suddenly, Vermilion Bird opened her eyes. Her gaze, at this moment, became fierce and crazed. The next second, her eyes closed. When they opened again, they became anxious and struggling. Two streams of consciousness were frantically entangled, fighting, and merging within one body. Parasitism was underway. No, damn it, why is your Tao so strong as well? A voice not belonging to Vermilion Bird came from Vermilion Bird's mouth. The demon emperor with Changqi bloodline let out a painful and unwilling roar. His gaze changed. From the Changqi demon emperor, it turned into Myriad Spirits demon emperor. Vermilion Bird gasped for air. After bathing in fire, Vermilion Bird was in an extremely weak state. Myriad Spirits demon emperor tried desperately to parasitize her, but still failed. But it could not be called a complete failure either. At this moment, in Vermilion Bird's eyes, it seemed as if two perspectives appeared. One was her own perspective. One was the perspective of the Changqi demon emperor. The parasitic seed took root and sprouted within her body. Although she forcefully cut off all the tendrils, the seed was not expelled. And it completely merged with her. That is to say, if she wanted to completely eradicate Myriad Spirits demon emperor, she, too, would have to die. Chapter 96, Massive Attack Part 5. Issue an order. Issue my order. The Myriad Spirits demon emperor was resurrected. Although his Dao integration was severely damaged by Lu Yi, it was more than just severe damage, it was almost completely shattered. But in the end, it was a parasitic heavenly demon. To be honest, the fact that it could maintain the same speed as Lu Yi in ascending from the first heaven all the way to the seventh heaven in the previous life proves how terrifying it is. Of course, this was also partly because Lu Yi was waiting for his group of confidantes to ascend together. The parasitic heavenly demon reshaped its Dao integration. He saw Lu Yi's Dao, and his own Dao was also resublimated after being broken. Even if you have infinite star systems and universes, so what? Sooner or later, he can parasitize within the star systems and universes, becoming the most terrifying existence among the 9 heavens. After resurrecting with the help of the Changqi demon emperor, the Myriad Spirits demon emperor immediately understood everything that had happened during this period. First on the Eternal Paragon ranking. Killing 46 transcending tribulation realm experts. 11 loose immortals chasing Lu Yi into the extinguished Buddha desert. Other alien races are all waiting for an opportunity to enter the great wilderness. When the Myriad Spirits demon emperor saw all the information clearly, he only felt his eyelids twitching wildly. Damn it, still waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity is hard to come by even in 10,000 years. If they wait any longer, wait until Lu Yi kills the 11 loose immortals before rushing into the great wilderness, and then wait for the breakthrough Lu Yi to solo all the alien races. What are they thinking? Which idiot told them to wait? Immediately issue my order, contact all alien races, have them gather all their strongest combat power, cross the void, and return to the great wilderness. Enter the great wilderness, first destroy the Nine-Li dynasty, occupy the territory of the Nine-Li dynasty, and establish a base there. Second step, gather the transcending tribulation realm experts and loose immortals from each race. One half stays behind, one half enters the extinguished Buddha desert to kill Lu Yi. As long as Lu Yi is killed, the third step is to fully attack the mountain and river pagoda sect and the Jia sect, completely take over the northern side of the great wilderness, and contend with the human clan. The Myriad Spirits demon emperor was extremely irritable, his words filled with confidence and dominance. He wasn't discussing at all, but rather ordering these alien races to listen to his command. You can't let transcending tribulation realm experts go surround and kill Lu Yi. He has methods to trigger heavenly tribulations. It's very dangerous for transcending tribulation realm experts to chase him. The Myriad Spirits demon emperor cursed loudly. Where's your brain? Don't you read the information sent back by the scouts? Lu Yi triggering the heavenly tribulation, causing 46 transcending tribulation realm experts to die, was because these transcending tribulation realm experts trapped themselves with formations. Otherwise, as soon as the tribulation energy appeared, all the transcending tribulation realm experts would have run. Given the speed at which heavenly tribulations appear, you, a transcending tribulation realm expert, can run all over the world. What kind of heavenly tribulation can he trigger? His words were very arrogant. When the other alien races heard the tone of his words, they suddenly felt, how did this Changqi become like the Myriad Spirits demon emperor? Are you Wan Ling? An alien race couldn't help but ask. I am the successor of the Myriad Spirits demon emperor. The Myriad Spirits demon emperor long ago passed the Myriad Spirits blood transformation demon scripture to me. Now that the demon emperor has fallen, I shall take over the title of Myriad Spirits demon emperor and become the new Myriad Spirits demon emperor. Listen to my command, alien races, attack the Nine-Li dynasty. Boom. Vast swaths of alien races gathered massive armies, crossed the void, and charged towards the great wilderness. The human clan's spies among the alien races quickly reported, and the human clan side was greatly alarmed. The alien races have arrived. But where are the human clan's powerhouses? Everyone in the Nine-Li dynasty was enveloped by thick despair at this moment. Quick, send messages to all forces, tell them to come to the Nine-Li dynasty, the Nine-Li dynasty needs support. Send messages to all forces. Understood. Facing the alien races' attack, the human clan was still quite united. For a time, various sects, even including rogue cultivators, were rushing towards the Nine-Li dynasty. Streaks of light filled the sky, streaking through the void. The Great Dao sect also prepared to go to war. Although the Nine-Li dynasty had a conflict with Lu Yi. Holy crap. Those 11 loose immortals haven't rushed back from the extinguished Buddha desert. Lu Changfeng, who was about to order support, stopped. The Nine-Li dynasty doesn't seem to be particularly urgent. Their loose immortals haven't returned and are still chasing Lu Yi. What's the Great Dao sect in a hurry for? Wait a moment. When those 11 loose immortals return, that's when the Great Dao sect will go support. Nine-Li dynasty. Above, dark clouds had gathered, and wind, rain, thunder, and lightning erupted into terrifying natural disasters, descending overwhelmingly towards the territory of the Nine-Li dynasty. Tornadoes swept across the land. Rain poured down like a deluge, rapidly causing floods. Heavenly fire, carrying massive rocks, smashed down. Yes, it was the God clan that first initiated the first battle. War, the war between cultivators, had begun. Not good. Among the 11 loose immortals, 2 of them received the news, and their expressions changed dramatically. These 2 were the loose immortals from the Nine-Li dynasty. They had completely not expected the alien races to attack at this time, and even less expected that the first battle would not occur in the Supreme Emperor dynasty, but in the Nine-Li dynasty. No, we have to go back and support. The 2 loose immortal ancestors of the Nine-Li dynasty immediately refused to stay. No, Lu Yi's last known location has been locked onto, which is within this temple. If you leave now, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Even if the 2 of us leave, you still have 9 people, can't you kill Lu Yi? How long would it take to kill one Lu Yi? Kill him and make sure he's dead before leaving. Don't give him any chance to survive, otherwise, if he grows up, all of our Taoist lineages will be destroyed. Under the persuasion of the other 9, these 2 stayed. Furthermore, they surrounded the entire temple. It's certain, he's here. A loose immortal held a compass and said with extreme certainty. Absolutely do not let him escape. 11 of us, each guard your position well. Understood. Let's do it. Boom. The already abandoned temple was completely blasted to smithereens at this moment. The lingering thoughts inside were also completely dispersed. He's not here. No, he's not here. The compass disappeared right here. Underground. Remove all the sand. Several loose immortals used great magical power and began to remove large areas of sand. The sand was truly thick. As the sand was quickly removed, a large number of blood-red roots also appeared in the eyes of the 11. There was indeed something abnormal inside. Again, a large amount of sand was thrown away. Finally, after the sand was cleared away, a layer of protective energy was revealed, the protective energy buried within. Ha, indeed he's here, die for me. A loose immortal let out a laugh and swung a palm towards the protective energy. The protective energy was shattered with one blow, revealing Lu Yi inside. Lu Yi also opened his eyes at this moment. The aura belonging to the joining Dao realm erupted from his body, and at the same time, a large number of strange patterns also began to spread across Lu Yi's entire body. Those strange patterns were filled with the aura of reincarnation. The 4th type of potent poison erupted with a bang. Chapter 97, Reincarnation Obsession Update 1. System, deduce for me. Ding, deducing. This poison was clearly not the Taiyan marrow worm, which meant that the poison Bai Chulin had planted was yet to come. It was also fortunate that it wasn't the Taiyan marrow worm. Which woman planted it? Ding, deduction successful, it is reincarnation obsession. Lu Yi understood. Reincarnation obsession, similar to the strange mists from before, strictly speaking, was not a type of poison. Instead, it was a special existence that precipitated in the deepest part of reincarnation after the souls on the reincarnation path who possessed extremely strong obsessions and were unwilling to enter reincarnation were crushed by the reincarnation path. In this world, there is birth, old age, sickness, death, the suffering of not getting what one wants, the suffering of being with those one dislikes, the suffering of separation from loved ones, and the suffering of the 5 aggregates. Some people, born into suffering, are unwilling to be reborn through reincarnation, preferring to sink forever. Some people suffer from old age, their bodies and minds growing old, unable to turn back time, filled with grief and sadness. Some people are plagued by serious illness all their lives, experiencing disaster and extreme pain. Some people are extremely afraid of death. For them, death is the end, and they are unwilling to enter reincarnation again to start a new death. Some people have not avenged their great grudges and cannot rest in peace even in death. Some people love but cannot obtain it, or obtain love but lose it, suffering uncontrollably. Some people see each other for a lifetime but never meet. Some people even gather all the suffering in the world, born into poverty, afflicted with serious illness, fearing death, their hearts and strength failing with age, unable to live, not daring to die, having someone they love but cannot obtain, and having someone they love but cannot see. Great sorrow, great suffering. They don't want to enter reincarnation, and they don't dare to enter reincarnation. There are such people, and quite a few of them. This stuff was used to affect the Taoist heart and was extremely difficult to deal with. Even someone as skilled in reincarnation as the reincarnation Heavenly Lord had no way to deal with them. Lu Yi's Taoist heart was like divine iron, incredibly solid. However, why did tears stream from the corners of his eyes? Yes, Lu Yi was crying. The 11 loose immortals had intense killing intent in their eyes, each accumulating power to blast and kill Lu Yi. But now, Lu Yi was crying. He was crying. A hint of disbelief appeared in the eyes of the 11 loose immortals. No, they had cultivated all the way, experiencing countless battles, big and small, but this was the first time they had seen someone cry before even fighting. Such a crybaby was actually the number 1 on the Eternal Paragon ranking. Lu Yi wiped the tears from his eyes, feeling as if 10,000 grass mud horse divine beasts were galloping through his heart at this moment. Bitter. Too bitter. But it wasn't his bitterness, well, he was also quite bitter, but even if he was bitter, he shouldn't cry. One loose immortal couldn't help but sneer. It seems you already know you are going to fall here. It's normal to mourn for yourself in advance. Die for me, Yin-Yang Great Dao Palm. The loose immortal from the Yin-Yang Law sect was the first to attack. Black and white rotated, and a giant palm, white on the front and black on the back, slapped towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi's eyes were cold. The true essence of the joining Dao realm, both in quality and quantity, had been greatly improved, and at the same time, it gave Lu Yi the preliminary qualification to use the Great Dao. Heaven's severing sword Dao. Lu Yi's black hair danced wildly as he drew his sword towards the sky. Infinite sword intent flowed between heaven and earth. At this moment, the 11 loose immortals all felt a sense of fear. They felt as if they had turned into ants waiting to be slaughtered. If before joining Dao, flying through the air and escaping underground still belonged to the level of high martial arts, then reaching joining Dao officially surpassed high martial arts and reached the level of Xuanwan. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth fluctuated violently, and 11 streaks of sword energy soared into the sky. Terrifying sword intent flowed in the void. The 11 loose immortals roared and attacked at the same time. The extinguished Buddha desert instantly stirred up a terrifying sandstorm. Boom boom boom. The sword energy shattered the 11 attacks. Lu Yi took a step forward, and 9 colored lotus flowers bloomed under his feet. Each step was a step towards heaven. The nascent soul in his body condensed hand seals. His aura surged. Joining Dao first level, joining Dao second level, joining Dao third level. One small realm with each step. The explosive secret art was activated with the blessing of the Great Dao. Water severing. The sword energy let out a sharp whistle, and the sword intent raged, leaving clear traces in the void. Space was broken. The sword energy sliced through a layer of space and simultaneously rushed towards the 11 loose immortals. Such sharp and terrifying sword energy. An unconcealable fear rose in the hearts of the 11 loose immortals. They were loose immortals, people who had failed to cross tribulation. Their Taoist hearts had already been severely damaged under the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, under the impact of the sword Dao, they were even on the verge of collapse. The only point they were proud of now was that their realm was higher than Lu Yi's. 9 Li sword. Ding! 2 streaks of sword light collided. The loose immortal's thick sword energy collided with Lu Yi's explosive water-severing sword energy. The concentration of energy on both sides was simply not on the same level. The difference was at least more than double. But the moment the water-severing sword energy collided with the Nine-Li sword energy, the water-severing sword energy was like a sharp knife cutting into tofu, instantly severing the Nine-Li sword energy. The loose immortal from the Nine-Li dynasty had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Poof! His body was cut in half by the water-severing sword energy. The stone sword let out a clear sword cry, feeling exhilarated, so exhilarated that its entire body was trembling. The sword Dao Lu Yi was using at this moment was simply the ultimate satisfaction for the stone sword. Good, good, only this is worthy of being its master. How many people in heaven and earth could possess such a sword Dao? The 11 water-severing sword energies were like blooming petals, each sword killing a loose immortal. The other loose immortals unleashed various Taoist arts. Some water-severing sword energies were forcibly redirected, some people dodged, and some people resisted head-on. Those who resisted head-on were all cut in half. 5 loose immortals wanted to recover from their injuries, but they despairingly found that their wounds could not heal at all. Lu Yi used a secret art, taking 9 consecutive steps, forcefully raising himself to the level of great perfection of joining Dao. His current total true essence was still a little less than that of a loose immortal, but the difference was really not as great as imagined. A terrifying sandstorm raged behind Lu Yi, forming a massive sand and dust Dharma idol. Lu Yi raised his fist. The Dharma idol, which was unknown how many feet tall behind him, also raised its fist. The Dharma idol was Lu Yi, and Lu Yi was the Dharma idol. He punched out. Boom! A violent gust of wind formed a gully in the desert that extended who knows how far. The loose immortal who was hit by this punch turned into a cloud of blood mist, merged into the sand and dust, and was scattered by the wind. Fierce, extremely fierce. In the eyes of the remaining 4 loose immortals, the tearful Lu Yi was terrifyingly fierce. How could there be such a strong sword Dao? And such a terrifying fist technique? Is this the weight of being the top of the eternal paragon ranking? Clearly, the true essence they unleashed was 2, 3, or even more times that of Lu Yi. But under Lu Yi's true essence, their true essence seemed fake, not even on the same level in terms of quality. Run! The 4 loose immortals were truly afraid. Heaven's chosen are really like this. You chase and kill him, he breaks through on the spot, and then counter-kills. If they didn't die this time, whoever told them to chase and kill a Heaven's chosen again, they would definitely twist off his head. These guys all have great luck on them, they really cannot be provoked. Lu Yi's heart was filled with sorrow, and various painful memories constantly assailed his mind. He constantly felt that life had no meaning. But his Taoist heart kept telling him, you can. He seemed to be depressed. However, being depressed did not affect his actions. Lu Yi fiercely wiped the tears from his face. Don't run. Chapter 98 I Want to Become a Woman, Part 2. Lu Yi's sword Dao was strong, and his fist Dao was strong. But this doesn't mean that he was only strong in these 2 Daos. Looking at the loose immortals fleeing in 4 directions, he quickly formed hand seals. The aura of tribulation bloomed. Heaven and earth tribulation technique. Last time, without the guidance of the great Dao, he formed hand seals for so long, and in the end, it was like a fart, forming a wisp of tribulation aura. But this time, thousands of seals per second. Countless fingers were blooming. Come, thunder. Boom. The aura of the heavenly tribulation automatically enveloped the 4 fleeing loose immortals. The loose immortals looked up in fear. Heavenly tribulation. How could there be a heavenly tribulation? Why was he able to summon the heavenly tribulation? Was he still human? Loose immortals were originally the product of failing the transcending tribulation realm. They themselves had a deep sense of fear towards the heavenly tribulation. That boundless heavenly might, that endless tribulation lightning. It shattered their physical bodies and even sought to destroy their souls. The scene of their tribulation had long since branded a deep shadow in their hearts. Now, being enveloped by the tribulation aura again, fear spread through their hearts. Boom. 4 pure silver bolts of lightning struck down with a roar. In the world covered by the sandstorm in the desert, lightning flashed brightly. The roar was like the angry roar of the heavens. The 4 loose immortals simultaneously turned into charcoal. Done. Lu Yi took out a piece of paper and wiped his snot and tears. The reincarnation obsession lingered around his nascent soul, the nascent soul was crying, and Lu Yi was also crying. Bitter, life is truly too bitter. Damn it, reincarnation heavenly lord, you created your own Tao, yet you didn't clean it up yourself. It serves you right that you couldn't become a saint. System, help me deduce how to solve this. Lu Yi's voice was laced with sobs. Ding, what did you say? I said, help me deduce how to solve this reincarnation obsession. Ding, what did you say? Lu Yi, damn system, get out here, I'll beat you to death. Ding ding ding, the system made a cheerful sound. Ha ha ha, the host is crying, the host is a crybaby, ha ha ha. After mercilessly mocking Lu Yi, the system also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because Lu Yi breaking through to the joining Dao realm was actually a very dangerous thing. The system was worried that he would resolutely step into the heartless Dao because of his experiences in his previous life. The heartless Dao was indeed one of the top Daos. But what was the point of that? It had been the Heavenly Dao, and it had personally witnessed what the 8 women did to harm Lu Yi. But what was the result? It simply couldn't stop them, couldn't inform Lu Yi. Because it was the Heavenly Dao, and the Heavenly Dao was heartless. From the perspective of the Heavenly Dao, Lu Yi was even its enemy. This was heartlessness and lovelessness. And if Lu Yi were to walk this path, that would be a true dead end. Even if he reached the peak of the great Dao in the future, there would be no happiness. Happiness is the most precious thing for a living being. Of course, it is also the most precious thing for a system. Ding, currently deducing. Estimated time for successful deduction is 12 hours. Please wait patiently, host. Lu Yi sniffled and began to clean up the battlefield. Ding, host. What is it? Ding, nothing, I just want to hear you talk. Lu Yi, why don't you just become the Heavenly Dao again? I'm starting to miss that system with no emotional color. Ding, I don't want to. I remember before you became the Heavenly Dao, you weren't this annoying, you just liked to watch drama a bit. How did you become like this now? Ding, I suddenly thought of a very good idea, do you want to hear it? No, I don't want to hear it, and I clearly expressed that you shouldn't say it either. Ding, I'm planning to become a woman. Become a woman. Huh, Lu Yi's voice rose at this moment, what did you say? Ding, isn't it a very good idea? Good my ass, you're a system, how can you become a woman? Ding, I'm a system, why can't I become a woman? Doesn't the host like women the most? You only see that I like women, do you not remember at all when I killed women? To be honest, the current Lu Yi truly had a very strong sense of vigilance and even resistance towards women. He was 100% unwilling for the system to become a woman. Because he was already confused and couldn't figure out what kind of creature women were. If you treat her badly, then treat her a little better, she'll be incredibly moved. If you treat her well all the time, she'll take it for granted, and even feel that your kindness to her is a form of restraint. Tell me, isn't this just pure insanity? Ding, alright, I'll think about it again. Why are you suddenly thinking of becoming a woman? Lu Yi wanted to understand the system's motivation. Ding, I feel that those women are living too comfortably right now, and there's no drama for me to watch. Lu Yi, living comfortably. Lu Yi thought for a moment. Chu Ling, he hadn't seen Chu Ling for a long time. She should have understood his purpose, so she was cultivating desperately to keep up with his pace. Yu Hongling, the truth about Feng Wuxi came to light, she did suffer for a bit but then she started being self-righteous again. By Chulin, the chaotic yin poison was starting to act up. There wasn't much to say about this, because the further it progressed, the more she would suffer, until she died. Vermilion Bird, after being beaten to the point of rebirth from the ashes, should have also learned some clues about the myriad spirits Demon Emperor, but she shouldn't be living too painfully either. Shangguan Wanling was still constantly collecting treasures and cultivating techniques. Was he too merciful? Lu Yi seriously reflected on himself. It seemed he was indeed a bit too merciful. Then he would be a little more ruthless. His figure disappeared into the vast desert. Nine-Life Dynasty, various alien races attacked it. How fast is a battle between cultivators? For ordinary people fighting a war, it's relatively normal to fight for half a year or a year. But for cultivators, advancing thousands of kilometers in half a day was completely without any pressure. The overwhelming alien races were like locusts passing through, leaving behind a devastated world. A large number of cultivators fell. The Nine-Life Dynasty urgently requested reinforcements. Indeed, many human clan powerhouses came to support, but they still couldn't win. If Lu Yi hadn't killed so many powerhouses, it would have been better, but now that so many powerhouses were dead, coupled with the Great Dao sect remaining motionless, and the Supreme Sword sect, although they made a move, didn't go all out. Other sects that were enemies with Lu Yi along with the Nine-Life dynasty successively received news of the loose immortals' demise, and their morale completely collapsed. Lu Yi left the extinguished Buddha desert. He arrived at the nearest city and bought a heavenly secret report. Hongling isn't dead. Lu Yi was a little surprised. That fellow's Dao heart is quite something, he didn't die even like that. Since he didn't die, he would become even stronger. Just as Lu Yi was checking the Heavenly Secret Report, the latest news from the Heavenly Secret Report arrived. Nine-Life Dynasty, annihilated. Chapter 99 I Have a Plant Part 3. Boom. This news was like a clap of thunder exploding. It made everyone around feel dizzy and disoriented. The Nine-Life Dynasty was annihilated. How long has it been, and it's already annihilated? Lu Yi received the news and lightly sighed. The fall of an empire. Who knows how many people will become food for the alien race? What could he do? Only cultivate. A hint of madness flickered in Lu Yi's eyes. If the alien race can attack the great wilderness human clan, there's no reason the human clan can't attack the alien race. Although the alien race had built their small worlds into an impenetrable fortress, for Lu Yi, who was proficient in formations, it wasn't a problem at all. He was currently at Dao integration first level. He didn't possess the strength to completely crush all alien races, he needed to break through. And the alien race's second target had already been chosen. Mountain and River Pagoda sect. Why choose such a sect? It was very simple, because the Mountain and River Pagoda sect's protective formation had been broken by Lu Yi. The demon clan side had clearly also received the news that Lu Yi had killed 11 loose immortals. Growing too fast. The myriad spirits demon emperor's form had changed at this moment. Originally looking like a Chongqi, it had now become a strange and bizarre creature. Its eyes held monstrous killing intent. Have the essence blood I require been collected? The myriad spirits demon emperor spoke. Reporting to the demon emperor, they have been collected. Good, you attack the Mountain and River Pagoda sect. It's the same as before, capture those you can, and directly kill those you cannot. Yes, Lu Yi knew the alien race's direction of attack, and he wasn't flustered in the slightest. After all, the destruction of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect truly had nothing to do with him. If nothing unexpected happened, the third to be annihilated would be the Supreme Emperor dynasty. The Mountain and River Pagoda sect was located between the Supreme Emperor dynasty and the Nine-Life dynasty, making it convenient for him to sell various magical treasures to the other two empires. As a result, it was now also convenient for others to destroy them. Lu Yi rushed towards the God clan. There was no need for the demon clan. The treasures inside had basically been cleaned out by the myriad spirits demon emperor. The demon clan was similar. The demon emperor diligently cultivated the 10,000 soul banner, and if not for the earth demon emperor blocking him, the entire demon realm would have become the demon emperor's nourishment. This time, all the alien races were fully mobilized for the attack. Facing the surging alien race alliance, the Mountain and River Pagoda sect made a very helpless choice. Their protective formation had not only been damaged by Lu Yi but also modified beyond recognition. It would take some time just to restore it. One could only say that the alien race's attack came at an incredibly opportune moment. Thus, they retreated towards the Supreme Emperor dynasty. Seeing this, the alien race also didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards the Supreme Emperor dynasty. The emperor of the Supreme Emperor dynasty was named Shangguan Hongtian. At this moment, within the dynasty, all the great formations had been activated. This great formation used mountains and rivers as its foundation and dragon energy as its energy channels, jointly creating this super formation. Any alien race within the great formation would be suppressed, while the human clan would receive enhancements. With one side increased and the other decreased, the alien race's advance speed finally slowed down. Supreme Emperor Dynasty Imperial Palace. Everyone's hearts were extremely anxious, their expressions solemn, and the atmosphere in the Great Hall was incredibly heavy. What did the myriad ancient sect say? Reporting to the emperor, the myriad ancient sect did not meet with our envoy. Damn it! Shangguan Hongtian was furious. They spoke of the human clan being united as allies, watching out for each other, and our human clan regards the myriad ancient sect as the foremost sect, yet now they've become cowards. What about the Jia sect? We contacted the Jia sect, but they relocated their sect and moved to the south of the Great Dao sect. Shangguan Hongtian. What did the Great Dao sect say? The Great Dao sect stated that they would not make any moves before Lu Yi returns. Shangguan Hongtian's body swayed, and he sat upon the dragon throne. Good, 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 truly each one is better than the last. Such a human clan should be annihilated. Shangguan Hongtian said through gritted teeth. Emperor, the fourth princess requests an audience. Shangguan Hongtian was currently in a state of irritation. What princess? Why request an audience now? Asking to be scolded. Tell her to scram, I won't see her. He still needed to discuss with his advisors what to do. Such an empire or dynasty couldn't just move away like a sect. If there were no common people, could an empire still be considered an empire? Father Emperor, I have a plan to repel the enemy. Shangguan Wanling shouted loudly from outside the palace. In her previous life, under the accumulation of Lu Yi's various treasures, she progressed rapidly and finally achieved the Great Emperor realm. But in her opinion, such a great emperor was a fake great emperor. Although Lu Yi allowed them to become great emperors, they were the most useless great emperors. They were mere accessories to his celestial venerable status. What she wanted was definitely not that kind of great emperor. She didn't need Lu Yi's help. Reborn into this life, she could completely achieve the kind of peak great emperor with unparalleled combat power on her own. Even aspiring to become a celestial venerable or a saint. Father Emperor, I truly have a plan to repel the enemy, please believe me. Shangguan Hongtian's gaze was somewhat frightening. He knew this daughter of his, Shangguan Wanling. In the past 6 months, Shangguan Wanling's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and not long ago, she even broke through to the refining void realm, her talent clearly becoming the strongest among the many princes and princesses. However, having just reached refining void, she was too weak. Under these circumstances, she couldn't play any role at all. But she was so persistent. Shangguan Hongtian raised his hand. Let her in. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wanling immediately became excited. She felt that her great opportunity was coming. The timing and geographical advantage were already here. All that was needed was the human element. Your daughter, Shangguan Wanling, greets Father Emperor. Shangguan Hongtian looked at this daughter of his, who possessed a beautiful appearance. He had originally considered marrying her off to other powers, but she had displayed astonishing cultivation talent. You said you have a method to repel the enemy, Shangguan Hongtian asked. That is correct, Father Emperor. Then tell me. Father Emperor, I heard that the entire mountain and river pagoda sect has relocated to my Supreme Emperor dynasty. Your daughter possesses a top-tier cultivation technique from the 9 heavens, named the Origin Devouring Heaven scripture. This technique can devour the origin of all things, especially various spiritual treasures and spiritual items. Your daughter humbly requests Father Emperor's assistance in allowing me to use all the treasures of the Supreme Emperor dynasty and the Mountain and River Pagoda sect. I only need a very short amount of time to break through to the transcending tribulation realm. Furthermore, I am absolutely confident that I can successfully cross the tribulation. At that time, I can slaughter all the alien races. Shangguan Wanling's voice was resolute and her words were firm. Her gaze was even more incredibly firm and confident. As long as she was given enough resources, she could become invincible. In her previous life, she was spoon-fed, completely failing to temper her Tao-contending heart. But in this life, she would content herself. In the Great Hall, the various powerhouses kept their eyes on their noses on their mouths, and their mouths on their hearts. I can't hear anything. This old man is so old, his ears suddenly went deaf. It seems like it's not a big deal either. Shangguan Hongtian stared at this daughter of his. At this moment, his gaze became very complex. Thinking of himself, he was also extremely intelligent, and his virtuous consort was also virtuous and wise, possessing considerable wisdom. Why, then, would they give birth to such a daughter? Could it be she wasn't his biological child? Chapter 100 The Emperor's Rebirth Part 4. Get out. Father Emperor, I really can do it, please believe me. I told you to get out. Shangguan Hongtian suddenly flicked his sleeve, and Shangguan Wanling was sent flying backward, spitting blood. Father Emperor, why don't you believe me? I really can. Shangguan Wanling knelt outside, unable to believe it, and shouted loudly. Take her and lock her in the heavenly prison. She is not to be released without my command. Shangguan Hongtian was practically dying of anger. At a time like this, she still came to cause trouble for him. If she weren't his daughter, Shangguan Hongtian would have killed anyone else. Shangguan Wanling was thrown into the heavenly prison. Her face still showed disbelief. No, it shouldn't be like this, right? What she said was true. Relying on the origin devouring heaven scripture, as long as she was given enough spiritual treasures and spirit items to devour, she could indeed improve very quickly. Reaching the crossing tribulation stage, then successfully crossing tribulation, and killing all these alien race members before ascending, wasn't this a straightforward matter? Why didn't Father Emperor believe her? Even Lu Yi, who had no blood relation to her, believed her. He gave her countless treasures without any hesitation. Why didn't Father Emperor believe her? Something must be wrong. Right, she didn't say that she was reborn. If she revealed the matter of her rebirth, that she was a great emperor in her previous life, then Father Emperor should believe her. Thinking of this, Shangguan Wanling started shouting loudly. Quickly go and report to my Father Emperor. I was a great emperor in my previous life and now I've just been reborn. Tell him to believe me, I can save the Supreme Emperor dynasty. Not only can I save the Supreme Emperor dynasty, but I can also lead the Supreme Emperor dynasty on the Nine Heavens journey and achieve supreme greatness. Shangguan Wanling's shouting attracted the attention of others. Immediately, there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Great Emperor reincarnated, no, Great Emperor reborn, so amazing. I can't even imagine it. A great emperor who has been reborn actually just revealed the matter of her rebirth like this. Can someone this stupid become a great emperor? Oh no, you're actually a great emperor reborn. Doesn't that mean my identity as a celestial venerable reborn is going to be recognized by you? My identity as a saint reborn can't be hidden anymore either. Go tell old man Shangguan that this saint is a saint reborn. Tell him to come over immediately, kowtow to me 10 times, and call me grandpa 100 times, and I can grant him the opportunity to become an emperor. Ha ha ha. For a time, the entire heavenly prison was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Shangguan Wanling was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? I was really a great emperor in my previous life. Do you know Purple Phoenix Great Emperor? She's my good friend. Do you know Sky Vault Great Emperor? I often drank tea with her. Sorry, I really don't know them. Since you say you're a great emperor, I'm quite curious, what great Dao did you cultivate in your previous life to become a great emperor? Someone asked curiously. Shangguan Wanling snorted coldly. The method I cultivated is called the origin devouring heaven scripture. I only need to devour the origin of the world's spiritual treasures to cultivate quickly. Back then, I devoured a celestial venerable's treasure, the heaven-pouring divine talisman, and advanced to the great emperor realm. So, you didn't cultivate any great Dao. Becoming an emperor is enough, why cultivate the great Dao? Ha ha ha. There was another burst of wild laughter, making others' eyes water. Origin devouring heaven scripture, what a origin devouring heaven scripture. It truly is a supreme cultivation method. If what you say is true, then this cultivation method is simply unprecedented and unique in the world. I'm dying of laughter. A great emperor who doesn't cultivate the great Dao. I can still hear a joke like this before I die, it's worth dying for. Shangguan Wanling listened with tightly furrowed brows. HMPH, short-sighted fools, she wouldn't bother with them. She looked at the jailer. This princess orders you to immediately tell my Father Emperor these words. My Father Emperor will definitely let me out. Hurry up and go. The jailer kept his eyes on his nose on his mouth, and his mouth on his heart. Actually, what Shangguan Wanling was displaying now could no longer be called foolishness, it could be called idiocy. She was the first person to speak out about being reborn. And perhaps the first great emperor in history who became a great emperor without cultivating the great Dao. It could be seen just how much Lu Yi paid back then to push these women to the great emperor realm. Looking at her now, there was not a single likable spot on Shangguan Wanling's entire body. Seeing her made one's idiot phobia act up. Actually, when Lu Yi first met Shangguan Wanling back then, although Shangguan Wanling was a bit arrogant and spoiled, she still had the innocent and carefree nature of a young girl. The smile on her face was very bright. The battle was fierce. The alien race engaged in a fierce battle with the allied forces of the Supreme Emperor dynasty and the Mountain and River Pagoda sect. Other human clan cultivators, those with hot blood, also joined the battlefield. At this moment, a God clan member quickly came to ancient God King's side and said urgently, God King, something terrible has happened. Our God realm is under attack. Ancient God King's expression suddenly changed drastically. Which force is it? It was clear that all major forces were under the surveillance of the alien race. How could the God clan be attacked silently and without warning? It's not a force, it's just one person. Ancient God King's brows relaxed slightly. Why are you panicking with just one person? Who is it? Supreme Sword Sect's Li Tianwu. No, it seems to be Lu Yi. Lu Yi. Which Lu Yi? Lu Yi, the number 1 on the Eternal Paragon ranking. It's him. How is the situation? It's very bad. The God Washing Pool has been stolen. Also, the Ancient God Tower and the God Forging Temple have been completely looted, and one loose immortal and one crossing tribulation cultivator have fallen. Ancient God King's expression changed drastically again, both shocked and angry. Just him alone, and everyone currently in the God realm can't do anything about him. No, we can't catch him, we simply can't catch him. When he hides, all his aura disappears, and we can't even find him with the heaven-seeking mirror. Ancient God King already wanted to retreat. The God realm was his base, he couldn't possibly let Lu Yi destroy it. No need to go back. After winning this war, the God clan will get an extra 10% of the spoils. Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor did not allow the God clan to leave now. If you leave now, not only will the God clan's losses be for nothing, but the previous battles will also be in vain. At this crucial juncture, we must burn our bridges. Ancient God King gritted his teeth. Alright, fight with all your might. In their fury, the God clan attacked even more ferociously. Lu Yi was also crazy enough, frantically plundering all the resources in the God clan that he could see. Among the God clan, there were still strong cultivators left behind. One of the three-eyed God clan powerhouses had probably cultivated to the level of loose immortal 8th heaven, or even 9th heaven, and the power he unleashed was astonishing. Lu Yi fought him with all his might, but surprisingly failed to kill the opponent within 3 minutes and could only choose to retreat. However, having only this one strong cultivator was not important and could not stop Lu Yi's steps. He adopted a fighting style of retreating when the enemy advanced, harassing when the enemy retreated, and attacking when the enemy was tired, quickly taking away all the God clan's valuable treasures. In Lu Yi's eyes, the valuable treasures covered by various formations were no different from a young bride who had taken off her clothes, letting him handle them as he pleased. Chapter 101 Without you, I'm invincible. Demon Realm. Vermilion Bird had recovered. She hadn't entered the great wilderness, but it was no different from her going there herself. Her vision was split into two. One vision was her own, and the other was the myriad spirits demon emperors. Can humans and demons coexist? This was a question everyone could answer. No. In Vermilion Bird's vision, countless demon clan members, ferociously and savagely, were devouring the human clan. The sound of bones breaking crunched and scraped. Cries and screams were endless. Some demon clan members even only ate the tenderest meat, and some demon beasts only ate human heads. All sorts of cruel and terrifying scenes. Vermilion Bird was also someone with extensive experience, but facing this, she still felt a physiological discomfort. Compared to what the demon clan was doing now, Lu Yi's actions of killing demon clan members back then could almost be called merciful. Why had it become so cruel? The myriad spirits demon emperor was even more terrifying than she had imagined. She saw with her own eyes that the myriad spirits demon emperor was not only parasitizing the demon clan, but also the human clan, the demon clan, and the god clan. It had gone mad. No matter who it was, regardless of species, regardless of friend or foe, it was wantonly parasitizing. The more Vermilion Bird watched, the colder her heart became. Could it be that its parasitism was endless? She had to stop the myriad spirits demon emperor, but how could she stop it? She looked at herself. If the myriad spirits demon emperor died, she would die too. Could it be that in this world, there was no way to completely remove the myriad spirits demon emperor's parasite from other living beings? There must be. Yes, Lu Yi, go find Lu Yi. Lu Yi will definitely have a way. Vermilion Bird spread her wings and flew towards the great wilderness. Lu Yi had already rushed into the ghost realm at this time. The ghost realm was eerie and terrifying. Normally, if a living person entered the ghost realm, it would truly be like a sun thrown into darkness, but when Lu Yi entered it, he was more like a ghost than a ghost. The Ghost King had also received the news. It also didn't go back. It attacked the Supreme Emperor dynasty even more fiercely. The Supreme Emperor dynasty and the Mountain and River Pagoda sect had joined forces, and at this moment, they could no longer resist. They could only retreat, constantly retreating. Finally, they retreated to the imperial capital. The Great Formation defended with all its might. Shangguan Wanling escaped from the heavenly prison and came before Shangguan Hongtian again. Father Emperor, it has already come to this point, do you still not want to believe me? Just let me try, there is no other way besides letting me try. Father Emperor, in my previous life, I was truly a great emperor, I have now been reborn, give me enough resources in this life, and I can achieve great emperor. Father Emperor, it has come to this point, do I still need to lie to you? Believe me just once. Shangguan Hongtian looked at this daughter. Rebirth, great emperor, origin devouring heavenly scripture. Things had already reached this point. Outside the imperial capital, the roaring sound was deafening, and the entire imperial capital was on the verge of collapse. Shangguan Hongtian clenched his fist. He took out a postnatal spiritual treasure. Show me. Shangguan Wanling was stunned. Yes, why hadn't she thought of it, that she could demonstrate? Shangguan Wanling didn't waste words, she took this postnatal spiritual treasure sword, activated the origin devouring heavenly scripture, and could see that this sword began to tremble. Streams of light followed the sword body, converged on the hilt, and finally merged into Shangguan Wanling's body. Shangguan Wanling's body trembled slightly, her aura clearly increased, and she directly broke through to refining void second level. Shangguan Hongtian was full of surprise. It actually improved. What his daughter said was actually true. Again. His voice even began to tremble slightly. Shangguan Wanling began to absorb again. This time, although she didn't break through, her aura still increased. Father Emperor, I told you, I can. Good, good, good. Shangguan Hongtian was overjoyed and immediately issued an order. Bring all the treasures in the imperial palace here and let Ling absorb them. What about the Mountain and River Pagoda sect? Tell the sect leader of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect to bring all their spiritual treasures here and let her absorb them, quick. Shangguan Hongtian issued the order. The imperial city was already in a state of highest alert. Upon hearing the order, the sect leader of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect also appeared before Shangguan Hongtian. The sect leader of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect was named Danqing Shangren. Besides his unparalleled skill in artifact refining, he also possessed a unique skill in ink painting, truly a marvel of the human world. When Danqing Shangren arrived, Shangguan Wanling was rapidly improving, and without realizing it, she had already reached refining void 4th level. Brother Danqing, this is my daughter Shangguan Wanling. She told me today about the miraculousness of her cultivation technique. As long as there are spiritual treasures and spiritual items, she can improve infinitely. Currently, many spiritual treasures and spiritual items of my Supreme Emperor dynasty are already being absorbed by my daughter. Her strength has crossed 3 small realms in a very short time, which is truly exaggerated. Danqing Shangren was surprised upon hearing this. There was such a thing. Brother Danqing, please look. As Shangguan Wanling continuously absorbed the origin of the spiritual treasures, her cultivation improvement speed was indeed astonishingly fast, but the speed at which the spiritual treasures were consumed was also terrifyingly fast. One after another, the spiritual treasures turned into powder and completely disappeared. Danqing Shangren was extremely surprised. This cultivation technique. There was actually such a profound cultivation technique in the world. As a top artifact refiner, he naturally knew that all things had origins, especially the more precious the treasure, the more origin it had. However, origin was something mysterious and subtle, and he had never heard of anyone being able to capture the origin within treasures. As a result, this cultivation technique could actually absorb the origin so domineeringly. What does the Emperor mean? Currently, the alien race's army is pressing down, and both our sides are in precarious danger. If the city protection formation is broken, both the Mountain and River Pagoda sect and the Supreme Emperor dynasty will become history. Now we are at our wits' end, at a dead end. Our strong practitioners are completely outnumbered by the other side. At this time, I need the strongest strong practitioner to help us turn the tide. With my daughter's current cultivation speed, as long as there are enough treasures for my daughter to absorb, she might be able to reach a height we cannot imagine. At that time, my Supreme Emperor dynasty and the Mountain and River Pagoda sect will have a chance to survive. Brother Danqing, time waits for no one, please make a decision quickly. At this moment, Shangguan Wanling's aura trembled again. She had already broken through to refining void 5th level. Look, she broke through again, from 1st level to 5th level, it only took less than a quarter of an hour. Wait a moment, let me take a look. Danqing Shangren still didn't dare to make a decision immediately, because absorbing origin like this, one didn't even need to think, would definitely require a massive amount of treasures. But if the treasures weren't used at this time, they would most likely be contributed to the alien race. Watching, in just 5 minutes, Shangguan Wanling had already broken through to refining void 6th level. Danqing Shangren made a decisive decision. I will immediately have someone bring over the spiritual treasures refined by the Mountain and River Pagoda sect. Shangguan Wanling's eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Yi, what does it matter if you are the first on the Eternal Paragon ranking? Now I will swallow all the magic treasures of the Supreme Emperor Dynasty and the Mountain and River Pagoda sect in one go, and my cultivation will surpass yours, far surpass yours. Without you, I can completely do it. I am invincible. Chapter 102, Rapid Progress. Transcending Tribulation Realm. Both the Supreme Emperor Dynasty and the Mountain and River Pagoda sect have cultivators in the Transcending Tribulation Realm. However, in the current situation, attempting to cross tribulation is certain death. World War, unstable Great Dao, Heaven and Earth anomalies. As soon as the battle began, cultivators in the Transcending Tribulation Realm resolutely chose to cross tribulation. It is known that 3 cultivators in the Transcending Tribulation Realm attempted to cross tribulation, but all of them perished. Now everyone is trapped in the Imperial City, and you want to cross tribulation in the Imperial City. The first Heavenly Tribulation lightning strike will destroy the city protecting array. The Heavenly Dao is not foolish. How could it allow you to cross tribulation with an array above your head? Using an array during the crossing tribulation is permissible. But it can only be used to withstand the first Heavenly Tribulation lightning strike, based on your own estimations. If you estimate the intensity of the first Heavenly Tribulation lightning strike to be the strongest blow of a Transcending Tribulation Realm 5th level cultivator, then the strength of your array is best just enough to withstand a blow from a Transcending Tribulation Realm 5th level cultivator. In this case, the intensity of the Heavenly Tribulation lightning will start at the Transcending Tribulation 5th level. If you set up an array that can withstand the blow of a Transcending Tribulation Realm 8th level cultivator, the intensity of the first Heavenly Tribulation will be at the Transcending Tribulation Realm 8th level. The intensity of the Heavenly Tribulation lightning will start at the Transcending Tribulation 8th level. Of course, if you use an array based on your own Tao of arrays to cross tribulation, that is not counted. The situation is like this. Now, for a Transcending Tribulation Realm cultivator to cross tribulation is to embrace the idea of jade stone and fire, wanting to perish together with the enemy. When Shangguan Wanling claimed she could successfully cross tribulation, Shangguan Hongtian naturally did not believe her in the slightest. However, the cultivation method Shangguan Wanling truly displayed was too miraculous and exaggerated. Shangguan Hongtian was also a person of extensive knowledge. He recalled all the books he had read and had never seen such a cultivation method. Breaking through a realm in a few minutes. Perhaps, what Shangguan Wanling said is true, she is indeed a great emperor reborn. Perhaps, there really is a miracle. The Mountain and River Pagoda sect has already arrived with many spiritual treasures, but even though the Mountain and River Pagoda sect is skilled in artifact refining, the number of spiritual treasures still remains within 100, partly due to being sold and partly due to being snatched by Lu Yi. Every loose immortal who dies, every transcending tribulation cultivator who dies, means one less spiritual treasure for them. Shangguan Wanling was overjoyed. She obtained the spiritual treasures and began to absorb them vigorously again. Strands of light continuously poured into her body, and as the light on the spiritual treasures disappeared, the spiritual treasures turned into powder. Refining Void 7th level. Danqing Shangren watched with fear and trepidation, such a fast cultivation speed. Even in the chaotic era before the 9 heavens, it is likely that no one could achieve this. This cultivation method is too overbearing. It is more evil than wicked methods, and more demonic than the demonic Tao. But strangely, after Shangguan Wanling absorbed it, no evil or chaotic aura rose around her, only clear origin transformed into pure true essence, continuously converting and improving. A reincarnated great emperor, truly a reincarnated great emperor. If she can truly accomplish what she said, successfully cross tribulation and break the current crisis, perhaps their Mountain and River Pagoda sect can also cling to a powerful backer. What does it matter if the Great Dao sect clings to Lu Yi's back? He is the first on the Eternal Paragon ranking, but this Shangguan Wanling is a great emperor reborn. She was a great emperor in her previous life, and reincarnating in this life, it is highly likely she will be stronger than in her previous life. It's just, this Shangguan Wanling always gives him a faint sense of foolishness. Is it an illusion? Shangguan Wanling's identity, even if not a great emperor, is still the imperial daughter of the supreme emperor dynasty. She wouldn't be foolish, right? It should be an illusion, it should be an illusion. Refining void 8th level. Too fast. Shangguan Hongtian had even driven everyone else away, only he and Danqing Shangren were here. What a terrifying cultivation method, truly a great opportunity, boundless luck, Emperor, you have indeed given birth to a good daughter, Danqing Shangren said with emotion. Opportunity, actually, luck accounts for at least half of the factors. Some people have outstanding talent but lack luck, causing opportunities to repeatedly slip through their fingers. Some people are ordinary but have monstrous luck, soaring to the sky. Being able to possess such an overbearing cultivation method is in itself a manifestation of luck. Shangguan Hongtian also couldn't help but show a smile on his face. Currently, it seems that Shangguan Wanling has not shown any abnormalities, her aura is stable, and her true essence is pure. Feasible, absolutely feasible. Refining void 9th heaven. In such a short time, she has already reached the refining void 9th heaven. Shangguan Wanling was focused. She continuously increased her total true essence volume. Approaching the joining Dao realm step by step. Compress. She actually started compressing her true essence. Shangguan Hongtian and Danqing Shangren both watched with shining eyes. At such a critical juncture, she is still compressing her true essence. It seems Shangguan Wanling is truly confident. Danqing Shangren finally felt a little relieved. Knowing to compress her true essence before breaking through to make her foundation stable, the foolishness he felt before should be an illusion. In fact, he also had the thought of taking everything Shangguan Wanling possessed for himself. If he obtained this cultivation method, cultivating while refining artifacts would simply be invincible. Unfortunately, the time and environment are not right now. If it weren't for the alien race army pressing down outside, and he wasn't sure if he could cultivate such a cultivation method, he might have actually made a move. Compress. Compress. After compressing a total of 3 spiritual treasures, Shangguan Wanling was finally satisfied. Breaking through to the joining Dao realm. Joining Dao, naturally means initially confirming one's great Dao. In her previous life, when Shangguan Wanling was joining Dao, she had not yet obtained the origin devouring heaven scripture. Such a cultivation method, even if it exhausted Lu Yi, he couldn't have created it in the early stages. So she had joined Dao on her own. It was just that her Dao at that time was the Dao of emotion. Family affection, romantic love, and friendship were all things she yearned for, which was quite compatible with Lu Yi's Dao of protection at that time. When she was joining Dao then, her Dao of emotion was not strong, and Lu Yi thought it was due to the destruction of the Supreme Emperor dynasty. But in the end, she successfully joined Dao. However, later, it is unknown whether it was due to Shangguan Wanling's dull aptitude, or because her feelings for Lu Yi were not that intense. In short, the Dao of emotion was very bumpy. Later, it even stagnated. Lu Yi helped her find various cultivation methods, and the best one in the end was a remnant of the Devouring Sky demonic method, which was created by the Devouring Sky Mayfly based on its own divine abilities. Lu Yi first deduced the Devouring Sky demonic method into the Devouring Sky scripture suitable for human cultivation, but found that the Devouring Sky scripture only increased true essence and did not cultivate the Great Tao. How could that work? Thus, he began to deduce again, changing the Devouring Sky scripture to the Devouring Sky Heart scripture, and found it was still not right. The Devouring Sky Heart scripture was changed to the Devouring Sky Taoist scripture. Still not right. Lu Yi, while pulling Shangguan Wanling forward, was deducing, almost wearing out the system. Finally, the origin devouring heaven scripture emerged. This cultivation method does not cultivate the great Tao. It can also cultivate. It's the kind that works even without cultivation. You can break through realms without cultivating the great Tao, it's just that the resources needed are extremely exaggerated. As for combat power, there are actual combat records. Chapter 103 The weakest in history. She really has combat records. Let's not mention the realms before Great Emperor, just talk about her achievements after reaching Great Emperor. She fought against Purple Phoenix Great Emperor 3 times. In the first match, Purple Phoenix Great Emperor narrowly won because Shangguan Wanling had just broken through to the Great Emperor realm and her realm was still unstable. In the second match, Shangguan Wanling narrowly won. Purple Phoenix Great Emperor's Purple Extreme Phoenix Fire could no longer do anything to her. In the third match, Shangguan Wanling achieved a complete victory. She also fought against Sky Vault Great Emperor. They only fought one match. Sky Vault Great Emperor conceded defeat, unwilling to fight further, and instead invited Shangguan Wanling for tea. At that time, Lu Yi, when Shangguan Wanling lost to Purple Phoenix Great Emperor, it hadn't been long since Lu Yi was promoted to the Heavenly Venerable realm. When Shangguan Wanling narrowly won, Lu Yi personally killed Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable. When Shangguan Wanling achieved a complete victory, Lu Yi campaigned in the barren Forbidden Ground, flattened it, and his fame shook the 9 heavens. Therefore, Shangguan Wanling is truly very strong. She is not a vase Great Emperor. At this moment, Shangguan Wanling has reached the peak of the refining void realm. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. In her previous life, she chose the wrong Great Dao. Among the myriad Great Daos, she specifically chose the Dao of emotion. This path was completely unsuitable for her. Perhaps, she truly loved Lu Yi, but in this world, where is their eternal love? Thus, her Dao was broken. And in this life, no matter which Great Dao she chooses, she will never choose the Dao of emotion again. She wants to be invincible. She wants to walk the Dao of invincible. At this moment, Shangguan Wanling's will was incredibly firm. She had seen many Dao of invincible practitioners, and although they encountered Lu Yi and their Great Dao collapsed, that was because they were not strong enough. In her opinion, the aura of a strong practitioner of the Dao of invincible truly swallowed the universe, unmatched in the world. Not even Lu Yi had such a demeanor. Dao of invincible, come. A faint wisp of Great Dao intent appeared on Shangguan Wanling's body. Shangguan Hongtian and Danqing Shangren simultaneously trembled. It has begun. The Dao intent was continuous, slowly emerging. It converged towards Shangguan Wanling's nascent soul. The two of them, the Dao of invincible, they recognized it. But this Dao intent, why is it so extraordinarily weak? Yes, weak, too weak. Both of them were well-informed individuals, they had seen more than one person achieve Dao integration. Even the weakest Dao integration produced ripples of Dao intent that were stronger than the Dao intent Shangguan Wanling was currently forming. No, what is going on with this? Shangguan Wanling was also startled. What's going on? She condensed the Dao of invincible, why did it only produce these Dao rhymes? Her achievements are verifiable. She defeated 2 great emperors consecutively, and even those 8 empresses were almost no match for her. Although she basically hadn't fought anyone since the Tongtian realm, nor did she need to fight anyone. But having defeated so many great emperors, isn't she worthy of the name invincible? Shangguan Wanling was a little flustered. How could she know that invincible is not some baseless thought? Yes, Shangguan Wanling's invincible could only be considered a thought, not even a will. Throughout history, who among those who walked the path of invincible didn't fight tens of thousands of battles, earning the admiration of all beings in the world? This is the Dao of invincible. The Dao of invincible is fought out, not thought out. Even if Shangguan Wanling had walked the great Dao of devouring in this life, it would have been fine, but no one expected her to dare walk the Dao of invincible. If Lu Yi were to appear before Shangguan Wanling now, he would probably cover his eyes. No, this won't do. The Dao of invincible is a bit weak, she needs to change to another one. The great Dao completely integrated into the nascent soul, and just before it integrated into the nascent soul, the Dao of invincible almost completely shattered. Joining Dao realm achieved. Shangguan Wanling's body trembled slightly. It integrated, she actually integrated such a weak great Dao. This great Dao. Shangguan Wanling didn't even know how to express her current feelings. Shangguan Hongtian and Danqing Shangren's expressions simultaneously changed greatly at this moment. Ling what's going on with the great Dao you integrated? Shangguan Hongtian didn't even care about disturbing Shangguan Wanling's cultivation. Because the great Dao was too weak. The strength or weakness of the integrated great Dao directly relates to a cultivator's future potential. With a weak great Dao, even if you cultivate until death, you still won't be able to compare to someone who cultivates a powerful great Dao. The great Dao Shangguan Wanling cultivated was the Dao of invincible. This great Dao itself belongs to the most top-tier great Daos and is also the easiest to get started with. Easy to start, high potential, but the death rate is too high. But, with such an easy Dao of invincible, Shangguan Wanling actually almost failed to integrate it. Shangguan Wanling also knew she had been a bit hasty with this Dao integration. She felt uncomfortable for a moment, thinking this shouldn't be happening. But it was all right. Father Emperor, Senior Danqing, don't be anxious. I was just trying something out. My cultivation method itself doesn't require Dao integration. I integrated the Dao only to break through the original constraints of the method. Just watch me continue to improve. Although Shangguan Wanling panicked slightly internally, her thinking shifted relatively quickly. Although she didn't understand why the integrated Dao of invincible was so weak, she could become a great emperor in her previous life without Dao integration, and in this life, she had integrated a Dao, so persistence meant growth. She continued to cultivate. As she devoured spiritual treasures, as expected, her aura began to rise again, completely without limit. By this time, although Shangguan Hongtian and Danqing Shangren still had doubts in their hearts, they could accept it. As long as the improvement was continuous. Spiritual treasures were rapidly devoured one by one. Joining Dao second layer. Joining Dao third layer. Joining Dao fourth layer. Too fast. Shangguan Hongtian and Danqing Shangren's spirits were lifted, and some of the doubts in their hearts dissipated. However, the spiritual treasures were also disappearing faster and faster at this time. The higher her realm, the more true essence she needed to convert, and naturally, she also needed more spiritual treasures. Out of over 100 spiritual treasures, only 20 remained. Joining Dao's 7th layer, 13 remained. No, these spiritual treasures are not enough, I still need spiritual treasures, Shangguan Wanling said. Fellow Taoist, Shangguan Hongtian looked at Danqing Shangren. Danqing Shangren's expression was hesitant. Boom. There was another huge roar. The city protection array had already begun to show cracks. Fellow Taoist, the situation is critical. The disaster of sect destruction and national ruin is already imminent. Danqing Shangren gritted his teeth and took out 11 more spiritual treasures. This batch of spiritual treasures was clearly of higher quality than the previous ones. Joining Dao 8th layer, 5 spiritual treasures remained. Still not enough. Shangguan Hongtian gritted his teeth and took out the Supreme Emperor Dynasty's last acquired spiritual treasures used by the Supreme Emperor Dynasty's strong practitioners. He looked at Danqing Shangren again. The two of them, at this moment, had transformed into gamblers. They had already placed a very heavy bet on Shangguan Wanling, and this bet could not be withdrawn. If they didn't follow up now, the previous bet would be a complete waste. Moreover, the nation would be destroyed and the sect annihilated. They could only continue to follow up. Danqing Shangren sighed deeply. To be honest, he already regretted it now. This thing, is it really a great emperor reborn? It really doesn't seem like it. Helplessly, having reached this point, his figure disappeared. He was going to take out all the spiritual treasures from the other cultivators of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect. Chapter 104, Just a Treasure. Heavenly Spiritual Treasure. Shangguan Hongtian set an example. The Supreme Emperor Dynasty possessed a total of 2 heavenly spiritual treasures, one named Supreme Emperor Seal and the other named Mountains and Rivers Brocade Map. Now, he took out the Mountains and Rivers Brocade Map. This was a heavenly spiritual treasure that could help people cultivate, incredibly precious and extremely important to the Supreme Emperor Dynasty. But, he couldn't worry about that now. After the country was destroyed, the heavenly spiritual treasure would also just be a wedding dress for others. It must succeed. Shangguan Hongtian's words, he didn't know if they were for Shangguan Wanling or for himself. It must succeed. Shangguan Wanling, however, felt no psychological pressure, and immediately began absorbing this Mountains and Rivers Brocade Map. It was just a heavenly spiritual treasure. In her previous life, she had devoured more than one Celestial Venerable's artifact. Dao Integration 9th level. Heavenly spiritual treasures were indeed powerful. Still need some. Shangguan Wanling spoke. Danqing Shangren sighed softly. The Mountain and River Pagoda sect actually possessed 3 heavenly spiritual treasures. One was named Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda, one was named Purple Chi Heavenly Fire Cauldron, and one was named Glazed Xuanwang Sword. The Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda was the symbol of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect and naturally could not be refined by Shangguan Wanling. The Purple Chi Heavenly Fire Cauldron was the artifact refining divine tool of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect and also couldn't be given. Then only the Glazed Xuanwang Sword could be given. Even if you absorb the Glazed Xuanwang Sword, you'll only be at Transcending Tribulation 1st level. Can you successfully cross tribulation? Danqing Shangren finally couldn't hold back and asked. The main reason was that he truly felt heartache. Heavenly spiritual treasure, how precious. Shangguan Wanling raised an eyebrow. You actually doubt me. She formed hand seals, and the celestial silkworm 9 transformations secret technique unfolded. Her aura suddenly began to surge, and in the blink of an eye, she stepped into the transcending tribulation realm, and her aura surged all the way to the transcending tribulation realm 5th heaven in one go. Such a method was truly astonishing. It could actually temporarily raise one's realm by so much. It wasn't just crossing a major realm, but also rushing through 5 small realms after the major realm. If I enter the transcending tribulation realm, I will already be in a semi-invincible state. If I successfully cross tribulation, I will be completely invincible. Shangguan Wanling said confidently. She showed her skill, and Danqing Shangren didn't know what to say, just sighed deeply. He offered the glazed Xuanwang sword with both hands. It's just a heavenly spiritual treasure. When I grow up, even supreme treasures won't be worth mentioning. At that time, I will give each of you an emperor weapon, as long as you can lift it. Danqing Shangren was expressionless. In front of a strong person, a heavenly spiritual treasure was nothing, but that was one of the mountain and river pagoda sect protecting treasures. Being spoken of like this now, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. But he didn't show it. No, he just didn't understand. With such a temperament, how could she be a great emperor? Whose great emperor has this kind of temperament? The origin of the glazed Xuanwang sword was absorbed, and she opened her eyes. Not enough, still not enough. Shangguan Hongtian and Danqing Shangren's expressions froze. My Supreme Emperor seal is the symbol of the Supreme Emperor dynasty, it truly cannot be destroyed. Shangguan Hongtian looked at Danqing Shangren somewhat pleadingly. This thing was the imperial seal. It carried the Dawn people, it carried the dragon energy of the Supreme Emperor dynasty. Danqing Shangren, my mountains and rivers treasure pagoda is also a symbol. What about the purple qi heavenly fire cauldron? The purple qi heavenly fire cauldron is the most important treasure for artifact refining in our sect. Without this cauldron, how can we refine artifacts? Danqing Shangren was 100% unwilling. Boom boom boom. The entire city protecting Grand Array was already on the verge of collapse at this moment. It was a critical moment of life and death. Fellow Taoist. Shangguan Hongtian shouted. Danqing Shangren, how annoying. His heart ached, his flesh ached, his teeth ached, his liver ached. He truly couldn't bear to see the purple qi heavenly fire cauldron destroyed like this. What a waste of heavenly treasures. How many spiritual treasures could one purple qi heavenly fire cauldron refine? Fellow Taoist, here, take it. A palm-sized purple cauldron was handed over by Taoist Danqing. This time, Shangguan Wanling could break through to the transcending tribulation realm, right? Shangguan Wanling curled her lip. Short-sighted. Today's investment could yield thousands or tens of thousands of times the return in the future. What was there to be reluctant about? She took the purple qi heavenly fire cauldron and began to absorb it. Her true essence was vast, and her nascent soul was completely in the image of Shangguan Wanling, breathtakingly beautiful, floating like an immortal. She was getting closer and closer to the transcending tribulation realm. Closer and closer. Shangguan Hongtian and Taoist Danqing clenched their fists. Suddenly, their eyes widened. No, don't. Shangguan Hongtian's voice changed, letting out a shriek like a eunuch. At this moment, an emperor was so startled his heart leapt to his throat. But, it was still too late. Shangguan Wanling suddenly compressed her true essence. Her realm, which was originally close to the transcending tribulation realm, was now compressed to the early 9th level in one go. Danqing Shangren was stunned. Shangguan Hongtian covered his chest, his breathing becoming rapid. What's wrong? Shangguan Wanling was baffled. Suppressing one's realm before breaking through, wasn't that standard procedure? All the treasures have been used up by you, and you're still compressing your realm. How are you going to break through to the transcending tribulation realm? Shangguan Hongtian shouted angrily. How could they be used up? Father Emperor, isn't there still the Supreme Emperor seal? In my previous life, you passed away, and the Supreme Emperor dynasty was destroyed, so I didn't absorb the Supreme Emperor seal and kept it as a memento. Now the Supreme Emperor dynasty won't be destroyed, I can completely devour the Supreme Emperor seal and absolutely break through to the transcending tribulation realm, Shangguan Wanling said seriously. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the array began to completely collapse and shatter. Monstrous black mist covered the sky. Ha 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 ha, destroying 2 human clan major forces together, how exhilarating, ha 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 ha. The domineering and cruel laughter had already reached their ears. Shangguan Wanling's expression changed drastically. Father Emperor, hurry, it's almost too late. Shangguan Hongtian truly had the heart to kill Shangguan Wanling. You say you could clearly break through smoothly, but you just had to suppress your realm before breaking through. Suppressing just that little bit, how much can it really improve you? Must break through crossing tribulation. Oh, I have my own considerations. Shangguan Wanling obtained the Supreme Emperor Seal, and the golden flowing light on the Supreme Emperor Seal quickly merged into Shangguan Wanling's body. What about the Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda? I want that too, hurry. No, the Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda is the symbol of my sect, I absolutely cannot let you absorb it. The sect is about to be destroyed, and you're still talking about symbols. In the previous life, it was destroyed. In this life, if you don't follow my steps, it will still be destroyed. Give it to me quickly. Shangguan Wanling said loudly. Danqing Shangren shook his head fiercely. No, absolutely not. The screams from outside were already deafening. Large numbers of imperial guards were being slaughtered, and the palace's array had already begun to be attacked. Shangguan Wanling's eyes widened. Without discussing it with Shangguan Hongtian and Danqing Shangren, she once again compressed her true essence. And she compressed it hard. Because Shangguan Wanling hated this kind of nagging behavior. She had already said that by following her, they could receive thousands or tens of thousands of times the return in the future. It was just a heavenly spiritual treasure. Ling you're crazy. Shangguan Hongtian saw Shangguan Wanling compress her true essence once again and was practically going crazy. I'm not crazy. Do you really think the heavenly tribulation is easy to cross? I must put myself in the strongest state. Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda, give it to me. Danqing Shangren's eyes turned red, his fists clenched tightly. She insisted on having his Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda. What would happen if there was one less Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda? Why did she insist? This poor Taoist is going to die of anger. Chapter 105 Furious. Shangguan Wanling, however, did not think this was much of a test for Danqing Shangren. It was still that phrase. Just a mere heavenly spiritual treasure, that's all. Something she wouldn't even glance at if it were just left lying around in her previous life. She knew that the Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda was the most important treasure of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect. In her previous life, when Lu Yi saw the Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda, he even said, "It's truly a pity to destroy such a good thing, so let's keep it." Danqing Shangren, with bloodshot eyes, took out the Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda. The Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda's design was exquisite and breathtakingly beautiful, with upturned eaves and corners, and magnificent murals of realgar jade, perfectly placed as embellishments. It could be said to be the pinnacle of Eastern aesthetics. In Shangguan Wanling's eyes, there was no such thing as beauty. As soon as she got the Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda, she immediately began to refine it. The Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda quickly turned dim. Shangguan Wanling's expression changed. Why does this treasure have so little origin? Under the operation of the origin devouring heaven scripture, the Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda rapidly decayed, collapsed, and shattered. Shangguan Wanling's aura increased slightly. It had not reached completion. It had not reached completion. Shangguan Wanling instantly became anxious. Quick, are there any other treasures? I'm still just a little bit away from breaking through. Isn't this Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda the most precious treasure of your Mountain and River Pagoda sect? Why is it so useless? Shangguan Wanling shouted urgently. Danqing Shangren looked at the Mountains and Rivers Treasure Pagoda that had turned to ash, and then listened to Shangguan Wanling's scolding. A look of madness appeared on his face. Destroyed, destroyed, it's all destroyed, ha 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 ha, it's all destroyed. He was the sinner of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect. All the spiritual treasures of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect, and even the symbol of the Mountain and River Pagoda sect, were destroyed in his hands. Are there any other treasures? Ha 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 ha, are there any other treasures? The treasure that the Mountain and River Pagoda sect regarded as its spiritual pillar was given to you, and you are still asking this Taoist if there are any other treasures. Shangguan Hongtian also almost couldn't catch his breath and nearly fainted from sheer anger. I told you, don't compress your true essence anymore. Don't compress your true essence anymore, and you still compressed it. Shangguan Wanling was also very angry. I told you, crossing tribulation is not that easy. I must ensure I am in the best state to cross tribulation. Boom. The entire imperial palace was shaking. A giant Buddha palm covered the sky and sun, fiercely slapping the formation, causing the formation to let out a mournful cry. A long spear broke through the sky and stabbed the grand formation, and cracks immediately appeared in the grand formation. Quick, where are the spiritual treasures? There's no time to waste talking to you. With just one more heavenly spiritual treasure, everything will end. Shangguan Wanling was also anxious and asked sharply. Danqing Shangren's bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Shangguan Wanling. I'll just ask you, if there are no more spiritual treasures, can you break through? Shangguan Wanling was startled by being stared at by such a pair of blood-red eyes. However, she then became angry out of embarrassment. Do you think you're Lu Yi or something? If there are no spiritual treasures, other treasures will also work. Right now, I'm truly just one step away from breaking through to the transcending tribulation realm. Ha 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 ha. Danqing Shangren let out a wild laugh. His white hair fluttered. The mountains and rivers treasure pagoda is gone. The purple chi heavenly fire cauldron is gone. The glazed profound yellow sword is gone. His favorite heaven-following jade brush and Pixiu inkstone are also gone. The mountain and river pagoda sect took out all its spiritual treasures for Shangguan Wanling to use. Everything. He had even recalled the spiritual treasures from the hands of other powerhouses in the sect. I'll just ask you, can you break through? Danqing Shangren asked again. Shangguan Wanling was extremely irritated. She had already made it very clear. No, no, no. Danqing Shangren completely exploded. If you can't, then go die for me. In his palm, a flash of fire bloomed, the firelight appearing golden, carrying his great Dao, and in extreme anger, he unleashed a furious strike. Skyfire exploding palm. Fellow Taoist Danqing. Shangguan Wanling was startled. She reacted quickly and threw a punch. Celestial Venerable Fist. A wisp of special aura bloomed. The true essence around Shangguan Wanling's body all converged towards her fist, colliding fiercely with Danqing Shangren's Skyfire exploding palm. Boom. Danqing Shangren remained motionless. Shangguan Wanling's figure couldn't stop retreating. Ha ha ha. Danqing Shangren let out a somewhat deranged laugh. This kind of strength is a great emperor reborn. This kind of strength can cross tribulation and save us from danger. Shangguan Hongtian was also startled. He looked at Shangguan Wanling in disbelief. Why is your strength so weak? It couldn't really be called weak. Shangguan Wanling's strength was quite good in the joining Dao realm, but it was far from the level they had expected. In their minds, Shangguan Wanling, who possessed such a powerful cultivation technique and was truly suspected to be a great emperor reborn, would fight above her level as easily as eating and drinking, and successfully crossing tribulation would be like taking something from her pocket. Now she couldn't even defeat Danqing Shangren. Shangguan Wanling was also bewildered at this moment. Just now, what she used was the Celestial Venerable Fist. The peerless skill of 9 lives Celestial Venerable Lu Yi. How could she, at the peak of the joining Dao realm, just one step away from completion, exchange a blow with a transcending tribulation realm expert and actually be forced back? In his previous life, Lu Yi never encouraged her to fight fiercely. Too many combat skills were not taught to her. The skills taught to her were only 3. One was the Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Escape. One was the Celestial Silkworm 9 Transformations. One was the Celestial Venerable Fist. Lu Yi told her that if she truly encountered an opponent, she could first unleash the Celestial Silkworm 9 Transformations to see if it could scare the opponent away. If that couldn't scare them away, then use the Celestial Venerable Fist. If the Celestial Venerable Fist still couldn't scare them away, then use the Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Escape to flee for her life. At that time, Shangguan Wanling didn't quite understand. She had already used the Celestial Silkworm 9 Transformations and the Celestial Venerable Fist, so who couldn't she defeat? Why use, scare away? I'll kill you. Danqing Shangren was practically going mad. He wanted to vomit blood. The accumulation of the mountain and river pagoda sect over thousands of years actually nurtured such a piece of trash. The mountains and rivers treasure pagoda is even shattered. That was the symbol of the mountain and river pagoda sect. Even if the mountain and river pagoda sect were destroyed, as long as the mountains and rivers treasure pagoda existed, this sect would always be remembered, leaving a trace in this world. But now, everything is gone. Everything is gone. It's all because of this woman. At this moment, Danqing Shangren erupted with all his might. His aura was like a volcano erupting. Golden fire clouds rolled in the sky. Heaven and earth sensed the aura of a transcending tribulation realm expert and actually began to want to gather tribulation clouds. But Danqing Shangren didn't care. He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill. Nine Heavens profound fire finger. Father Emperor. Shangguan Wanling looked at Shangguan Hongtian. Shangguan Hongtian took a deep breath. His low voice contained suppressed rage. Supreme Emperor Seal. He let out an angry roar. With a backhand, he fiercely smashed a Supreme Emperor Seal towards Shangguan Wanling. Yes, he smashed it towards Shangguan Wanling. He was truly about to explode with anger. How could he have given birth to such a foolish daughter? Who on earth does she take after? Shangguan Wanling's eyes held unconcealed disbelief. Her father Emperor actually wanted to kill her too. It was also at this moment that the grand formation protecting the imperial palace completely shattered. Shangguan Wanling unleashed the celestial silkworm 9 transformations, simultaneously forming fists with her left and right hands to meet the 2 attacks. Boom! Shangguan Wanling was sent flying back again, her face flushed red, and she opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Stop, everyone. My mountain and river pagoda sect is willing to surrender. As long as you let me kill this B*TCH, I am willing to surrender. Things had come to this point, and Shangguan Hongtian also let out a sorrowful roar. I am also willing to surrender, let me kill her. Chapter 106 Solution Update 1. Why did this happen? Looking at her father Emperor and Danqing Shangren, whose killing intent soared to the heavens, Shangguan Wanling's eyes were full of sorrow. Numerous alien race powerhouses surrounded the entire imperial palace. Shangguan Wanling had no way, and no time, to persuade her father Emperor. Father Emperor, take care of yourself. Before leaving, she surprisingly exhorted Shangguan Hongtian. The next second, a bloody mist erupted around her. The bloody stream of light moved at an incredible speed. Even transcending tribulation realm and the demon emperor didn't react in time before Shangguan Wanling had already disappeared. She didn't believe it. She didn't believe her combat power was only that little. She was someone who had defeated a great emperor. Where did the problem lie? Ding ding ding. The system made a happy sound. Originally, Lu Yi was frantically scavenging for treasures. He had already scavenged the God Clan realm, Spirit realm, Ghost realm, and Demon realm. There was no need to go to the Demon realm, there was no necessity. As he was walking, he was stopped by the system, and he got to watch a superb show. The light screen disappeared. Ding, she was actually able to cultivate to great emperor. I didn't even feel confused at the time, it's truly incredible. Even the system let out a voice of disbelief. No, this thing could actually become a great emperor. Lu Yi had now completely sobered up. It wasn't a sobriety under the influence of reincarnation obsession, but a complete clarity regarding his feelings for these women. Looking back now, he was indeed wrong, terribly wrong. He never denied his mistakes. Perhaps it was precisely because he understood his mistakes in his heart that he had never personally killed these women. If Lu Yi had made no mistakes at all, the development of events would have been like this. First day of rebirth, first 3 minutes. First minute, Chu Ling's body trembled, the wash basin fell to the ground, Lu Yi's eyes widened, useless servant, you can't even hold a basin steady, you have sought death. Kill. Second minute, Yu Hongling kicked the door open and entered. Punched her head to pieces. Kill. Third minute, failed to assassinate by Chulin, escaped with the help of the sect protection array. Second day, snuck into the Supreme Emperor dynasty to assassinate Shangguan Wanling. Third day, snuck into the demon realm to assassinate Vermilion Bird. From then on, with single-minded devotion, cultivate to the second heaven and then kill one, cultivate to the third heaven and continue killing. This was the correct way to open it. Shangguan Wanling's path of sentience had already collapsed, didn't he understand that back then? Or perhaps, he was unwilling to understand. Lu Yi smiled lightly. In the end, it was the flaw of lacking love. He always felt it was close enough, it would work, no problem, it should be fine. But in the end, it really didn't work. Ding, deduction successful. The countdown finally ended. Lu Yi had been crying all day without stopping. He was truly relying on an incredibly terrifying Dao heart to suppress the reincarnation obsession. If he weren't the strongest celestial venerable, the obsession accumulated over so many years on the path of reincarnation would have been enough to make him collapse in an instant. Lu Yi was merely crying now. In reality, billions upon billions, countless roars, babbling, wails, too many sorrowful sounds mixed together, enough to tear apart all Dao hearts below the great emperor. Even a great emperor would likely be driven mad by these sounds. Lu Yi just saw them as sorrow. Everything you are experiencing now is your sorrowful experience. I can help you resolve your sorrow. Ding, there are two solutions. First, become a saint. Saints are detached from the heavenly Dao and can erase obsession. Lu Yi. As everyone knows, the first floor is always nonsense. Second, a revised version of the parasitic heavenly demon true method, becoming parasitic obsession. Obsession can be dispersed and implanted into others' bodies, but it involves not alarming the obsession. If the obsession is alarmed, it will solidify. Lu Yi understood. He had read the Heavenly Demon Parasitic True Method, the old trait of the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor. He was also used to calling him the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor. After all, he was an old opponent. In reality, he should be called a parasitic heavenly demon, a kind of strange parasite. Lu Yi began to ponder. Naturally, he couldn't directly parasitize on a large scale through essence blood like the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor. That was the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor's innate divine ability, a method he was born with. Moreover, he couldn't alarm the obsession. This meant that he couldn't just grab someone and pour his obsession into their soul, because the obsession was too much and too terrifying. An ordinary person would only endure a little before their soul collapsed. After the soul collapsed, the obsession would naturally be startled. They would then clump together, like sticky monkeys, clinging tightly and refusing to let go. This is a bit tricky. He thought for a full 6 minutes. Got it. Lu Yi's tear-reddened eyes became bright. He didn't need to learn from the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor at all. He just needed to infuse the obsession into the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor. The Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor naturally couldn't allow it, nor could he bear so much obsession. When a flood comes, what do you do if you can't block it? There's only one choice, and that is to release the flood. The bigger the flood, the more flood is released. In that case, he must come up with some scheme. Lu Yi already had an idea in his mind. He had collected most of the treasures he needed to collect. He could return. His figure headed towards the great wilderness. Shangguan Wanling escaped. Heavenly demon blood transformation escape is recognized as one of the strongest escape methods in the 9 heavens. It can be used from the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven. Because the more essence blood origin you consume, the faster you run. It's practically a panacea for escaping. Shangguan Wanling escaped. She fled directly out of the encirclement of the alien race army in one breath, and hid with an extremely pale face. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Shangguan Wanling still couldn't accept it, repeating these sentences in her mouth. Her battle record can be checked. It shouldn't be like this. Something must have gone wrong, but she couldn't figure out where the problem was. And she couldn't go to Lu Yi to ask. Based on the last time she encountered Lu Yi really tried to kill her the moment he saw her. So who should she ask? A figure appeared in Shangguan Wanling's mind. Bai Chulin. Among the 8 empresses, only 2 were sister-like figures, and one of them was Bai Chulin. Bai Chulin was Lu Yi's master, and Lu Yi respected her greatly. She should know what was going on with the current situation, and she needed to go ask. She had to ask clearly. After recuperating her depleted origin within her body, Shangguan Wanling flew towards the Great Dao sect. Along the way, she saw the scarred land and corpses covering the mountains and plains. Too many cultivators and innocent people died in this great war. Shangguan Wanling couldn't help but show a hint of a mocking smile. Wasn't Lu Yi protecting the human clan? Is this how he protects them? Now that the human clan has suffered heavy casualties, where is he? Why doesn't he come out to stop it? Hypocritical. Along the way, there were no major incidents. She finally arrived at the Great Dao sect. At this moment, the Great Dao sect was completely shrouded by layers of sect protection arrays. Numerous mountain peaks were covered in white mist, making them unclear to see. The eyes of the 2 joining Dao Realm Supreme Elders glowed as they stared at Shangguan Wanling. My name is Shangguan Wanling, and I am acquainted with your sect's Bai Chulin. I have come to the Great Dao sect to seek an audience with Bai Chulin. I hope you will inform her. Chapter 107 You Win Nothing, Part 2. Great Dao Sect, Bai Lan Peak. Who did you say was seeking an audience outside the sect? Bai Chulin's eyes showed surprise. What is she here for? Yu Hongling frowned. She and Shangguan Wanling were actually somewhat at odds, because she felt Lu Yi was too good to this Shangguan Wanling. Better than he was to her. How could this be? Moreover, this Shangguan Wanling. How should I put it? In Yu Hongling's view, whether it was her master, Chu Ling, or Vermilion Bird, they were all qualified to become great emperors. Even though Lu Yi helped them a lot, without Lu Yi's help, they might not have been unable to become great emperors. She cultivated the myriad ages reverse chaos true scripture, and her personality was fearless and unafraid of anything. When fighting, she was fearless and dauntless. She truly had combat power and the great Dao within her. Chu Ling was also like this, making rapid progress in Sword Dao, with exceptional combat power, and could be said to be a top-tier Sword Dao great emperor. Bai Chulin had the chaotic Taiyin divine body, inherently possessing chaotic Taiyin power, comparable to those innate Dao fetuses, and her Taiyin techniques were terrifyingly boundless. Although Vermilion Bird was compassionate, she had a great background. She was Vermilion Bird, and the Vermilion Bird divine abilities she inherently possessed were enough to secure her a place in the Great Emperor realm. Like Purple Phoenix Great Emperor in the previous life, if she fought with Vermilion Bird, it would likely only result in mutual destruction. As for this Shangguan Wanling, Purple Phoenix Great Emperor was almost angered to death. Great Emperors also had dignity. When Lu Yi first became a Celestial Venerable, Purple Phoenix Great Emperor was unwilling to give Lu Yi face, because what Lu Yi asked her to do was almost humiliating. Later, Lu Yi became more and more formidable. Coupled with Lu Yi's very good attitude, she could only give Lu Yi face. Later on, Lu Yi had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Purple Phoenix Great Emperor finally accepted it. Being asked by such a Celestial Venerable, wasn't it just acting? No problem. Bai Chulin had just found out that the Supreme Emperor dynasty had directly surrendered to the alien race. Shangguan Wanling coming here now was likely because she was unwilling to surrender. I'll go get her. I'm not going. Yu Hongling's temper flared up. That stinky senior brother had been gone for a long time. Originally, Lu Yi had been here all along, and she didn't feel much, but this time she hadn't seen Lu Yi for a long time, and she felt quite lonely. Some longing. Senior brother should have already achieved Dao integration, right? Will he still walk the path of protection like in the previous life? If he walks the path of protection, she only needs to enter his protection again, and Lu Yi will always protect her. In this life, she won't be so willful. Not long after, Bai Chulin brought Shangguan Wanling in and released a barrier. Alright, it's safe here, you can relax now, Bai Chulin said gently. Shangguan Wanling let out a long sigh of relief. She poured herself a cup of water and drank it in one gulp, not because she was thirsty, but to suppress the discomfort in her heart. Bai Jiji, the Supreme Emperor dynasty has been destroyed again. As Shangguan Wanling spoke, her tears wanted to fall. Bai Chulin had nothing to say about this. She couldn't possibly say it served them right, could she? After all, the Supreme Emperor dynasty colluded with the alien race in the previous life. There was nothing to wash away. Don't be sad. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay at Bai Land Peak, Bai Chulin said softly. Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. However, although she was somewhat resentful, she didn't say anything in the end. I came here not to stay at Great Dao Sect, but because I wanted to come and figure out something. Yu Hongling and Bai Chulin's gazes simultaneously looked towards Shangguan Wanling. Shangguan Wanling took a deep breath. The cultivation technique I practice is called the Origin Devouring Heaven Scripture. Do you know of it? Bai Chulin and Yu Hongling exchanged glances. They could both see the unique meaning in each other's eyes. We know. I relied on this technique to become a great emperor in my previous life. Can this technique be considered particularly powerful? Bai Chulin nodded again. A technique that could push someone who didn't cultivate the great Dao to the great emperor realm could no longer be considered merely powerful. It was simply unprecedented and unheard of throughout the ages. It was even more terrifying than her Taiyin transformation scripture. This was also one of the reasons why Yu Hongling and Shangguan Wanling were at odds. The cultivation technique Yu Hongling practiced was that of fearless great emperor. Although this technique was most suitable for her, it was not created by Lu Yi after all. As for the technique Shangguan Wanling cultivated, it initially borrowed from the Devouring Heaven Yao scripture, but later it was entirely created by Lu Yi himself. Who knows how much effort he put into it, doting on her even more than on Yu Hongling. How could this be acceptable? Since this technique is so powerful, why is it that after breaking through now, I've already reached the peak of Dao integration? Yet my combat power is still not as good as an ordinary transcending tribulation realm practitioner, Shangguan Wanling said, unable to accept it. When she said this, Bai Chulin fell silent. Yu Hongling rolled her eyes. In the previous life, Lu Yi repeatedly ordered everyone not to discourage Shangguan Wanling, because Shangguan Wanling's great Dao had collapsed, and she was already heartbroken. If she were further subjected to ridicule, Lu Yi worried she wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. They would wait until the time was more ripe later before telling her. And so, they waited until she killed Lu Yi. Not bad, spot on. Bai Chulin didn't know how to explain, but Yu Hongling was now fearless of anything. Everyone had betrayed senior brother, and senior brother seemed not to care about them anymore. Whether Shangguan Wanling broke down or not, what did it matter to her? Your technique, it's indeed quite powerful, but the key is that it's not a combat technique. You were also a great emperor in your previous life, how can you not understand? Can a great emperor who cannot utilize the great Dao be considered a great emperor? Yu Hongling said directly and bluntly. Shangguan Wanling was stunned, and quickly retorted. How is it not a combat technique? I fought with Purple Phoenix Great Emperor and won 2 out of 3 matches. Yu Hongling scoffed. Hongling. Bai Chulin couldn't help but scold Yu Hongling. Bai Jiji, let her speak. Shangguan Wanling felt as if she was about to hear a super huge truth. She was somewhat fearful, yet also somewhat eager. Huh, why is it separated by a formation again? Sun Ruowei at the door was startled. More gossip. You really are something, Bai Chulin. She felt like she had almost finished eating the gossip, but unexpectedly, this damned barrier appeared again now. She pressed herself against the barrier. What were they saying inside? Speak then, do you think you could really defeat Purple Phoenix Great Emperor? That's because Purple Phoenix Great Emperor didn't fight you seriously at all. If she had been serious, you wouldn't even be able to take one move from her before turning into dust. Hongling, stop talking. When Shangguan Wanling heard this, her eyes widened. Impossible. I fought her 3 times, and it was clearly because I improved that she couldn't defeat me. Bullshit. The first time, when senior brother was promoted to Celestial Venerable, he knew you and Purple Phoenix Great Emperor were going to spar, so he quickly sent a voice transmission telling Purple Phoenix Great Emperor to lose to you, but Purple Phoenix Great Emperor didn't listen, but she didn't injure you either. The second time you fought, after senior brother killed Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable, he visited Purple Phoenix Great Emperor while injured, and only then was Purple Phoenix Great Emperor moved and agreed to let you win. The third time, senior brother gave gifts again, and Purple Phoenix Great Emperor was already indifferent by then, so she just played along with you to let you win happily. Without senior brother, you wouldn't win jack shit. A vase Great Emperor like you doesn't even have the qualifications to meet Purple Phoenix Great Emperor, yet you're spouting nonsense about winning 2 out of 3 matches. Aren't you ashamed? Chapter 108. What a bad deception. Shangguan Wanling was stunned. She fought Purple Phoenix Great Emperor, 2 wins out of 3 rounds, and it was because Lu Yi had given Purple Phoenix Great Emperor a heads up in advance. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Great Emperors also have dignity, and Purple Phoenix Great Emperor is a leader among them. How could she intentionally concede? Doesn't she care about her own prestige? Seeing Shangguan Wanling's disbelieving face, Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. What, you still don't believe it? Of course I don't believe it. Shangguan Wanling's voice suddenly rose. What about Sky Vault Great Emperor? My challenge to Sky Vault Great Emperor was a last-minute decision. Nobody was told beforehand. Surely Lu Yi couldn't have manipulated that from behind the scenes. Yu Hongling laughed, a happy, mocking laugh. It would have been better if you hadn't mentioned this matter. Mentioning it just makes me want to laugh even more. Back then, when you sought out Sky Vault Great Emperor, you used Celestial Silkworm 9 transformations upon meeting him, and what else did you use? Celestial Venerable Fist. Throughout the 9 heavens, who doesn't know that Celestial Venerable Fist is my senior brother's strongest divine ability? Do you really think Sky Vault Great Emperor is stupid? The fact that you could erupt with the aura of Celestial Venerable Fist clearly shows you are my senior brother's person. When my senior brother taught you Celestial Venerable Fist back then, it was precisely because he was afraid you would intentionally seek death. With your strength, if you provoked any great emperor casually, they could kill you with one slap. But when you erupted with the aura of Celestial Venerable Fist, this was my senior brother clearly telling everyone, this is his, 9 lives Celestial Venerables, person. If you make a move against you, you have to be prepared for the psychological consequences of facing 9 lives Celestial Venerable's revenge. Sky Vault Great Emperor isn't stupid. Do you really think that by just erupting with your aura, you could scare a Great Emperor into conceding? It was my senior brother's Celestial Venerable Fist aura that made Sky Vault Great Emperor understand your identity. No, no, no. Shangguan Wanling stumbled backward several steps. Her legs even went weak, almost causing her to fall to the ground. Bai Chulin quickly helped Shangguan Wanling up. Then what about my battles with you 7? Shangguan Wanling's eyes still held a sliver of light. She had fought against all the other women. Yu Hongling snorted coldly and was about to speak, but suddenly remembered the methods her senior brother used to force her to agree to go easy on Shangguan Wanling at that time. Her face couldn't help but flush. That time, senior brother truly was indescribable and unimaginable. After it was over, Yu Hongling, who felt like she was about to die, heard the voice message Lu Yi had left for her. She agreed to many things Lu Yi said, including going easy on Shangguan Wanling when they fought. Of course, this was just one insignificant part of it. Lu Yi understood Yu Hongling's personality very well. If he had directly and specifically asked her to go easy on Shangguan Wanling while she was still in a daze, Yu Hongling would have exploded on the spot. She would definitely have beaten the shit out of Shangguan Wanling. But Lu Yi proposed many excessive requests, including but not limited to things that were extremely difficult and shameful, so letting Shangguan Wanling off a bit became insignificant. Yu Hongling agreed to it along the way. However, even so, when Yu Hongling fought Shangguan Wanling at that time, she still beat Shangguan Wanling up before finally pretending to lack Taoist source and choosing to concede. Yu Hongling did not speak. Bai Chulin sighed. Things had reached this point, so she might as well say it all. Before you challenged us, we did indeed promise Lu Yi to go easy on you. Hearing this sentence, the light in Shangguan Wanling's eyes completely extinguished. Her body went soft, completely unable to stand steadily. No, no. Tears rapidly welled up in Shangguan Wanling's eyes, and past scenes surfaced in her mind. Your great Dao, it's gone. One day, Lu Yi looked at her in disbelief. Shangguan Wanling was also incredibly down about this. Brother Lu, I seem to really have no talent for cultivation. I've worked so hard, why hasn't my cultivation improved at all? At that moment, Lu Yi seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Your great Dao, it's gone. Your great Dao, it's the emotion Dao. How could it be gone? Why would it be gone? I ask myself, I haven't done anything wrong. What? Lu Yi showed a smile that was uglier than crying at that time. It's nothing, it's just that your great Dao is gone, but being without a great Dao doesn't necessarily mean you have no talent for cultivation. Wait for me, I'll figure something out for you. Afterward, Lu Yi tried every method for her, wanting to restore her great Dao. He took her out to have fun, coaxed her to be happy, gave her treasures. It didn't recover. Lu Yi was helpless and could only think of another way, choosing to find Shangguan Wanling a different great Dao. How could something like a great Dao disappear and then be replaced? An unparalleled heaven's chosen might be able to, but putting it on Shangguan Wanling, one could imagine the difficulty. Later, Lu Yi racked his brains searching for divine medicine, and took her to ascend together. She could feel Lu Yi was very tired, so she suggested he stop taking care of her. Of course, she didn't truly mean this. Lu Yi smiled at that time and said, never abandon, never give up, that's Steel 7th Company. Shangguan Wanling. It wasn't until Lu Yi found the devouring demon scripture that he started letting her try cultivating it. From devouring demon scripture to devouring heart scripture to devouring Dao scripture, and finally to origin devouring heaven scripture. She finally embarked on the true path of cultivation again. Although she had no great Dao, her realm improvement was truly rapid. Not only did she catch up to the other 7 women, but she also had a faint momentum to surpass them, which greatly boosted her confidence. However, Lu Yi constantly warned her not to fight with others. She had no great Dao, and although her realm had risen, her combat ability was relatively weak. With her strength increasing so quickly, she naturally wasn't convinced. She asked Lu Yi to teach her powerful combat techniques, but Lu Yi disagreed. She was dissatisfied. She started cultivating combat techniques on her own. But she could never succeed. She could only continue to pester Lu Yi. Lu Yi, unable to resist her constant nagging, carefully selected 3 techniques for her to cultivate. Heavenly Demon Blood Transformation Escape. Celestial Silkworm 9 Transformations. And, Lu Yi's Strongest, Celestial Venerable Fist. Past memories, little by little, surfaced before Shangguan Wanling, making her burst into tears. Letting me cultivate, origin devouring heaven scripture, was just to raise me as a vase, as a good-for-nothing, as a laughingstock that everyone would mock. Shangguan Wanling said sorrowfully. Yu Hongling, who was still savoring that wonderful moment, shot up from the stool upon hearing this. Her sharp eyes fixed on Shangguan Wanling. What do you mean by that? Shangguan Wanling chuckled foolishly. What could I mean, what else could I mean? You all have great Daos, only I don't, only I am the weakest, what could I mean? Origin devouring heaven scripture, ha ha ha, what a, origin devouring heaven scripture, that only cultivates realm, not great Dao. He really tricked me so miserably, Chapter 109, so funny. Yu Hongling exploded. You're stupid yourself, you couldn't cultivate the great Dao, and you can blame senior brother. You cultivated your own Dao, and while cultivating, you managed to make your own Dao disappear, and you can blame senior brother for this too. Shangguan Wanling didn't know where she got the strength, perhaps she also couldn't stand Yu Hongling. My great Dao disappeared, and he abandoned me. It's not like I didn't tell him to abandon me, saying things like, never abandon, never give up. But in the end, you all have the great Dao, yet you insisted on making me cultivate a cultivation method that couldn't cultivate the great Dao. Why can't I blame him for this? Yu Hongling suddenly pounced over. Bai Chulin was quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately hugging Yu Hongling to stop her. Hongling, calm down. She's infuriating me. Master, what nonsense is she spouting? Don't stop me, I'm going to beat her to death. Yu Hongling was held by Bai Chulin, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, determined to fight Shangguan Wanling to the death. What I said is correct, I'm not wrong. You're not wrong, my ass. Who told you that the origin devouring heaven scripture couldn't cultivate the great Dao? It's clearly because you're stupid and couldn't cultivate the great Dao. What great Dao were you cultivating? What realm were you already in when you got this true scripture? And you're still talking about cultivating the great Dao. At that realm, whose great Dao hasn't already merged with their body and heart? I also cultivated the origin devouring heaven scripture after being reborn, yet I still couldn't cultivate the great Dao, and I cultivated an invincible great path that is extremely weak. This is the reason for this cultivation method. Bai Chulin's body stiffened. Yu Hongling was also startled. Both of their gazes couldn't help but look towards Shangguan Wanling, their expressions somewhat difficult to describe. In short, it seemed like they were somewhat doubting their ears, and also somewhat shocked. You said, in this life, what Dao are you cultivating? Bai Chulin couldn't help but ask. Invincible great path, Yu Hongling said these 4 words in disbelief. What's wrong? What's wrong with the invincible great path? Shangguan Wanling looked at their state, and an ominous premonition inexplicably arose in her heart. Master, let go of me. I won't hit her anymore. At this moment, Yu Hongling suddenly felt somewhat listless. No, why bother arguing with an idiot? She cultivates the invincible great path. Ha 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 ha, she actually cultivates the invincible great path, ha 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 ha. Yu Hongling's shoulders trembled madly, and the expression on her face couldn't stop changing. Shangguan Wanling, what do you mean by this? It would have been fine if she didn't ask, but with this question, Yu Hongling completely lost control and started laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Master, she actually cultivates the invincible great path, ha ha ha. Yu Hongling pointed at Shangguan Wanling, laughing so hard that she bent over, and tears came out from her laughter. At this moment, her mockery of Shangguan Wanling reached its peak. Bai Chulin's expression management also lost control for a moment, and she unconsciously revealed a smile. Although she quickly restrained it, it was still captured by Shangguan Wanling. No, Bai Chulin has always been known for her gentleness and tolerance. What was going on with that smile just now? Was she also mocking her? Why? What's so funny? What's wrong with me walking the invincible great path? I just like the invincible great path. I firmly believe that I am invincible in this era. What's wrong with that? Shangguan Wanling said unhappily. Yu Hongling laughed even more happily, bending forward and backward. Shangguan Wanling looked towards Bai Chulin. Bai sister, what's wrong with me cultivating the invincible great path? Why do you all find it funny? Bai Chulin tried hard to control her expression and said earnestly, Shangguan Wanling, you chose the wrong great Dao. Shangguan Wanling, it's not like you don't know Lu Yi. How could you still choose the invincible great path? With Lu Yi in this era, who dares to call themselves invincible? You were so close to Lu Yi in your previous life, don't you know Lu Yi's strength? If you walk the path of invincibility, can you defeat Lu Yi? Shangguan Wanling, but Lu Yi isn't walking the path of invincibility. She was still making her final struggle. However, powerhouses on the path of invincibility, when they reach the end, will all face Lu Yi, attack Lu Yi, wail, and fall. Lu Yi is the end of invincibility. If you walk the path of invincibility, then isn't that? Yu Hongling added the last two words. An unlucky person. No, that's not right, it's an idiot. Shangguan Wanling was still unwilling. But I didn't see the aura of invincibility on Lu Yi. That's because Lu Yi's invincibility is towards outsiders. Bai Chulin's eyes became desolate. Towards us, his Dao has always been protection. How could the sword of invincibility point towards one's own people? How could the fist of invincibility land on one's own people? Moreover, you walk the path of invincibility. The path of invincibility is fought out, its invincibility killed out. Have the opponents you've defeated added together reached 20 people? And you walk the path of invincibility. Stupid, too stupid, so stupid I can't accept it. A dense wave of pain arose in Shangguan Wanling's heart. Yu Hongling shook her head, looking like a piece of rotten wood that couldn't be carved. Shangguan Wanling was truly hit hard. Seeing Yu Hongling's attitude like this, she became a little angry again. Oh, you're so great. You've already been reborn, and Lu brother won't stop you and your Feng Wuxi anymore. Why didn't you go fly away together with your Feng Wuxi? Shangguan Wanling said mockingly. Yu Hongling, I'll fight you to the death. Lu Yi didn't know yet that Shangguan Wanling had actually come to the Great Dao sect. He returned with a large batch of resources. After arriving at the sect, he originally wanted to dive into Dan Peak, but after thinking about it, he decided to first seek an audience with Lu Changfeng. Disciple Lu Yi, greetings to the sect leader. Ha ha ha, I heard you charged into the alien race's lair, killed 7 crossing tribulation and 4 loose immortals, and completely plundered the alien race's lair, Lu Changfeng said excitedly. The more he looked at Lu Yi now, the more he felt that his decision back then was incredibly correct. Because Lu Yi not only had strong talent, but he was also relatively calm and steady as a person, with clear goals. The key point was that he was also somewhat ruthless. The alien race had invaded in force, and the human clan was in danger. Under such circumstances, Lu Yi still killed all 11 loose immortals who were chasing him, without any intention of leaving them to participate in the battle. After coming out of the extinguished Buddha desert and seeing the Nine-Life dynasty annihilated, he didn't impatiently join the battle, but instead decisively went to the alien race's world and chose to steal their home base. Because under the circumstances of insufficient strength, even if Lu Yi participated in the battle, he wouldn't be able to play a significant role. If he couldn't defeat the myriad spirits Demon Emperor and the Demon Emperor, everything would be futile. That's right, I did plunder some treasures. As he spoke, Lu Yi's tears flowed down. Lu Changfeng, he was a little flustered. What was this? Why was he suddenly crying out of nowhere? It's nothing, it's just that the wind and sand in the extinguished Buddha desert are strong, and it got into my eyes. These are the treasures I obtained. I've already put away the ones I can use myself. These are all the ones I can't use, which can be used as sect resources. Chapter 110 Shen Zitong. Lu Changfeng quickly refused. Sect leader, please rest assured, these things are truly useless to me, and the sect and I are one. If the sect is prosperous, I can be prosperous. Likewise, if I am prosperous, the sect is also prosperous. This is a principle of mutual reinforcement. Sect leader should know, this disciple is just showing off. Lu Changfeng smiled helplessly and said, all right, since you have such intentions, the sect cannot treat you unfairly. At that time, the sect will reward you with a batch of spirit stones. In addition, if you have any needs, you can come directly and tell me. If it is reasonable, I will do my best to satisfy your needs. Thank you, sect leader. Oh, and one more thing, I plan to attack the alien race after 7 days. If the sect joins me, please be prepared. 7 days. Isn't that too rushed? Not rushed, it should be enough. The current Lu Yi is no longer the Lu Yi of the Qi Gathering realm or the Sprout Core realm. At that time, Lu Yi had no resources, no treasures, only a cultivation method and the system's cultivation function. But the current Lu Yi is different. Having seized so many cultivation resources in one go, this time, he can at least refine 4 giant spirit pills, the kind that are fully satisfying. As for whether the residue of the pills will affect the purity of true essence, that affects those who are cultivating for the first time, what does it have to do with him, a reborn person? During the darkness upheaval, those guys would open their mouths and devour entire galaxies, and various divine metals and great medicines were swallowed without even chewing. I've never heard of anyone being affected by impurities. His figure arrived at Dan Peak. Lu Yi, you're here. Are you going to refine pills? Qingwo Daorin rubbed his hands excitedly and asked. Yes, Peak Master, I need to borrow your 9-dragon-leaf fire furnace again, Lu Yi said very politely. Qingwo Daorin waved his hand casually, that's a small matter. It's just, can you refine the pills slower this time? Last time I was too shocked and didn't learn anything. It would be great if you could refine the pills a bit slower. Naturally, no problem. The reason I can refine pills like this is because I have a very deep understanding of pharmacology. If your understanding is deep, you can also refine them this way. At that time, I will write down what I know about pharmacology, and also some tips for refining pills. If you don't mind, you can take a look. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Qingwo Daorin's face. Is that appropriate? Lu Yi smiled warmly, and tears flowed out again. So annoying. Qingwo Daorin was startled. Forget it, I don't need any pharmacology or tips. Don't be sad. Lu Yi, my eyes were a little injured, and they haven't fully healed recently. It has nothing to do with you, no need to worry. Is that so? I have some pills here for treating eyes, I'll give you some. No, the pills are useless. Let's go refine pills. Refining while crying, no effect. Don't worry, none. The two entered the pill refining room. Lu Yi, intending to let Qingwo Daorin gain some insight into the Tao of alchemy, slowed down his pill refining speed a little. After half an hour, how does it feel? Qingwo Daorin. Can we add the medicinal ingredients one by one? You grab such a large handful, it's really I can't keep up. Then I'll slow down a bit more. No, refining pills is important, you go ahead and refine. Qingwo Daorin also realized that reaching Lu Yi's level of pill refining was not something that could be achieved in a short time. Moreover, Lu Yi's hands were simply too fast. He would grab a pile of medicinal ingredients and show them to Qingwo Daorin. Qingwo Daorin would look and think, good heavens, 40 or 50 kinds. He hadn't even finished identifying all the medicinal ingredients when Lu Yi said, time's up. Then the medicinal ingredients were thrown into the pill furnace. How can one learn like this? Alright, then you can learn later. Lu Yi activated the flame. The original White Sun Yang fire now emitted a faint gray light, because when Lu Yi was in the ghost realm, he had refined another divine fire called Yin Soul Fierce Fire. After merging the two divine fires, the temperature of the flame was finally a bit higher. However, there were more types and larger quantities of medicinal ingredients, and the final pills refined still had a diameter of about 15 centimeters. A faint brilliance appeared on the pill's texture, indicating it was a supreme grade pill at a glance. 1, 2, 3, 4. With the successful refinement of 4 pills, Lu Yi bid farewell to Qingwo Daorin. I will write down the pharmacology and tips for you when I have time, but it might have to wait. I need to take the pills and cultivate first. Qingwo Daorin quickly waved his hand. You go ahead with your matters, I'm not in a hurry. Alright, then this disciple takes his leave. Lu Yi turned and left. Qingwo Daorin looked at Lu Yi's retreating figure and couldn't help but gently stroke his beard. Gentle and refined, neither arrogant nor impatient, at such a young age he already possesses the demeanor of a Grand Master. No wonder so many girls like him, yet he is wholeheartedly devoted to the great Tao. His future prospects are limitless. The more he looked at Lu Yi, the more he liked him. In this world, such young people are truly rare. Lu Yi returned to his room. Looking at these pills, this time he didn't need to use the heaven and earth Dharma manifestation anymore. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a ray of light bloomed from within, shining upon the pill. The huge pill began to shrink, spinning rapidly. Finally, it became the size of a fingertip and was swallowed by Lu Yi in one gulp. Start cultivating. Ding, cultivation started. Tao integration second layer began to advance. The surging true essence was vast, and the rolling medicinal power boiled. Lu Yi's figure was obscured within the misty vapor, like the Dao, like heaven. His strength began to grow. Dao integration 3rd layer. Dao integration 4th layer. Dao integration 5th layer. All 4 pills were swallowed, and the great medicines treasured by the various alien races transformed into the most surging power, aiding Lu Yi's cultivation. Yu Hongling heard the news of Lu Yi's return and immediately ran to Lu Yi's door. Senior brother. She knocked on the door. Lu Yi was cultivating with his full body and mind, so of course, he wouldn't pay attention to her. But at this moment, a faint light and shadow rippled slightly in the void, filled with rosy light. A fair and slender beautiful leg stepped out from within the rosy light. The rosy light gathered, weaving together a 5-colored feathered dress, draped over the figure of a woman of profound creation and unparalleled beauty. Ding! Transformation successful. The woman's red lips parted slightly. A smile appeared on her face, which was so perfect it seemed like it shouldn't exist in the heaven and earth. Hee hee, the dog host doesn't care, so I'll have some fun. She took a step, accompanied by a burst of fragrance, and arrived behind the door. Yu Hongling sniffed lightly. So fragrant. This fragrance was definitely not just simple fragrance. It was more like the clear scent of a body that had become saintly, like a great medicine of the world. In the heaven and earth, no living being would refuse such a scent. Creak. The door opened. Their eyes met. Yu Hongling stared blankly ahead, her eyes uncontrollably revealing a hint of astonishment. In this world, how could there be such a supremely beautiful existence? Ding. Hello, my name is Shen Zitong. You must be one of my brother's former wives, Yu Hongling, right? Chapter 111, Defense Breaking. Shen Zitong. Ex-wife. Yu Hongling was initially shocked by the beauty of the woman before her, but upon recalling Shen Zitong's words, a monstrous flame erupted from her heart with a whoosh. However, she did not explode. She was enduring. Even though this unknown flame burned her eyes red. You know me, Yu Hongling raised an eyebrow. Of course I do. If you hadn't separated from my brother, according to seniority, I would have to respectfully address you as sister, but now it seems I don't need to. Why don't you need to? Yu Hongling's eyes became even redder. Shen Zitong seemed oblivious, her face radiating a pure and happy smile. Because you betrayed brother, you betrayed love. Brother is such a person who values relationships. The more he is betrayed, the deeper the hurt he suffers, so he definitely won't forgive you. Moreover, think about it yourself. You betrayed brother. If he loved you deeply, he would be hurt more painfully and be even less able to forgive. If he forgives you, it means your betrayal didn't hurt brother that much, which means brother doesn't love you that much. So now, with these 2 paths before you, how should you choose? Upon hearing these words, Yu Hongling's face turned pale. Her body was uncontrollable, retreating 3 steps. The flame had already burned to her head, making her head stiff and her thoughts muddled. 2 paths, how to choose. Forgiveness means not loving. Love means not forgiving. Oh, right, choosing forgiveness means you don't care about the dog's lodging, you don't care whether Lu Yi loves you or not, you just like the resources Lu Yi can bring you. I'm not. Yu Hongling roared. Shen Zitong was completely unaffected, smiling lightly. I also think you're not. You're so beautiful and have such a good figure. It's impossible, right, for you to be an ungrateful wretch. Yu Hongling forced herself to regain her composure. At this moment, in Yu Hongling's heart, the level of annoyance towards this inexplicably appearing Shen Zitong had completely surpassed Shangguan Wanling, and by more than just a little. Who exactly are you? Why do you know so much? In Yu Hongling's memory, there was absolutely no person named Shen Zitong. Such a beautiful person, as long as she appeared, she would inevitably shock the world, it was impossible for her to be unknown. The cultivation world is a special place. In this world, there are too many beauties. Which woman doesn't want to become more beautiful? And when a woman possesses the means to make herself beautiful without side effects, one can imagine how crazy women would be. But even if you transform yourself to be beautiful, that is the beauty in your eyes, beauty is different. But the Shen Zitong who appeared now gathered all kinds of beauty. The first moment Yu Hongling saw her, she clearly determined that she was the most beautiful existence in this world, like the supreme great Dao flower. Such a person, she had never heard of in her previous life. How was that possible? I'm just an ordinary person who is now deeply in love with brother. He told me everything. Shen Zitong said with a smile. Including the previous life, including how you betrayed him. Yu Hongling was furious again. The word, betrayal, made her extremely unhappy, but what angered her the most was that Lu Yi had actually told her about the rebirth. Shangguan Wanling talking about the rebirth, she understood, because Shangguan Wanling was foolish. Lu Yi, such a smart person, also talked about the rebirth. Then there is only one possibility. That is, this woman is the person Lu Yi is willing to trust again after being reborn, even after experiencing 8 betrayals. No. Yu Hongling couldn't accept it. If from then on, Lu Yi sealed his heart and severed love, she could accept it even if she didn't get Lu Yi's forgiveness, she would just continue to strive. At Lu Yi's forgiveness, she would just continue to strive. Because the reason Lu Yi sealed his heart and severed love was that he couldn't forget them. And once a new woman appears and Lu Yi is willing to enter a new relationship, what does that mean? It means that Lu Yi is trying to break out of their 8 encirclement, willing to believe